As a student, you must follow these rules. 1. Arrive in the classroom before the morning reading session. 2. Complete daily homework on time. 3. Return to the classroom before the class bell rings, and have the necessary textbooks and stationery ready before the second bell rings. 4. Do not engage in behavior that disrupts class discipline during lessons. 5. Manage your personal appearance, and follow campus rules during breaks, no running or playing. Class 1, Senior Year. The rules appeared suddenly in the retinas of every student except Fang Xian. Immediately, the sound of morning reading ceased. After a while, a student rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "Holy crap, even with my eyes closed, I can still see it. Who wrote on my eyelid?" "You saw it too." His deskmate suddenly turned to look at him. "Didn't it say something about following rules as a student?" "Yeah, what happens if you don't follow them? Try it and see." Their conversation broke the silence in the classroom, and other students also began discussing excitedly. "Can everyone see it? Could this be a creepy rule story? Maybe we've all been pulled into some strange alternate reality? Really? This is so interesting, awesome. What the heck, someone is probably playing a prank. But this is text actually appearing right in front of us. Who has the power to prank like that? Who knows, maybe someone got the chance to project text in front of everyone's eyes worldwide." The classroom was noisy. It seemed like they were talking about creepy rule stories. If it were any other time, Fang Xian would have eavesdropped, but right now, he had no interest. Simply because. Ding! Notification: the strange and eerie has fully revived. The world is about to turn into hell. Please prepare, host, and strive to survive in this world ruled by the strange. The strange has fully revived? Has the strange ever revived? Fang Xian stared blankly at the words before him. He had lived in this world for 18 years, and not only had he never encountered ghosts, but even strange occurrences were unheard of. How did he suddenly bind to a system and then get told that the strange had fully revived and was ruling the world? Was there a huge step missing in all of this? Fang Xian thought for a moment and then opened the curtains. The sky was very blue, the sun was very bright, the trees below were very green, the classmates were very loud, and it was clear this was a very ordinary, everyday world. Sure enough, either I missed a step in traveling here, or this system bound to the wrong world. Fang Xian understood and wasn't surprised anymore. This type of system that's missing logic, calling an ordinary world a cultivation world or a strange world, he had seen plenty of them in the web novels. Fang Xian started to study the system. The system interface was very simple, with only two sections, mission and panel. He clicked on mission. Beginner mission, survive today. Mission reward, random skill. Growth mission, avoid an attack from a vengeful level strange entity, 0/1. Mission reward, random skill, white. Fang Xian's brow relaxed. This type of system is known for its simple and easy to complete tasks. If it were in a world ruled by the strange, facing all kinds of strange attacks, it would indeed be hard for an ordinary person to survive a day. But in an everyday world, this was like a gift. The growth mission was a bit more difficult. Of course, the difficulty wasn't in avoiding the strange attack, but in finding the strange. After all, this is an everyday world, there are no strange things. Maybe it can be substituted. Fang Xian remembered a novel he read, where the system asked the male lead to kill a small demon from a cultivation world, Tian Shui Wu. But the male lead just swatted a mosquito, and the system determined the task was completed. This type of system is abstract in how tasks are completed. Just not sure what can replace the strange entities. Fang Xian thought while opening panel. Name, Fang Xian. Superpower, I observe, red. Skill, none. Superpower? Is this from the system? And it's at the highest red level. When he looked at the mission earlier, the system did mention it. The system rewards skill levels as white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. But how do you use this supernatural ability? He kept thinking about it until the bell rang for the end of morning self-study. Fang Xian temporarily gave up, handed his homework to the class leader, and walked out of the classroom through the back door with his thermos cup. When he reached the water dispenser, he looked at the empty corridor, somewhat surprised. Why is there no one out today? What are they all doing in the classroom? Fang Xian glanced at the window. Normally, when morning study ends, there are quite a few people lining up at the water dispenser. But he didn't think much about it. He opened his thermos cup and placed it under the dispenser to fill it with hot water. The class leader stood at the podium and said, "I just asked students from other classes, and they can all see the rules. Even the teachers can see them. This is no small matter. Everyone, don't act rashly for now. Let's discuss things. Don't break the rules. Wait for the notice from above." A skinny, monkey-like boy asked, "What will happen if we break this rule?" I don't know, but according to the patterns in rule-based horror stories, most likely, we'll die.
It's better not to break it. Someone responded. Damn.
The skinny boy immediately became agitated. For God's sake, hurry up and collect the chemistry homework. The next class is chemistry.
Hurry, hurry.
What's going on, Shang? The class leader asked. The chemistry class representative, young Shang, said urgently.
Damn.
I have a special rule for class representatives. It says I have to collect all the homework before class and hand it to the teacher.
Everyone, hurry up. Class is about to start.
What? The class leader was shocked and immediately organized. Group leaders, collect the chemistry homework and give it to Shang. Everyone, take out your chemistry homework and place it on the desk so it can be collected quickly. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, young Shang had collected all the homework except from Group 7. He counted the homework and shouted loudly, "Hurry!
Group 7's homework. I need to take it to the teacher quickly."
The group leader of Group 7 nervously pointed at a boy who was keeping his head down. Our group has an extra person."
"New student? Damn, he didn't do his homework, did he? Don't mess with me." Yang Shang quickly walked to the extra seat in Group 7. Hey, did you do your homework? If not, just fill it in randomly with ABC. I need to take it."
The new student, who had been keeping his head down, lifted it up, revealing a terrifying face full of blood and bruises.
Yang Shang's voice instantly choked. "Here." The new student stiffly handed over a test paper. "Oh, okay." Yang Shang trembled all over, instinctively reaching out to take it.
The moment his fingers touched the test paper, the new student's cold, eerie voice echoed in his ear.
"You took the wrong one." Bang!
A pair of broken, twisted hands suddenly slapped Yang Shang's face. The sound of his skull cracking echoed, and his eyeballs bulged out.
Ah! 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 Chapter 2, The Death Rule, Taking the Wrong Homework Will Kill You. Fang Xian paused in his sipping motion, looking through the window into the classroom. There were many people standing outside, only their backs visible, unable to see what was happening inside. Who was shouting just now? From the sound, it seemed like it was Shang again, being caught and pulled to do an aluba, a method where someone's limbs are lifted and their crotches slammed into a pillar. This kind of playful behavior often happened in their class, with people screaming and yelling all the time. Fang Xian had long gotten used to it. He walked over to the edge of the corridor, lightly blowing on the hot water in his thermos cap, taking a small sip while thinking about his system and supernatural ability. Crack! The sound of a broken cervical vertebrae. Yang Shang collapsed to the ground with a thud. The new student withdrew his hand, returning to the posture of keeping his head down, sitting quietly. The students in the classroom were stunned, not daring to breathe. After a while, Yang Shang, who was lying on the ground, twitched a few times. The next moment, he suddenly straightened his body and stood up, causing the surrounding students to scream and retreat. Under everyone's gaze, he pressed his bulging eyeballs back into their sockets. With a sharp crack, he twisted his broken neck and walked stiffly to his seat. "Shang?" A classmate cautiously called his name, but he didn't respond and remained motionless in his seat. A braver student walked over, reached out to check his breath, then immediately stepped back with a terrified gasp. No breath." Those words acted like a signal, and a few classmates, with weak nerves, woke up from their stupor like from a dream and scrambled to run out of the classroom. In the chaos, they bumped into desks, knocked over chairs, the scraping sounds mixed with screams, creating a scene of utter disorder. "Come back! Don't run!" A boy with glasses and high brows shouted, "Class is about to start. Are you all trying to break the rules now?" Seeing that no one paid attention to him, his face darkened. Yang Shang died because he broke the rules. "Didn't you see what happened to him? Do you all want to be the next Yang Shang?" The class monitor gave him a glance and also shouted, "Everyone, calm down. That monster went back, it hasn't followed us. There's no need to be scared." As he spoke, he quickly signaled other students to stop the others from running. After being stopped and comforted by several students, those who were panicking slowly regained their composure, though their emotions were still unstable. He's dead, it's really happening, there's a monster, I want to go home." The class monitor comforted the crying students for a while, then walked toward the boy with glasses and high brows, asking, "Juayu, you said Shang died because he broke the rules." He exhaled, then continued, "Do you know why Shang was attacked?" Chu Juayu replied, "I have a rough idea, he collected the wrong homework." The class monitor asked in confusion, "Collected the wrong homework?" Chu Juayu explained, "In the class representative rules, there's a warning at the end of the homework collection section. Remember, the class representative can only collect homework for their own subject, not for other subjects." The monster just now gave Yang Shang something that wasn't a chemistry paper. As the math class representative, he was also responsible for collecting homework, so he had been observing when Yang Qixing went up to collect homework. So breaking the rules really leads to death? The class monitor suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the uncertain face of Chu Jueyu and comforted him. Your math class is the 4th period, there's still time. Let's all think about a solution. Chu Jueyu did not respond. The physics class representative, who had been listening, said, Hey. If class representatives die for collecting the wrong homework, then other students should be fine, right? They can collect the homework and then sort it out to give to the class rep. He hurriedly looked around at the classmates. However, the students who made eye contact with him all turned their gazes away. The physics class representative pleaded, Come on. Don't be like this. I'm really begging you. The physics class was the 2nd period, and at this moment, he was more anxious than anyone else. He cast one last desperate look at the class monitor. The class monitor gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll try. The physics class representative joyfully exclaimed, Wow. I love you, class monitor. From now on, you're like my father. Closer than my real dad. Don't be like that, the class monitor chuckled helplessly. Under the watchful eyes of the classmates, the class monitor went to ask the new student for homework. However, to their disappointment, apart from the class representatives, anyone else who asked the new student for homework was ignored, and when a class representative went to ask for homework, he only handed over homework from other subjects. Yang Qixing, who had come back from the dead, faced the same situation. For a moment, a sense of hopelessness spread over every class representative in the room. Can we get through to the police? Don't bother, you've seen the news, this rule isn't just in our school, it's global. Blue Star is beyond saving, we're all waiting to die. Maybe dying sooner would turn us into monsters, and we could be even stronger in the future. What nonsense are you talking about? What should we do? I don't want to sit next to Yang Qixing. What if he suddenly attacks me later? Fang Xian leisurely walked into the classroom. Seeing the atmosphere so quiet, with classmates looking lifeless, he was somewhat surprised. What happened? Could it be that we have class on the weekend? He couldn't help but quiet his steps and sat down in his seat, just about to take out the textbook for the next class, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught the extra seat in group 7. At that moment, the new student in the extra seat happened to raise their head and made eye contact with him. Fang Xian froze immediately, blinking his eyes. When he opened them again, the cuts and blood on the new student's face had disappeared. It was just an ordinary, somewhat stiff face. I can't stay up late tonight. I'm seeing things. He nodded kindly at the new student, turned his gaze away, thought for a moment, and then took a biology test paper from the cabinet and walked over to the new student. Hello, my name is Fang Xian, I'm the biology class representative. What's your name? The new student said stiffly, Chenny Shang. Fang Xian placed the biology test paper on his desk. This is the homework assigned yesterday, we might go over it this afternoon. You can look at it first, and if you don't understand something, you can ask me. Don't worry about handing it in yet, I'll explain your situation to the teacher. The new student, as if catching a key word, took out a math test paper. Here, homework. I'm the biology class representative, the math class representative is Chu Jueyu. Fang Xian reached out to take it. I'll help you turn it in. Fang Xian, don't take it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Fang Xian's sleeve and dragged him to the side. It wasn't until they were far away from the new student that the class leader stopped, speaking quickly, Fang Xian, your biology class is in the afternoon. There's still plenty of time. Don't think like that, okay? If something's wrong, we can all figure it out together. We'll definitely get through it. Who is spreading rumors that I want to commit suicide? Fang Xian was confused for a moment before he realized. I'm not thinking like that. Then why were you? I was just getting to know the new student. So you were gathering intel. The class leader felt embarrassed but also a sense of admiration. He didn't have the rule about collecting homework, and he was terrified of asking the new student for homework. But Fang Xian dared to start a conversation with the new student, and even after knowing that taking the wrong test paper could be disastrous, he still had the courage to pretend to collect homework and test the boundaries of the rules. The class leader mentally made up a reasonable explanation for Fang Xian's actions. Sorry, I misunderstood, but still, this is too risky. Next time, you must call us to help. Fang Xian? The class leader asked, did you learn anything? His name is Chenny Shang. Oh, anything else? The class leader wanted to ask more, but at that moment, the bell for class rang. Class is starting, let's talk after class. He patted Fang Xian's shoulder and encouraged him, hang in there, nothing is impossible to get through. There will definitely be a way. Fang Xian watched the class leader's retreating figure, falling into silence. Who is spreading rumors that I want to commit suicide? He returned to his seat, sat down, and opened the system panel to take a quick look. Avoided a vengeful level bizarre attack, 1-1. Growth task completed. Task update, avoided a vengeful level bizarre attack, 0/10. Reward, random skill, white, random resistance 10%. The task is completed? Fang Xian recalled what had just happened. The only thing that could be considered an attack was the class leader pulling him. Although he didn't dodge, for the system, as long as he wasn't dead, it should count as avoiding the attack. So, the bizarre substitute is a person? As expected, these kinds of system tasks are always easy to complete. Fang Xian decided not to claim the reward for now, worried it might cause too much of a commotion. He planned to wait until after class and sneak off to the bathroom to claim it. The second bell for class rang. A young female teacher shakily walked into the classroom, reached the podium, and barely squeezed out a smile. Class, let's begin. Hello, teacher. Looking at the panic-stricken faces below, the female teacher wanted to say something comforting, but thinking of the rule, no unrelated topics during class, she hesitated. Immediately stopping the conversation, the teacher began the class in a strict, methodical manner. Halfway through the lesson, a new student with a face covered in blood and a twisted mouth slowly raised their hand. The female teacher's heart skipped a beat. As a teacher, you must provide the correct answer to any question a student asks. This was one of the rules of being a teacher. Before the lesson started, the female teacher had encountered a strange student who came to their office with a tricky question, and when the teacher couldn't answer it, they were immediately strangled to death. The female teacher trembled as she asked, "Student, do you have a question?" The new student stood up and spoke stiffly, "Teacher, why?" Omitted. The female teacher nervously answered the new student's question. The new student slowly sat down. After a while, Yang Qixing, whose eyes bulged out and neck was crooked, slowly raised his hand. With her solid knowledge, the female teacher survived through the back and forth of questions, making it all the way to the end of class. She rushed out of the classroom, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Fang Xian also left through the back door, entering the last stall in the bathroom to claim his reward. There was no flashy reward interface. A line of text appeared directly in front of his eyes. Passive skill strength to lift the heavens, white. The text slowly disappeared, and then, Fang Xian felt all the muscles in his body becoming firmer, his bones tougher, as if a heavy shackled weight had been lifted, making his body feel lighter. 3 minutes later. This enhancement came to an end. Fang Xian looked at his arms, not particularly bulky but with clear muscle definition, and thought, this is truly amazing. He felt as though with just a casual swing, he could unleash tremendous strength. Though he hadn't tested it yet, the literal meaning of strength to lift the heavens suggested he had the power of several hundred kilograms. And this was just a white-level skill. He wondered what greater powers the higher quality skills might hold. Fang Xian was more curious about his red ability now. But unfortunately, he didn't know how to use it. After today, I can claim another skill, and it's a random quality skill. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope I get something good. In the classroom, more than a dozen students were giving advice to the physics class representative. How about just turn it in? Maybe the rule about collecting everything doesn't include that item. No, that won't work. The class leader said. There's a class representative in the next class who didn't collect it but took it to hand in, and then. Anyone got another idea? The class leader looked around at everyone, finally turning to Chu Jueyu. Chu Jueyu furrowed his brows, thinking hard, but didn't respond. Damn it. The physics class representative muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety as he looked at the others. How about you try and distract him while I go steal his homework? No one replied. No one dared to look him in the eye. Damn. The physics class representative's eyes turned red as he angrily shouted, "Stop playing dead. I'm not the only class rep. If I'm gone, it'll be your turn next. Then go distract him. How the hell are we supposed to get him to leave?" A class representative shouted in tears. She was the class rep for the third period, and her fear was no less than that of the physics rep. After being yelled at like that, she lost control of her emotions. The physics class representative froze, covering his face with his hands, his body shaking slightly as he muttered angrily, "Then just wait to die." Silence. The atmosphere of despair began to spread among the class representatives, with more and more of them breaking down emotionally. Some cursed softly, others sobbed. Before the lesson for the subject you are in charge of, make sure to collect all the homework assigned the day before and hand it to the teacher. If there's no class for the subject in the morning, leave the homework on the teacher's desk before school ends. Remember, only collect homework for the subject you are in charge of, do not collect homework from other subjects. When Fang Xian entered the classroom, he saw the chalk writing on the board. This was written by the class leader. Since only class representatives can see the class rep rules, he wrote it out for the rest of the class to see. Is this the strange rule story they've been talking about during morning reading? Did they make it up themselves, or is it from a game or a novel? Fang Xian curiously took a few steps closer. If someone doesn't submit their work, asking them to submit will lead to death, and not asking will also lead to death. It's a complete deadlock. A handsome boy walked up and stood beside Fang Xian, looking with him. Fang Xian asked, Fuyang, the setup for this strange story is about someone not submitting their homework, right? Yan Fuyang, deeply worried, didn't hear what Fang Xian said clearly, but nodded. Yeah, Xian Go, what about you, the biology class rep? Have you figured out a way? Fang Xian thought for a moment and nodded. I have. As soon as those words were spoken, the class reps, who had been pessimistic, immediately turned their eyes toward him. Chapter 4, One Hand Covers the Sky. Screech. The sound of desks and chairs scraping. The physics class rep rushed over, grabbing Fang Xian's shoulder like it was a lifeline, her legs giving way as if she was about to kneel down. What's the solution? Xian Gu, save me. Fang Xian was stunned, staring at the physics class rep's red eyes, thinking, Is this person playing the strange rule story so seriously? He didn't keep them guessing and directly said, take an extra test paper, write the name of the person who didn't submit their homework on it, and then collect it. Forge 1. Chu Jueyu, who had been thinking hard, suddenly looked up. Yeah, the rule just says to collect all the homework, with no other restrictions. Since we can't get the homework from that person, why not just forge it using their name? He muttered to himself as he lowered his head. At the same time, he felt a bit annoyed. Such a simple method, why didn't I think of it? This method is completely feasible. Now, they were in their third year of high school, nearing the college entrance exams. The homework assigned by the teacher consisted of various test papers, not workbooks. And when the teacher printed the test papers, they would print a few extra copies for the class reps in case some students lost theirs, so every class rep had a few spare test papers. Damn. We're saved. Xian Gu is awesome. From now on, you're my dad. Wah-aha. The physics class rep was so excited that she jumped up and ran to her desk to get a test paper. Fang Xian is amazing. Fang Xian, you are my god. Not to that extent. Fang Xian felt embarrassed by the praise from all the class reps, found an excuse, and left the classroom. The physics class rep unscrewed the cap of her pen, about to write the name, but suddenly stopped, cold sweat rising on her back as she glanced around at the students watching. Hey, do you guys know what that ghostly thing is called? The class monitor replied, Chenny Shang. Fang Xian found that out during the morning reading break. After saying that, he was suddenly struck with a realization. So Fang Xian had already figured out the solution to the homework collection problem back then, while we all spent the whole lesson not figuring it out. My Fang Xian Gu is truly amazing. The physics class rep wrote the name down, then asked, do we need to write the test papers for him too? No need. Chu Jueyu said, writing homework is the student's rule. We, the class reps, are only responsible for collecting. Maybe we can use this rule to get rid of that monster. Okay, then we won't write it. The physics class rep took a deep breath and said, brothers, I'm going. Good luck. You can do it. You better come back alive. Stop setting up flags for me. The physics class rep cursed while leaving. 1 minute later. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, the physics class rep returned with stiff limbs. In an instant, the hearts of the class reps sank to the bottom. It didn't work? Ha ha ha. You guys were tricked by me. The physics class rep suddenly laughed and pointed at everyone. Damn it. Arrest Aruba. Everyone, both angry and amused, grabbed his limbs. Wait. I was just joking. Don't. Fang Xian went to the school store to buy a bottle of cola, and after walking around, he returned to the classroom. Fang Xian, hurry, help me copy the homework, I can't finish it. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate, Lu Xianyan, tugged at his sleeve and anxiously said. Don't write it, you write it yourself. No, come on, help me out. I'll bring you milk tea in the afternoon. Lu Xianyan pulled Fang Xian's arm, shaking it back and forth. Fang Xian sighed. It's hard to refuse when you're given something, and he often ate the snacks Lu Xianyan brought to school. Rejecting once was fine, but rejecting a second time would be a bit too much. Reluctantly, Fang Xian got up from the desk, digging out a pen from his bag. Which one? Just this one. Lu Xianyan placed the 2 test papers from her desk onto Fang Xian's desk. Fang Xian copied for a while, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Xianyan still leaning her head on her hand, watching him. He asked, if I do your homework for you, then what will you do? I'll watch you. Lu Xianyan blinked her big, beautiful eyes. They locked eyes. After 2 seconds of silence, Fang Xian pushed the homework back to Lu Xianyan's desk, then lay down, not responding no matter how much she shook him. Ding dong ding, the class bell rang. Lu Xianyan immediately stopped bothering Fang Xian.
Nervously, she took the physics book she had prepared earlier and placed it on the table, hands folded, sitting up straight. She looked exactly like a good student who loves attending class.
A moment later,
she saw out of the corner of her eye that Fang Xian was still lying on the desk, unmoving. She immediately widened her eyes.
Class has started. You're still sleeping? Get up now. Fang Xian.
After being pushed by Lu Xianyan a few times, he unwillingly got up.
So tired.
He propped his face up with his hand, leaning against the nearby wall, listening to the physics teacher give the lesson. Everyone's listening so attentively, the teacher even looks a bit nervous. As expected, with only 100 days left until the college entrance exam, the atmosphere has totally changed.
Fang Xian thought, looking at the classmates sitting upright. After enduring until the class ended, Fang Xian was no longer sleepy.
He stood up and walked over to Yan Fuyang, who was writing furiously at the front.
Yan Fuyang glanced at Fang Xian and continued writing. Xian Gu, wait a minute, I'll finish this and then do your biology homework. It won't take long. No rush. I think it's better if you hurry up. Quick, let me copy your biology paper. Fang Xian said, I didn't write it. Huh? You're the biology class representative and you didn't write your biology homework? What homework does a biology class representative have to write? Fang Xian smiled, I can cover everything. 666, Xian Gu is all-powerful. Yan Fuyang bowed to Fang Xian, treating it as a joke. After chatting with Yan Fuyang for a while, Fang Xian left.
He had originally planned to play badminton with Yan Fuyang downstairs, but since Yan Fuyang had to finish homework, he had nothing to do.
Well then, let's collect some homework.
I haven't finished yet, can I give it to you after the next class? A girl said while still crying, working on her homework.
It's fine, if you really can't finish, you can leave the biology homework for now. Fang Xian said.
Back at his desk, Fang Xian counted the papers, 26 sheets, barely half the class number. Looking around at the classmates frantically finishing their homework, he thought for a moment and decided to make a contribution for the others, so he directly walked to the office.
Teacher, I've gathered all the homework. All of it? Yes, all of it. Fang Xian nodded.
The biology teacher's neck twisted like a braid, her teeth fully exposed, and her chin dangled, connected only by a thin strip of skin and flesh, but in Fang Xian's eyes, she still looked as serious and intellectual as ever. The biology teacher glanced at the thin stack of papers in her hand and asked again, Are you sure, all of it?
Fang Xian said, All of it. The biology teacher didn't respond.
She suddenly flashed a sinister smile, and her dangling chin swayed back and forth.
Chapter 5, As a bad student, you must.
After waiting for a while and seeing that Fang Xian was still standing there unharmed, the biology teacher froze for a moment, her voice somewhat hesitant and unsure.
Really all of it? Fang Xian said, Yes.
The biology teacher looked down at the thin stack of papers in her hand. It looked so thin, there's no way it could possibly be complete.
Count it, are there 51 copies?
Oh. Fang Xian took the papers and counted, 1, 4, 26, 51, yes, teacher.
26 sheets? How did you count 51?
The biology teacher narrowed her eyes, staring at Fang Xian, who looked completely honest. She tried a few more times but couldn't find a way to trip up the rule-abiding student standing in front of her. He had no choice but to let the person go.
At the same time, a boy with a pompadour and slanted eyes was watching this scene, his face full of surprise. So this is how it works.
He was the biology class representative of the same grade as Fang Xian, with the same biology teacher for both classes. At first, their class wasn't strange, but there was a lucky student who wasn't there due to leave, which made it impossible for him to collect all the homework. Seeing that the next class was biology, he hesitated outside the office, not daring to go in.
Not collecting the homework would mean death.
But not handing it in before class would also mean death. He had seen the class representative of the first class not turn in the homework, and then die, turning into a monster.
So it's that simple, just say I've collected it and I can survive.
Li Laheng is such an idiot, he didn't think of this. He deserved to die, and became a monster to harm others.
Wang Liyang must have survived this way too. TCH, he didn't tell me, but I could have figured it out myself.
Serves him right, turning into a monster. And that kid who was absent. The class president from Fang Xian's class had shared Fang Xian's idea with the other class, but this boy usually had a nasty mouth and loved to report others, so no one in their class told him about it.
He happily walked into the office. Teacher, I've collected all the homework.
The biology teacher, suspicious of the strange events, glanced at the boy and then at the papers in his hands.
All of it?
Yes, teacher, all of it. The boy's voice trembled as he looked at the teacher's terrifying face.
All of it?
The biology teacher repeated, his voice ominous.
Yes, he. Suddenly, a thick rope dropped from the ceiling, wrapping around the boy's neck and pulling him into the air. On the wall, a dangling figure struggled and swayed, gradually calming down. The remaining teachers lowered their heads, trembling, too scared to look any further. Avoided a grudge-level strange attack, 1 out of 10. Did the teacher just want to hit me? But with what he did just now, it seems normal for the teacher to want to hit him. The break between classes was long, 20 minutes, so Fang Xian checked his phone. With plenty of time before the next class, he went downstairs to the playground. The playground was empty, with no one else but him. Is no one playing basketball today? Is it because of the heat? He looked up at the sun. Just before class, Fang Xian timed it perfectly and returned to the classroom, nearly being late, which scared his deskmate, Lu Xianyan, who kept patting her chest. Time passed quickly, and soon the third period ended, leaving only one more class before school was over. Damn! You guys are idiots. At a time like this, you're in the bathroom smoking. If you want to die, fine, but now you've dragged the English class representative down with you. There aren't enough test papers, what are we going to do? A tall, tan boy shoved a medium-sized boy against the wall, cursing loudly. Do you think I want to? If it wasn't for that stupid rule saying, as a bad student, you must follow these stupid rules, do you think I'd want this? What's the use of you shoving me? Go shove Haolong and the others instead. The boy being shoved didn't back down. His neck bulged with veins as he screamed in anger, releasing the fear inside him. As a bad student, you must smoke a cigarette in the school bathroom every day. Be careful not to get caught by the patrolling grade director while smoking. This was an additional rule received by the boy and several others who smoked in the school bathroom every day. Having seen what happens when rules are broken, they were scared and decided to smoke during the long break. They planned to quickly finish. However, just as they were about to finish smoking, they were caught by the grade director, who had already turned into a strange creature. The other boys were immediately hanged to death. This boy survived because he happened to be using the bathroom at the time, and the smell of his stool masked the cigarette smell. What the hell are you saying? The tall boy's face turned pale with anger. He didn't dare to stand up to those strange boys, but still wanted to show off in front of the English class representative, so he came to confront him. All right. Li Minghao. Lin Liangyu. Since this has already happened, stop arguing. The most important thing now is to find a way to help Lianzi gather the English homework. The class monitor said, stopping them. Right, the most important thing now is to help the English class representative collect the homework. Li Minghao released Lin Liangyu and shot him a glare. You'd better pray nothing happens to the English class representative, or I won't let you off. TCH. Lin Liangyu adjusted his collar, didn't even look at him, and just walked away. Lianzi, don't be afraid, the class monitor has already sent some boys to ask other classes if they have any extra exam papers. We'll definitely gather all the homework. Yeah, it's still early, class just ended, there's plenty of time, we'll make it, Lianzi. Behind Li Minghao, a few girls were softly comforting a girl with fair skin and a pure appearance. The girl looked pale, drained of color, clearly terrified. Not good, class monitor. None of the other classes have extra English exam papers. What? The class monitor and several girls turned to the boy who was shouting outside the door, all startled. The class monitor quickly asked, have you asked all 12 classes? The boy gasped a few times and shook his head, we've asked them all, no extra papers. We even asked the few surviving English teachers. Li Minghao urgently said, so what now? You didn't miss anyone, did you? Damn. All this is Lin Liangyu's fault. How about asking Fang Xian? He's so smart, he must have a way, one girl suggested. Yeah, Fang Xian must have a way, Lianzi, don't be afraid. Jian Lianzi nodded slowly, her expression blank. She seemed to be stunned, but in fact, her attention was fully on the words in front of her. What is this? Chapter 6, The Eerie Teacher's Class. Hidden Rules. 1. Rules must never be broken, but loopholes can be exploited. 2. Fang Xian is a kind person, you can seek his help when in trouble. 3. Do not reveal the existence of the hidden rules. What is this? Jian Lianzi stared at the words in front of her, confused. Just a moment ago, when she was terrified because of the lack of exam papers, these words suddenly appeared before her. From the reaction of the people around her, they didn't seem to see or notice the newly appeared rules. Hidden rules, do I have to follow them just like the previous rules? They don't seem the same. These rules seem to be teaching her what to do, not constraining her actions like the previous ones. Realizing this, Jian Lianzi quickly called for help in her mind. Hidden rules, my homework can't be gathered, can you help me? The hidden rules fluctuated twice, the first and third one slowly disappeared, leaving only the second one. Fang Xian is a kind person, you can seek his help when in trouble. Ask Fang Xian for help? Jian Lianzi was stunned. At this moment, Fang Xian was a bit confused.
He had just been walking with Yan Fuyang in the corridor, admiring the scenery, when he suddenly heard someone shouting his name from a distance. Upon seeing him, they hurriedly grabbed him and pulled him back to the classroom, shouting,
"Fang Xian, hurry up, there's a big problem."
He thought something truly serious had happened, but when he arrived,
it was just a few people not turning in their homework? Are they all in on this joke together?
Fine, he helplessly looked at the group of nervous students surrounding him.
Fang Xian, what do you think? Do you have a solution? You have to save the English class representative. Everyone, be quiet. How can Fang Xian think with all this noise? Here, Fang Xian, have some water. No need, thank you. Fang Xian politely declined the offer inside, asking which ones didn't turn in their homework.
The class monitor said, Chenny Shang, Yang Qixing, Zhang Haolong.
Okay, I understand. Fang Xian nodded and walked toward the new student. Classmate, please hand in your English homework.
The new student hesitated for a moment and slowly took out a Chinese exam paper.
Fang Xian said, not this one, I want the English test paper. The new student paused for a moment, withdrew their hand, and pulled out another test paper. Fang Xian said, this is the math test paper, classmate, I want the English test paper. The new student nodded and swapped the paper again, this time it was chemistry. Fang Xian. Are you really human?
Not this one, it's English, with lots of letters, forget it, I'll get it myself. He found the English test paper, turned, and walked towards Yang Qixing.
Qixing, give me your English homework.
Yang Qixing tilted his head, took out a physics test paper, and stared at Fang Xian blankly. Fang Xian directly reached out to take it, saw it wasn't the English paper, and placed it back on Yang Qixing's desk, chuckling a little. You give me physics when I ask for English, I'll just take it myself. He gently swatted away Yang Qixing's hand, which was about to choke his neck, and grabbed the English test paper before leaving. After collecting all the English test papers, Fang Xian placed them on Jian Lianzi's desk, facing the wide-eyed stares of his classmates. Here, Lianzi, check if it's all here, do you want me to hand them to the English teacher? Jian Lianzi was still in shock, and only after Fang Xian's second inquiry did she snap out of it,
No need, I'll handle it, thank you. Fang Xian. Fang Xian is really amazing.
A female classmate beside them clasped her hands, staring dreamily at Fang Xian. Seeing Fang Xian look over, she hurriedly turned away, her face flushed with heat.
Xian Gu, how did you do it? Just grabbed those test papers directly, so bold.
Yan Fuyang stared, wide-eyed.
No wonder it's Fang Xian, easily doing what others can't.
The class leader stood stunned for a while, then snapped out of it, admiring him, his tone full of respect.
Ha! Fang Xian was puzzled. Li Minghao secretly looked at Jian Lianzi's eyes, showing gratitude and admiration for Fang Xian, clenching his fists in frustration. If I had gone up instead, would this look from Lianzi be directed at me?
TCH, Fang Xian, this guy, who knows where he got the info to grab the monster test papers without being attacked, and didn't even tell us, just showing off with that information gap. Li Minghao felt sour inside, wanting to put him down, but then suddenly thought of something and immediately shut his mouth.
It seems like no one thought of this, so maybe I can use this point to show off?
Li Minghao's heart raced with excitement, already picturing tomorrow morning when the class representatives collect the homework and he suddenly grabs all the monster's English test papers to hand over to Jian Lianzi, and she looks at him with admiration. Fang Xian returned to his seat, recalling what happened earlier when Yang Qixing had tried to choke him.
He opened the system. Avoided the grudge level eerie attack, 7 out of 10. Got it, the playful interaction between classmates counts too. If I go play ball after school, this task will be done. The school bell rang, and the fourth class began. Fang Xian closed the system and took out the textbook for this class.
Because the previous few classes had been uneventful, the classmates' mood had loosened, and they were all looking forward to escaping this place after school. However, as the second bell rang, a figure entered the classroom, and their expressions froze, revealing fear. The person who entered was a middle-aged woman. Of medium height and build, but what was terrifying was that her neck and shoulders were deformed, as if someone had stepped on one of her shoulders and forcibly twisted her head. She walked up to the podium, and with a chilling voice, said, "Students, let's begin the class." The class leader stood frozen for a second or two, then braced himself and stood up to say, "Stand up, greet the teacher."
"Good morning, teacher."
The voice trembled, thin and sparse.
But the teacher didn't mind, she stiffly nodded, took out the test papers from yesterday, and began the class.
The students in the class, now more serious than ever before, took out their materials, even though the teacher's lecturing style was dull, as she was simply reading from the test papers.
Still, no one dared to lose focus. Except for... I'm so hungry. Fang Xian lay on the desk, hands clutching his stomach. It seemed that due to the passive skill, strength to bear the heavens, his body consumed energy faster, making him feel hungry earlier than usual. He finished the last sip of his soda, staring blankly at the moving clock. Hurry up and end the class. Now, let's pick someone to answer a question. Chapter 7, After School. Now, let's pick someone to answer a question. The teacher's cold, harsh gaze swept over every student, finally stopping on a boy whose head was lowered, his body trembling non-stop. Li Fu Wan. The moment his name was called, the boy's body stopped shaking instantly. In the scorching summer heat, he felt a chill all over, as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Li Fu Wan, the teacher repeated. Screech. When Li Fu Wan stood up, he bumped into his chair, causing a harsh screeching noise. His legs went weak from fear, and he collapsed onto the desk. Screech. Another piercing noise echoed. Li Fu Wan's legs refused to cooperate, and he couldn't stand properly. He could only prop himself up with his hands on the desk, trembling and staring at the teacher in a strange position. Li Fu Wan, what is the answer to this question? Choose, choose. Li Fu Wan stared at the projection screen, his brain so tense that it went blank, unable to think at all. Choose, choose. He clenched his sweaty palms, looking around at his classmates for help, his pale face showing helplessness and fear. However, his classmates only lowered their heads even further, not daring to speak or even give a hint through body language. Choose what? Choose what? Choose what? The teacher urged from the podium, her mouth slowly curving into a strange smile. Choose, choose. Li Fu Wan's face was filled with terror, and his eyes suddenly shot up in panic. Right above his head, a grass rope suddenly appeared, slowly descending, almost ready to tighten around his neck. Choose C. A calm voice rang out in the silent classroom, not loud, but just enough to reach every student's ears. They turned their heads, gazing in shock and disbelief at the person sitting in the back, the one with one hand on his head and the other holding a pen, a clean, fair-skinned boy with a graceful appearance and posture. Choose C. I choose C. Li Fu Wan screamed hysterically. The grass rope, which had been about to pull him upward, paused for a moment before slowly retracting back into the ceiling. He was saved. Ugh. I'm alive, Li Fu Wan gasped for air like a person rescued from drowning, his face covered in tears and snot. He cast a grateful glance at Fang Xian, and after getting the teacher's permission, he slumped back into his seat, his body soaked through. At this point, the smile on the teacher's face had disappeared, and her gaze turned to Fang Xian with venom, calling his name. Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked up. Come up here and answer all the questions on the board. Fang Xian stood up and walked to the podium. He grabbed a piece of chalk, thought for a moment, and wrote his answers on the board. After finishing, he looked at the teacher. The teacher was silent for a while before stiffly saying, "Correct, return to your seat." Fang Xian placed the chalk back on the podium, dusted off the chalk powder from his hands, and was about to return to his seat when he noticed the looks from his classmates. It was the kind of look people gave when they saw someone accomplish something nearly impossible. His steps faltered for a moment, and he glanced back at the question he just answered. It wasn't that hard, why are they all looking at me like that? After this incident, the teacher seemed to lose the desire to call on anyone else, and continued with the lesson. The students breathed a collective sigh of relief, their hearts filled with anticipation for the bell to ring and the end of class. 20 minutes later, the bell rang. The teacher stopped the lecture. The students' faces lit up with clear joy. Soon, the bell finished ringing, but then, the speakers in the corner crackled with a harsh noise, and an eerie recording began to play. Class, the class is over. Those who need to go home must follow the rules below. 1. Do not talk to strangers, do not accept food from strangers. 2. Do not swim in rivers, lakes, or other water bodies by yourself. 3. Do not stay outside playing too much. Be home within 30 minutes. 4. Listening to the broadcast of the rules, the students' anxious hearts finally relaxed. Phew, it's fine, none of these rules are difficult to follow. The broadcast is over now, it's time for dismissal, we should be able to leave. 30 minutes to get home, plenty of time. Students, continue with the class. The students' hearts skipped a beat. This sentence was like a thunderclap, directly shattering their inner fantasies. Under their uneasy gazes, the teacher picked up the test papers and started the lesson again. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Until 13 minutes passed, she still hadn't announced the end of class. The hallway outside was noisy, many students from other classes looked at the classroom with sympathy and pity, then hurriedly left. The classroom was very quiet, only the teacher's voice echoed as she lectured. The joy of the students for the end of class had already turned into the despair of waiting to die. Only a few students were still thinking of ways to get home in 30 minutes, breaking the rules would mean death. If this detention continued, everyone would die in school. If I stand up and call for the end of class, could it? The class leaders secretly gritted their teeth, hesitating. Looking at it now, there seemed to be loopholes in all the rules. There were no absolute death rules. The rules and dangers stemmed from the identity of the students, like the need to go home early after school, like the teacher keeping us after class. So, loopholes had to be thought of in this direction. As a student, how could I make the teacher not extend the class? Chu Jueyu bit their finger, already having an idea in their heart but not daring to act on it. Hidden rules, help, how can I make the teacher not extend the class? Hidden rules. Could it be that the way I summoned the hidden rules was wrong? Think. How did I summon the hidden rules before? I think it was when I was really scared. But I'm very scared now too. Jian Lianzi trembled, silently calling for help in her heart. I'm so hungry, please stop talking. Fang Xian was so weak from hunger, he raised his hand. Teacher, can we finish class? The late cafeteria will run out of food. The classroom suddenly became quiet. The teacher, who had been lecturing, seemed like she was paused, suddenly silent. She packed up her things and walked out of the classroom stiffly. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew farther and farther, until they disappeared. Many students still sat in their chairs, dazed, with no reaction. It's over? We can go home? The student who spoke looked confused, unable to believe that the nightmare had ended so simply. It's over, really over. Woo! It's finally over. Some students stood up, cheering. Some students covered their faces and cried with joy. Finally, we can go home. Our class is really too hard. It's like a hellish dungeon. Other classes don't have as many problems as ours. Thankfully, we have Brother Fang Xian, or else the whole class would have died. Fang Xian is truly the savior of our class. The students were packing up their things while praising. If they weren't so eager to go home, they would have thrown Fang Xian up and shouted long live. Listening to the endless praise, Li Minghao and Chu Jueyu both felt a sour and displeased feeling in their hearts. One thought that Fang Xian was just lucky, stumbling upon the rule by accident. The other felt that they had also thought of it but didn't have the courage to try, otherwise, it wouldn't be him who did it. Fang Xian is truly a genius. It's good to have him around, really worthy of being the top student in our class. Chu Jueyu listened to their deskmates' admiration and glared at him, he's just first in science. If you calculate the total score, I'm the first in the class. As the math class representative, Chu Jueyu's science grades were not as high as Fang Xian's. For someone who had been excellent since childhood. This is the deepest pain in his heart. Over time, he developed hostility towards Fang Xian, wanting to compete with him in everything. Chu Jueyu snorted at his deskmate, grabbed his backpack, and left the classroom. His deskmate, inexplicably confronted, felt a little annoyed. He muttered as he watched Chu Jueyu's back. What's with the attitude? If Fang Xian hadn't given up on studying, it wouldn't be your turn. Chapter 8, Cafeteria Rules. Don't do this, it's too much. With the students' hot gazes on him, Fang Xian took a step back. He felt that his classmates seemed a bit crazy today. As soon as he did anything, they would cheer and praise him for a long time. It was fine when he didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, his classmates became even more excited, some even offering themselves to him. Fortunately, the students were eager to go home, so Fang Xian wasn't made to feel awkward for too long. He packed up his things and, along with a few classmates, headed to the school cafeteria. The home rules only apply to day students who needed to go home, not to lunch boarders or residential students. Fang Xian and his group arrived at the cafeteria. It was already packed, and there were a group of people gathered around a signboard. Cafeteria Rules. 1. When getting food, please choose staff with red aprons. If you see staff with black aprons, please avoid them as quickly as possible. 2. Please do not take more than 10 seconds to choose your food. This will delay the students behind you. 3. Our cafeteria promotes the Clean Plate campaign. Please do not waste food. The sign posted the new cafeteria rules. Fang Xian glanced at the title and stopped paying attention. As for the various notices issued by the school, unless it's about a holiday, he didn't bother reading them. The classmates who came with him, on the other hand, read it carefully. Fang Xian said a few words to them and then headed straight for the usual serving area to get food. Cafeteria rules, even going to the cafeteria has rules now. Jian Lianzi was a bit confused. She thought that escaping the classroom was the end, but she didn't expect that it was just the beginning. The world seemed to have turned strange. End of the world. Jian Lianzi thought of the negative comments she had seen online, and then remembered the post saying, the rules of death have spread across the world. She suddenly wanted to call her mother. Just to ensure her safety, or to confirm the situation, or to express her fears and grievances, she just wanted to hear her mother's voice. But after hesitating for a long time, she only sent a message. Mom, are you there? Looking at her mom's previous nagging, she waited for a long time but didn't get a reply. Jian Lianzi couldn't hold back anymore and made a video call. The phone played a song, the voice was beautiful, but when it reached the climax, it suddenly stopped. Jian Lianzi stared blankly at the phone screen. Missed call. Lianzi. You can't go to the staff with black aprons. A hand suddenly grabbed Jian Lianzi, pulling her into a queue. Jian Lianzi snapped back to her senses, startled. It turned out that she had unknowingly walked towards the area with staff wearing black aprons. Looking at the terrifying face that stared at her, Jian Lianzi's heart raced. She quickly turned her head, not daring to make eye contact. Lianzi, you really scared me just now. You just walked right over. Didn't you see the rules at the cafeteria entrance? The girl who pulled her said, patting her chest, looking quite shaken. I was distracted just now. Thank you, Xiaochun. No problem, but you can't be distracted again. If you're not careful, you could die. Jian Lianzi took a few deep breaths, adjusting her emotions. It's probably just that she didn't answer the phone. She got herself together, stood on tiptoe, and prepared to check today's menu. There was a 10-second limit for choosing food. Jian Lianzi planned to have a look first and decide what to eat, so she wouldn't be in a rush when it was her turn to get food. But when she looked, her face stiffened. What was displayed in the area was bloody intestines, maggot-infested rotten meat. The floating vegetable leaves, the flattened dead rats, and the clumps of unknown things stuck to hair. Eating this would kill someone, right? It must kill someone, right? Looking at the boy in front of her with a plate full of these things, Jian Lianzi's eyes filled with sympathy. But soon, she couldn't feel sympathy anymore, because in just 2 more people, it would be her turn. It's over, it's over, it's over, is there no edible food? Jian Lianzi quickly started looking around. When she searched, she actually found some normal food that could be eaten, but it was in the section where the staff with black aprons were. If she went to the staff with black aprons to get food, she would die, but if she didn't go, she would have to eat those strange things, and even if she didn't die on the spot, she wouldn't be far from death. This is a complete deadlock. Seeing that only one person was left in front of her, Jian Lianzi quickly prayed in her heart, hidden rules, hidden rules? Are you there? Help me out. But the hidden rule didn't appear. She began to doubt if what she had seen before was just her own hallucination. What should I do? Do I really have to eat those things? Auntie. Just as Jian Lianzi was trembling, she heard a familiar voice. It was Fang Xian, who was pondering the dishes in the next section. These strange and bizarre foods seemed normal to Fang Xian, but he inexplicably felt they weren't that fresh. I don't want to eat these. Fang Xian walked down the section and stopped when he arrived at the staff with black aprons. The dishes here were steaming, and their colors looked nice, which didn't give him the feeling of being stale anymore. Fang Xian raised his head and spoke to the auntie in the red apron who had followed him. Auntie, I want this one. It turns out the rule works like this. You can't get food from the staff with black aprons, and you can't eat the food in front of the red apron staff, but if you lead the red apron staff to the black apron staff section to get food, then everything's fine. Jian Lianzi stared blankly at Fang Xian's side profile. Fang Xian is so smart. Girl, it's your turn. Ah. Okay, auntie. Jian Lianzi jerked awake. She pointed at the normal food in the next section and carefully said, Auntie, I want to eat that. The cafeteria auntie sucked in her stomach and carefully squeezed through the staff with black aprons, then used a spoon to point at the iron plate with braised spare ribs. Is this it? Yes, auntie. The cafeteria auntie took a deep breath, scooped up several pieces of ribs with a spoon, and after a pause, carefully placed them on the plate. Hey, that's enough, auntie, I can't eat that much, Jian Lianzi hurriedly said. The cafeteria auntie's movements didn't stop, and she scooped up another big spoonful before revealing a smile even uglier than crying. Girl, that rule restricts me too, I can't help it. If I scoop less, someone could die. All right. A moment later, Jian Lianzi looked at the plate full of food, her pure and delicate face full of distress. The food on the plate, if you had to say there was a lot, actually wasn't much. It was just a normal adult man's portion. But for a girl who weighed less than 100 pounds, even half of it would be too much for her. She could only stuff it in. This was much better than eating those strange things. Jian Lianzi took a deep breath and cheered herself on. While looking for a seat, she heard 2 familiar voices. Fang Xian, so much, I can't finish it. If you can't finish it, give it to me. Okay. Don't give me the ones you've already eaten. He. It was Fang Xian and Lu Xianyan. Jian Lianzi took a glance and was about to go find a seat, when suddenly, she heard someone calling her. English class representative. Li Minghao ran over with a smile on his face. English class representative, what a coincidence, you're also eating here. With so many dishes, you surely can't finish them, right? Let me help you out. Ah, no need, I can do it myself, thank you, Li Minghao. Li Minghao thought Jian Lianzi was worried about him and proudly smiled. Don't worry, I can eat a lot. Whatever you give me, I can finish it all. As he spoke, he patted his stomach, showing off his biceps. No, I can eat it all, thank you for your kindness, Jian Lianzi quickly replied. In her view, sharing her food with someone was an extremely intimate act, so she would rather eat until she was stuffed than accept Li Mingho's help. After being rejected twice, Li Mingho felt a bit embarrassed. Jian Lianzi was so slender, how could she possibly eat all this food? It was obvious she didn't want to accept his help. He felt a little angry but then thought, with so much food, even if Jian Lianzi ate until she was full, she couldn't finish it. Under the rules, she would surely come to him for help, and then he could eat the leftovers. When that time came, he would pretend to be full and refuse, maybe under the pressure, she would beg him to help her. Li Mingho's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded indifferently, alright then. After that, he turned and walked away, not even saying the invitation he had planned to ask Jian Lianzi to sit with him. Yes, he did it on purpose, deliberately being cold towards Jian Lianzi, to let her know he was upset and make her feel guilty for rejecting him. Jian Lianzi carried her tray and walked towards Fang Xian's table. Fang Xian, Shanyan, can I sit here? Lu Shanyan, focused on her phone while eating, didn't look up. Fang Xian swallowed his food and gently nodded, After receiving permission, Jian Lianzi placed her tray down in front of Lu Shanyan and looked at the overflowing rice on her plate. She remembered the events of the morning, her mother, and the disgusting food from the family gathering, and she completely lost her appetite. After hesitating for a while, she blushed and said, Fang Xian. That? Jian Lianzi said shyly, Auntie gave me too much food, I don't think I can finish it. Could I? No, Lu Shanyan muttered in dissatisfaction, so many people, why does it have to be Fang Xian? Upon hearing this, Jian Lianzi lowered her head, feeling even more embarrassed. She didn't dare to finish her sentence. Fang Xian glanced at Jian Lianzi in surprise and said, It's fine, give it to me if you can't finish it. He had just realized that today's lunch wasn't enough for him. He didn't know why, but today when he asked Annie for a little more food, she absolutely refused, even though she had agreed before. Not being rejected, Jian Lianzi let out a sigh of relief and quickly added, I haven't eaten yet, then scooped food onto Fang Xian's tray that he had pushed over. After scooping a little, she hesitated and said, Won't you not be able to finish it? If you can't, I can still manage. Fang Xian replied, It's all right. He had a big appetite. He could finish all of Jian Lianzi's food. Oh. Seeing that Fang Xian looked fine, Jian Lianzi relaxed. She was just afraid of troubling others. As soon as Li Mingho returned to his table, he excitedly bragged to his classmates, Hey, do you believe Jian Lianzi will come to find me later? His classmates, already irritated from the morning, didn't want to listen to him boast about such nonsense. They just wanted to eat and relax. At that moment, one of them caught sight of Jian Lianzi sitting with Fang Xian and couldn't hold back a laugh. Is that for real, Hao Gu? I see the English class representative going to sit with Fang Xian. Upon hearing this, others immediately started teasing, Oh damn. It's true, do you think Fang Xian and the English class rep have something going on? Definitely. My brother Xian is so handsome, and his personality is so gentle, that girl could totally fall for him. Smack. Li Mingho slammed his hand on the table. Silence. After being tormented by the strange rules all morning, his classmates had no energy to argue with him. Choose to keep quiet, just occasionally stealing glances at each other and chuckling. But Li Mingho still thought he had a lot of power, slamming the table and making everyone fall silent. His face darkened as he glanced towards Fang Xian. Ever since the morning when the strange rules had descended upon the world, after reading a few pessimistic posts about the end of the world, Li Mingho had become full of confidence. Because exam results were no longer of any use, beauty in the apocalypse was only a commodity, and only people like him, strong and athletic, were the ones who truly stood tall. What was the use of a pretty boy like Fang Xian? Wouldn't the monsters kill him? He only relied on tricks and couldn't stand on his own. Li Mingho didn't think Fang Xian was that impressive because if the events of the morning repeated, he could do it too. Jian Lianzi had been fooled by that pretty boy's performance in the morning, completely unaware of whose love she was betraying. Wait until you see me surrounded by beautiful women, with a bunch of people depending on me to survive, and then you'll cry and regret. Li Mingho fully believed what he read online, that the national order will collapse, and in the future, strong people can do whatever they want. After all, he was an athlete. In this school, if he wasn't the strongest, then who was? But the white moonlight would always be the white moonlight. Li Mingho didn't want to give up on Jian Lianzi. Originally, his plan to snatch the homework in front of Jian Lianzi tomorrow had been abandoned because his impulsive energy had faded a bit, but now he was firm again. Snatch. Snatch those damn English assignments. Tomorrow, I'll make Jian Lianzi see for herself who she can truly rely on in this apocalypse. At the cafeteria entrance. The cafeteria auntie was still serving food to the students in line. At that moment, the cafeteria auntie accidentally shook the ladle, and a piece of meat fell off. In an instant, her face turned pale. As a cafeteria worker, you cannot shake the ladle while serving food to students. Before the cafeteria auntie could scream in fear, the red apron on her tightened instantly, and the straps cut into her flesh like sharp blades. The blood gushed out and was all absorbed by the apron, which slowly turned black. The students in line scattered in panic. Hearing the commotion behind, Fang Xian turned his head to look. He saw a group of about 10 students in disarray, running to other lines to queue, but the area where they scattered seemed perfectly fine. Only a cafeteria auntie wearing a black apron was standing straight. It seemed like she noticed Fang Xian's gaze, and she even made eye contact with him. Fang Xian turned his head back and continued eating. Chapter 10, Going Home. With nothing to do, Fang Xian opened the system task panel. Beginner task, survive today, 11 hours 53 minutes 23 seconds remaining. Task reward, random skill. Growth task, avoid the vengeful level strange attacks, 9 out of 10. Task reward, random skill, white, 10% resistance. The progress of the growth task had increased again. When was this added? At this rate, maybe in the afternoon, the task could be completed, and I'd get another white skill and resistance. After tonight at midnight, I could also get a random quality superpower. Who? A sudden exclamation came from beside him. At the same time, cheers and discussions rose from several seats. Lu Xianyan excitedly tugged on Fang Xian's sleeve and handed him her phone. Fang Xian, look. We have the afternoon off. They haven't announced when school will start. Does this mean we won't have to study anymore? How could that be? Fang Xian thought, but he was a little curious. Why, all of a sudden, was there a break? Was there a typhoon coming? Or was a heavy storm about to hit? Lu Xianyan said, we don't have classes in the afternoon, how about we go out and have some fun? Jian Lianzi said, I think at times like these, it's better not to run around outside. Fang Xian agreed, yeah, with the college entrance exams coming up, I won't go out. A rare holiday. He preferred staying at home playing games. Lu Xianyan felt a bit disappointed. Okay. She added, then how about coming to my house? It's super safe here. Maybe next time. Tomorrow they might announce school is reopening. Fang Xian finished his lunch while the two girls were still eating. He sat quietly beside them, waiting for them to finish. Afterward, the three of them left the school together. Since they were going different directions, they parted ways at the school gate, saying goodbye and heading home. Yunshu Community. Jian Lianzi stood at the door, motionless for a long time. She saw her mom's shoes in the shoe cabinet. Her mom was home. Jian Lianzi took a deep breath. Her hand, raised halfway, paused for a moment before she pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After a while, a response came from inside the door. I'm coming. Hearing her mom's voice, Jian Lianzi's face showed joy, and she happily called out, Mom, I. Click, the door opened. At the door stood a beautiful woman with deathly pale skin and spots of corpse-like bruises on her face. You're back. Jian Lianzi's voice became softer, until it was silent. Hidden rules. 1. Do not show that you know your mom is strange, so she won't attack you. 2. Always listen to your mom at home. Kids who don't listen will be punished by their moms. 3. If you make a mistake, your mom will punish you. How it counts as a mistake is decided by her, so find a chance to escape immediately, because you never know when she will punish you. Silence. The beautiful woman stared at Jian Lianzi for a while and then spoke. Lianzi, why are you suddenly home today? Oh. Jian Lianzi lowered her head, changing her shoes, and softly said, school is on break. She bent down and passed by the beautiful woman, sitting in the chair without lifting her head as usual. The beautiful woman turned her body to follow Jian Lianzi's movements, her gaze never leaving her. I see. Did you have lunch? Yeah, I ate. Jian Lianzi controlled her emotions, making sure her voice didn't tremble. Then how about having some more with Mom? You said yesterday you wanted chicken soup, so this morning, Mom specially went to the market and bought a chicken, even getting to work late. The beautiful woman's voice suddenly stopped. She looked at Jian Lianzi, whose eyes were filled with tears, and gave a sinister smile. Lianzi, why are you crying? Just now some sand got in my eye. Jian Lianzi lowered her head and rubbed her eye, speaking nonchalantly. Oh. The beautiful woman's smile faded. She turned and went back to the kitchen. You can watch TV for now. I'll call you when the food is ready. Bang. 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 The sound of rough meat chopping came from the kitchen. The TV in the living room was playing, but Jian Lianzi wasn't paying attention to it. She tightly pressed her lips together, tears welling up in her eyes. The chopping noise suddenly stopped. Lianzi, the soy sauce at home is finished. Can you go buy some for me? Okay. Once she was outside the building, Jian Lianzi couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Her hands trembling, she dialed a number. The phone connected. Hello? Piao Miao Bei, Building 7.
Fang Xian pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Jian Lianzi, who was sitting beside him.
Thank you.
Looking at Jian Lianzi, who was quietly sobbing, Fang Xian wanted to comfort her but didn't know what to say, so he just sat quietly beside her.
After a while, Jian Lianzi's emotions calmed down.
She wiped her tears and awkwardly said, "Thank you. I'll look for a place to stay soon.
I won't trouble you for too long." Fang Xian said, "Are you looking for a place?"
The neighbor next door just moved out, and the apartment is for rent.
It's similar to mine. If you think it's suitable, I can help you contact them. Jian Lianzi felt a bit tempted.
She was from a single-parent family, with only her mom as her relative. There were no other relatives in Yun City, and she couldn't go back home.
Not knowing where else to go, staying near someone familiar was definitely a good choice. But when she thought of her mom, Jian Lianzi hesitated. I'm afraid my mom might come looking for me.
Living so close, she was worried her mom might cause trouble for Fang Xian.
Fang Xian thought, so she ran away from home?
That means I have to keep Jian Lianzi here, or else no one will know where she is. It's dangerous for a girl like her to be alone outside. Stay here, you can even stay at my place for now.
But I will bring danger.
Jian Lianzi stared at Fang Xian, stunned.
You can call me, I'm right next door.
Jian Lianzi lowered her head, not daring to look at Fang Xian, her fingers interlaced in her lap. Fang Xian contacted the neighbor who was renting out the house, settled the price and agreement, then took Jian Lianzi to get the keys from the property management, and helped clean the house.
It wasn't until 4 p.m. that everything was finished.
Back at Fang Xian's house, Jian Lianzi sat on the sofa, staring blankly ahead with dim eyes, seemingly lost in thought.
Sitting on the other side, Fang Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Want to play a game? I'll call Fu Yang and Shan Yan to join us."
Jian Lianzi lifted her head, her expression confused as she looked at Fang Xian, then nodded slowly, sluggishly pulling her phone out of her pocket. The moment the game screen appeared, she suddenly snapped out of it.
She seemed to remember something and nervously asked, "Will there be rules for the game?"
Rules?
Well, if the tower is destroyed, you lose. Jian Lianzi tightly gripped her phone and nervously asked, "Then what happens if we lose?" Fang Xian said, "You'll lose stars." Jian Lianzi, ? Chapter 11, Strange Guest. The game helped distract Jian Lianzi, and her mood wasn't as heavy as before.
They played until 6 p.m. Fang Xian, after a second round of Let's Stop with the most addicted player, Lu Shanyan, ignored her pleas of one more round and exited the game to prepare dinner. He opened the fridge and took out the dumplings his mother had sent him earlier, walking into the kitchen.
Feeling awkward just sitting there, Jian Lianzi followed him into the kitchen. Fang Xian divided some dumplings for her to cook, so she wouldn't feel useless. Knock, knock.
The sound of someone knocking on the door came from the living room. Jian Lianzi, who was closer to the door, looked out briefly before heading to the wash basin to wash her hands.
I'll open the door.
She dried her hands and walked toward the living room. But instead of opening the door immediately, she cautiously approached the peephole, moving quietly.
But just that glance almost made Jian Lianzi's heart leap out of her chest.
She quickly pressed her back against the wall, hands clutching her chest, her eyes wide. It was clear that she had been frightened. After waiting for a long time with no sound of the door opening, Fang Xian came out of the kitchen. He looked at Jian Lianzi with concern, then peered through the peephole. An old lady stood outside the door.
It's Grandma Chen from upstairs, Fang Xian said, as he went to open the door. Wait, don't.
Jian Lianzi, startled by his movement, was about to warn him, but the door was already open. Standing outside the door was an old lady with a seriously hunched back, her cat-like face staring directly at Jian Lianzi.
Jian Lianzi was so frightened she couldn't move.
The moment their eyes met, she felt like her entire body froze.
To Fang Xian, Grandma Chen still appeared as a kind, alive person.
"Grandma, I was cooking, so it took a bit longer to open the door,"
Fang Xian said.
During his 3 years living alone in the Mist Bay, Grandma Chen had taken good care of him, so he held great respect for her.
Grandma, this is my classmate, Jian Lianzi. She rented the house next door.
After a pause, Fang Xian gently nudged Jian Lianzi, who had not reacted yet. Jian Lianzi snapped out of her daze, forcing a smile.
Gr. Grandma. Hidden rule.
1. Don't show that you know Grandma Chen is strange, so she won't attack you.
2. Fang Xian is a nice person, and if you need help, you can ask him. Grandma Chen nodded stiffly, staring directly at Jian Lianzi.
Such a pretty girl.
I'll come visit you more often. No, Jian Lianzi's heart almost stopped. She forced a smile, saying, Grandma, you must come more often. Her last few words slightly distorted. Aunt Chen said, I will. Fang Xian said, Aunt, have you eaten? Lianzi and I made dumplings, do you want to eat some with us? Okay. Aunt Chen changed into the slippers Fang Xian had placed on the floor and followed him into the kitchen. Fang Xian pulled out a chair for her to sit in, after serving her the dumplings, walked toward the kitchen, saying, I'll go get some seasoning, you can eat first. Jian Lianzi quickly said, I'll go with you. Just as she got up, she felt her wrist being grabbed. Looking back, it was Aunt Chen holding onto her. What's wrong, Aunt? Jian Lianzi forced a smile, almost on the verge of tears. Seasoning, Aunt has it. Aunt Chen picked up a bowl with her other hand, suddenly opened her mouth and let out a gagging sound. The green, foul-smelling liquid covered the dumplings. She picked up the top dumpling with chopsticks, dipped it evenly, and placed it in Jian Lianzi's bowl. Here, eat. Oh, Jian Lianzi couldn't even hold the chopsticks properly. Suddenly, she turned her head to rub her eyes. It feels like something got into my eyes, Aunt, I'll go to the bathroom to deal with it. Really? Aunt will blow it for you. It seems better now. Jian Lianzi blinked hard, looking at the terrifying face approaching her, and forced a sweet smile. No need, thank you, Aunt. Then eat quickly. Mum. Jian Lianzi stared at the dumplings covered evenly in the slimy liquid, suddenly silent. Her throat tightened several times, but she still couldn't summon the courage to eat them. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? She bit her lip tightly, nervously glancing at Fang Xian in the kitchen. Why don't you eat? Seeing Jian Lianzi still not moving the chopsticks, Aunt Chen's face grew dark and terrifying, her eyes fixed on Jian Lianzi. Are you also disgusted with Aunt, or? She gripped Jian Lianzi's hand harder, making Jian Lianzi feel pain. That's not it. Aunt. I'll eat right now. As soon as the words left her mouth, the grip on her wrist loosened. Jian Lianzi, pale, let out a breath. She tightly pursed her lips, her hands trembling as she picked up the chopsticks, lifted a dumpling, closed her eyes, and tilted her head to put it in her mouth. Plop. The dumpling fell onto the table. Jian Lianzi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly reached to grab it, but failed several times. Why won't you eat? Why won't you eat? Why won't you eat? Aunt Chen repeated the words ominously, her body slowly leaning closer to Jian Lianzi. Aunt, I don't want. The dumpling seemed to have a mind of its own, dodging the chopsticks, refusing to be picked up. Watching the shadow slowly enveloping it on the table, Jian Lianzi's emotions were on the brink of collapse, on the verge of tears. If it falls, just leave it. I'll clean it up. At that moment, a voice, like a divine sound to Jian Lianzi, broke through the tension. At that instant, she felt like a drowning person saved from the water, finally feeling safe. She looked at Aunt Chen, who had returned to her seat without moving, then at Fang Xian, who was cleaning the table. Her eyes gradually filled with tears. I'm saved. It's so good, I'm finally alive. She moved her chair and, under Fang Xian's puzzled gaze, sat closely beside him, her whole body like a deflated balloon, staring blankly without saying a word. Fang Xian looked at her trembling body, understanding in his heart, and with a small smile, said, no need to be so tense. Jian Lianzi thought Fang Xian was reminding her. Realizing that things were not over yet, she nodded forcefully, For Jian Lianzi, the heart-pounding dinner time ended. After Fang Xian sent Aunt Chen upstairs, he returned to find Jian Lianzi curled up on a chair, hugging her knees, trembling. Hearing Fang Xian's return, Jian Lianzi looked up, her eyes full of tears, the area around her eyes red, and she looked pitiful. Fang Xian, it's so scary, everywhere is dangerous. Fang Xian, ? He didn't understand why Jian Lianzi had these thoughts. Before he could figure out how to comfort her, Jian Lianzi had already stood up to clean the table, as if she had cheered up. He closed his mouth. Help clean up. Later, Jian Lianzi said she would wash the dishes, so Fang Xian went back to the living room and sat down. He had nothing to do, so he browsed the system and found that the growth task had been completed. Chapter 12, Don't send messages in the group chat. Very good, you have survived several strange attacks. I think you've learned how to survive in this world controlled by the strange. But don't be careless, this is just the early stage of the strange apocalypse. Stay humble and keep striving to survive. Task update, kill vengeful level strange, 0/10. Task reward, random skill, green. Fang Xian thought to himself, is this asking me to kill people? If there were no alternatives, the progress of this growth task might stay stuck here. After claiming the reward for the previous task, 2 lines of text appeared in front of Fang Xian. Passive skill body flexibility, white. Soul pollution resistance 10%. The moment the text disappeared, Fang Xian felt a cold sensation at the joints of his body, as if lubrication had been applied. He could rotate his wrists and forearms more smoothly than before.
He didn't feel any difference in the increase of soul pollution resistance. Fang Xian wanted to test the passive skill body flexibility as much as possible. He secretly glanced at the kitchen, confirming that Jin Lianzi wouldn't be coming out soon. Then, he went online and searched for some human body high difficulty movements to follow. He easily mimicked them. This meant that the passive skill greatly enhanced his athletic talent. In terms of practicality, it was no less useful than being able to carry a cauldron. But Fang Xian wanted a skill that would improve his memory or intelligence, because he wasn't actually in the strange controlled apocalyptic world as the system said. He was in an ordinary everyday world. He was a high school student. His biggest problem right now was his severe weakness in some subjects. His English was not very good because he was too lazy to memorize vocabulary. If only he had a photographic memory skill. In Fang Xian's room. After washing the dishes, Jin Lianzi was doing homework. Although she had her own house just next door, she didn't dare to go back. After going through so many things, Jin Lianzi felt that danger was everywhere, and only being next to Fang Xian felt safe, so she shamelessly stayed here. Do. Her phone, placed to the side, kept vibrating. Half an hour ago, the school suddenly sent a notice that classes would resume tomorrow, and there were still people cursing in the class group chat. Worried about tomorrow's school, Jin Lianzi couldn't focus, and after her third distraction, she picked up her phone, hoping there might be some change in the situation. At this moment, a message popped up. It was from the owners group of Building 7 in Piaomiao Bay. She rented room 701 in the afternoon, and the property management added her to the group. The message was a video sent by the owner of room 401, with the cover text the correct approach to facing rule-related horror tales. Jin Lianzi clicked on it, but it was a terrifying female ghost face that startled her. Some owners in the group were cursing. 1502, what's wrong with you? 901, are you an idiot, posting something like this? 602, 401, did you post this without watching the whole video? 401, 1502, 901, 602. The way the owner of room 401 responded was strange. Jin Lianzi suddenly thought of a possibility, and her face turned pale. This video. Could it be some kind of curse? Anyone who watches it will be targeted by the strange. No, I can still leave the group now, can't I? Hidden rules, where are the hidden rules? Hidden rules. 1. Please do not send messages in groups with strange occurrences. They will target you, and if you reveal your address, they will come for you. Is this how it works? Thank goodness it was just a false alarm. Jin Lianzi breathed a deep sigh of relief, feeling like she was about to collapse. She quickly changed the house number in the group to a non-existent one, then clicked on the owner who had spoken earlier to add them as a friend and remind them to lock their doors and windows. But just as she was about to send the friend request, Jin Lianzi's finger stopped. What if they were killed and turned into strange creatures? Wasn't sending them a message exposing myself? Although she had already changed the doorplate number, the real one she had used before still posed a risk of being found. Sorry. Jin Lianzi felt a rush of guilt, but she really couldn't gamble with her own and Fang Xian's lives to warn a complete stranger she didn't know. She had just gotten up, preparing to go to the living room to warn Fang Xian, when she saw two terrifying messages on her phone. Fang Xian? 401, 702. Jin Lianzi immediately shouted, Fang Xian. Quickly find something to block the door. Ha! Fang Xian lifted his head from his phone. Bang! Fang Xian looked at the door, waved to the terrified Jin Lianzi to go hide in the room, then walked to the door and asked. Why did you kick my door? Bang! Bang! Fang Xian said, stop kicking my door, I'm calling the police. Bang! 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 2 minutes later. The door was knocked on, and someone outside said, hello, I'm the security guard of the community. A murderer just broke into our neighborhood and I managed to temporarily drive him away, but he's still somewhere in the neighborhood and hasn't been caught. You've been targeted by the murderer, and he might come back at any time. Please leave here with me immediately. Fang Xian. He didn't respond and didn't open the door. He had already told Jin Lianzi to call the police, and the door was sturdy. The person couldn't get in, so they just wait for the police to arrive, no need to risk going out to deal with the murderer. After waiting a while, it seemed like the person realized he had been exposed, and he kicked the door forcefully twice before leaving with a trail of footsteps. Gone? Fang Xian peeked through the peephole again. The hallway was empty, no one was there. Suddenly, an eyeball filled with bloodshot veins occupied his vision. Fang Xian instinctively took 2 steps back, falling into silence. I see you. Don't think that just because you're hiding inside, you're safe. Unless you stay in there forever, I'll keep watching you.
But don't let me catch you, because if I do, I'll chop off your flesh piece by piece, peel off your tendons, and cut off your limbs." The man's expression was frenzied, using the most straightforward bloody language to describe how he would kill Fang Xian. Click. The man, who was standing close to the door, stumbled. He stood there for a moment, then his expression gradually became excited. He bent down and walked in, his frenzied eyes scanning the surroundings. The living room light was off, it was very dark. The man held a knife in one hand, slowly groping forward with the other. "I'm coming to find you." His tone carried a twisted sense of pleasure, as if he was savoring the feeling of searching for someone. But he didn't notice that a shadow had stepped out from behind the door and was slowly approaching him. Just when it was only one step away, the shadow suddenly stopped and didn't move. Chapter 13, Who is the Prey? The man stopped in place, faintly sensing something. He suddenly turned his head to look. There was no one behind him. It seemed like the shadow he had seen earlier was just his imagination. The man searched around, feeling a little uneasy. He tightly gripped the knife in his hand, lifting it to be ready to strike quickly. A shadow suddenly flashed across the blade. The cold gleam of the blade flashed, and the reflection became clearer. It was a figure, and through the blade, he locked eyes with the figure. In the next moment, a pair of hands covered his mouth and neck. The man tried to break free, but those hands were like welded steel bars, holding him tightly in place. In the dark living room, a low, muffled wailing sound echoed, and under the moonlight outside the window, a shadow of someone being choked was cast on the wall. The figure's legs kicked and struggled desperately, but as time passed, the force of their struggle weakened more and more. Crack! The figure's neck twisted at an odd angle, and it completely stopped moving. "It's bad, it seems like I broke his neck." Fang Xian let go of his hand and looked at the man collapsed on the ground, thinking about the confession he would give later. "I was really terrified at that time. Just like this, if my parents hire a good lawyer, claiming self-defense shouldn't be a problem, and I'm still a high school student." Fang Xian picked up the man and directly threw him outside the door. "Go tell that to my minor protection law." Jian Lianzi walked out of the room, her small mouth slightly open, staring blankly at the clear muscle lines and veins on Fang Xian's forearm. So powerful. "It's nothing." Fang Xian closed the door, turned on the light, and recalling Jian Lianzi's uncanny premonition earlier, asked, "Lianzi, how did you know he would come?" "It was the owner's group." Jian Lianzi said, "As long as you send a message in the owner's group, you'll be watched." "But, it seems like, it's over now?" She tilted her head, unsure. Thinking about how Fang Xian had easily dealt with the bizarre situation earlier, Jian Lianzi's gaze was full of admiration, and she wasn't as scared anymore. "Owner's group?" Fang Xian took out his phone. A message popped up on his phone, and he was added to a new group. 1501, it's so terrifying. The guy across from me was just dragged out and killed, there was blood everywhere. Everyone, lock your doors. 901, help. Help. Somebody save me. There's some ghost thing banging on my door, it even pretended to be the property management and tricked me outside. 502, it's so scary, why has the world become like this? 1101, 901, good luck with that. 602, don't open the door. They can't get in. 1302, 1501, 901, 502, 1101, 602. 1001, 1501, 901, 502, 1101, 602. 1102, 1501, 901, 502, 1101, 602. 501, 1501, 901, 502, 1101, 602. The group fell silent all of a sudden. At the same time, a pop-up appeared in front of Fang Xian. To survive in the apocalypse, a safe home is essential. Now, the bizarre creatures are about to invade your home, taking away the only place of peace you have left on this land. This battle is unavoidable. Pick up your weapon and defend your house. Mission triggered, solve the bizarre beings of Building 7, January 7th. Mission reward, random skill, purple. The bizarre invaders of the house, do they refer to the murderers in the group? Fang Xian felt this mission was worth doing. With passive skills like strength to carry heavy weights and agility, his combat power had already reached the human limit. Dealing with murderers would be no problem. It's just that there were quite a few of them, which posed some risk, but the reward of a purple random skill was worth the risk. Besides, he had already killed one member of the murderer group, and not taking care of the others would make it hard to feel at ease, fearing they might come after him for revenge. Fang Xian said, Lianzi, I'm going out for a while. Eh? Jian Lianzi wanted to persuade him, but remembering Fang Xian's extraordinary combat ability, she hesitated for a moment and said, then, be careful, stay safe. I'll watch the door for you. If danger comes, come back quickly, and I'll open the door for you. Okay. Fang Xian took 7 ropes from the storage room, said goodbye to Jian Lianzi, and walked out the door. The murderer who had been thrown outside was still lying in the hallway,
and his chest seemed to rise and fall, indicating he was still alive. Fang Xian tied him up with the ropes, just in case, and then dragged him towards the staircase. The stairwell was very quiet, and under the harsh white light, it looked a bit eerie. As Fang Xian walked up the stairs, he could only hear his own footsteps and the sound of the murderer being dragged behind him. Drip! A drop of liquid suddenly flew past Fang Xian's face and fell to the ground. Fang Xian stopped and looked down. The splattered liquid was dark red. This was blood. Drip! Another drop of fresh blood fell, this time landing on his shoe. Fang Xian looked up. In the gap of the 10th floor corridor, there was a fruit knife covered in fresh blood. The owner of the knife was crouching on the railing, staring at him through the gap. The next moment, the man moved. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps coming down the stairs echoed from above. Fang Xian wasn't backing down either, dragging the murderer as he ran upstairs. When they reached the corner of the hallway on the 9th floor, a bloody fruit knife came rushing out first. Thanks to the flexibility granted by his passive skill, agile body, Fang Xian bent backward, his body and legs almost at a 90-degree angle. In the moment the fruit knife sliced across his cheek, his body snapped like a bent ruler, springing up forcefully, his left hand first breaking the man's right hand holding the knife, then his right hand swung a wide punch, using the momentum of his rise to strike the man's face. Clang! As the fruit knife hit the ground, the man's mouth twisted, his head slammed heavily into the wall, and shattered teeth and blood sprayed out, as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Solve the oddities of Building 7, 2/7. With the system's prompt, Fang Xian understood the man had lost the ability to resist, so he took out some rope, ready to tie him up. But just then, a mechanical voice came from behind him. Ding, 9th floor arrived. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a woman standing stiffly, her expression cold and full of resentment, her eyes exaggeratedly large, as if she had no eyelids, not blinking at all. The woman first looked at Fang Xian, then her eyes strangely moved to look at the man behind him, tied up, and at the man under his foot, who was about to be tied, her face showing a confused expression. Her cold and resentful demeanor was beginning to crack. Just then, Fang Xian happened to look up and locked eyes with the woman. Chapter 14, This is just outrageous. Strangely, the woman felt a weird sense of horror, as if she had just stumbled upon a murder scene. What was odd was that it seemed as though the other party was the prey. She maintained a calm face, but secretly, the elevator door close button was nearly smoking from how hard she was pressing it. But by the time the elevator doors closed, the boy in the school uniform outside made no move, just staring at her. This made the woman feel, did she just act too weak? Ding dong. The elevator doors that had just closed suddenly opened. And terrifyingly, the corridor outside had turned black, the boy who looked like a student and the two men he had tied up were all gone. Staring into the deep, endless darkness, the woman felt a slight chill in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she pressed the elevator door close button again. But then, with a ding-dong sound, the just-closed elevator doors opened again, and the outside was still pitch black. This time, the woman decisively took out the fruit knife tucked behind her, quieted her steps, and pressed against the wall, moving to the other side of the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, she extended the knife, stabbing outward dozens of times. She felt no resistance, as if stabbing into nothing. Every stab went into thin air. This meant that the person controlling the elevator's door open/close buttons was not even there. So why did the elevator doors open by themselves? The woman felt like her brain, which had just died, was no longer functioning properly. She returned to her original position, twisted her body, assuming a strange angle and posture that allowed her to see what was happening outside, even while staying inside the elevator. She pressed the elevator close button again and stared fiercely at the outside. But until the elevator doors were halfway closed, there was still no sign of anyone. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the darkness. As soon as the woman saw the figure, it had already entered the elevator. The elevator doors closed just as the figure entered, and a dull crash and a piercing scream came from inside the silver metal doors. The sound quickly faded away. After a while, the elevator doors opened again. A woman collapsed straight onto the floor, her face tilted to one side, her unfocused pupils staring at the depths of the corridor. Fang Xian stepped over the woman's body. The two men, hiding in the hallway, dragged the woman into the elevator along with them and pressed the button for the 15th floor. This was the floor the woman had pressed earlier. He suspected that this floor had accomplices of the woman, which was why she had tried to escape to the 15th floor. On the 15th floor, two men, one tall and one short, were furiously hammering on the door of room 1501 with tools in their hands. The black security door was on the verge of collapse, as if it could break open at any moment. Ding, 15th floor arrived. The sudden sound caught the attention of the two men. They simultaneously stopped their actions, quickly turned their heads, and stared expressionlessly at the elevator doors opening. Standing in the elevator was a boy in a school uniform.
The two men, one tall and one short, smiled, ready to rush forward, but then they saw the three people tied up with hemp ropes behind the boy, frozen in place like machines with jammed parts. The smile on their faces slowly faded. The boy in the school uniform stepped out of the elevator, walking leisurely, looking left and right, as if he hadn't noticed the two armed men ahead. If it weren't for the three people tied up behind him with hemp ropes, one might think he was walking his pets in the park. This strange behavior made the two men hesitant to act, even doubting, was this some kind of high-level strange being, pretending to be human to catch criminals? The tall man, holding a battle axe, squinted his eyes and turned to signal the short man behind him to test the situation. But just in that moment of turning his head, the boy in the school uniform suddenly sprinted toward him, face to face, his dark eyes locked onto his. Bang! Bang! Slap! Slap! Ah! The short man, watching the tall man being beaten so badly, felt his cheek muscles twitch, and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground. In a panic, he fumbled for his keys, quickly unlocking the door to room 1502 and hiding inside. Running away? Fang Xian wiped the blood from his cheek with his wrist, casually standing up from the tall man and binding him with hemp rope. Fang Xian picked up the battle axe from the ground, tested its feel by swinging it, then hid it behind his back, gently knocking on the door of room 1502, speaking in a calm tone. Hello, I'm the security guard of the community. A murderer just broke into our community, but I've temporarily driven them away. Please open the door so I can take you out of here. The short man, pressing his back against the door, remained silent. He was dead, but not stupid. Even if the person outside said they were a security guard, he wouldn't open the door. Not to mention, if the person outside claimed to be a strange being, he certainly wouldn't open the door. That human outside was too terrifying. He had already decided that after the human left, he would leave Building 7. No. He would leave the whole community and go far away to another place to continue killing. Knock, knock, knock. A very gentle knocking sound. It seemed like, after his continued silence, the person outside knocked lightly 2 more times and then left. The short man sighed in relief, aligning his decapitated head properly, preparing to pack up. Why didn't you open the door for me? Suddenly, the human's voice sounded again. The short man stiffened, feeling the terror he thought was gone after his death rise again. Because the voice didn't come from behind the door, it came from the left side. He slowly turned his head and saw the human squatting on the air conditioning unit outside, his black eyes staring through the window, unblinking. The short man's legs went weak with fear, and he crawled back into the room using all fours. The moment he locked the door behind him, he heard the sound of the living room glass shattering. Crash! Crash! Even with the door locked, the short man dared not relax. He dragged the table and bed to barricade the door, then hid in the wardrobe, watching through a crack. Bang! A section of the axe tip pierced through the door, with wood chips flying everywhere. After the tip disappeared, it pierced through the door again, and this time the gap became even larger. This scene not only frightened the short man, but it also seemed somewhat familiar to him, because 10 minutes ago, he was the one who had been dragged out of the next room and hacked to death by the tall man. That's right, the short man was the first to speak in the owner's group, the owner of room 1502. After dying and coming back to life, the short man realized that his humanity seemed to have disappeared, his mind had become muddled, and the only thing left in his heart was a brutal emotion: I want to kill all humans. But at this moment, this brutal emotion seemed to vanish, replaced by endless frustration and despair. Why, when he was human, he was frightened by the eerie things, but now that he had become eerie, he was the one being scared by humans? Chapter 15, The Man Killing from the Window. Inside room 1501. A young woman in her 20s was hiding in bed, trembling under the blanket. But when the knocking on the door stopped and a sound of fighting followed, a glimmer of hope surged in her heart. Could someone be here to save me? The woman slowly got out of bed. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, because the fighting sound soon stopped, the knocking didn't resume, and instead, a gentle male voice came from the door. The voice was distant, unclear. It seemed like someone was saying they were going to take people out? With this thought, the woman, filled with excitement, walked out into the living room, moved the heavy objects, opened the door, and immediately saw a schoolboy with an axe, chopping at the door of the room across. Bang! In an instant, she slammed the door shut, locked it, moved the heavy objects back into place, and collapsed to the ground. It wasn't a hero outside, it was those monsters fighting amongst themselves. Bang! A large hole was hacked into the room door. Watching the human outside kick the door, sending the door along with the table and bed flying, the short man squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to look any longer, praying that the human wouldn't find him hiding in the wardrobe. Thud, thud, thud. The human's footsteps wandered through the room, occasionally stopping, as if searching. Thud, thud. The footsteps stopped in front of the wardrobe. The short man immediately held his breath and reached into the wound on his chest, squeezing his heart to stop it from beating, hoping to make no sound. Creak. The wardrobe door opened. The short man felt his heart struggle intensify, but he didn't dare to open his eyes or move, continuing to shrink inside the wardrobe, playing dead. He didn't know how much time passed, maybe it was short, maybe long, but eventually, the wardrobe door was closed again, and the footsteps sounded once more. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew fainter and finally disappeared. It seemed the human had left. At this moment, the short man dared to relax his heart, letting it beat wildly in retaliation. Having been dragged out and hacked to death from the wardrobe more than 10 minutes ago, the short man naturally learned his lesson, and this time he hid among the clothes. Even if the wardrobe door was opened, as long as the clothes weren't moved, he couldn't be seen. He stayed hidden in the wardrobe for a few more minutes, feeling it was about time, before he finally crawled out from the clothes. But just as he stepped out of the wardrobe, the short man saw the most terrifying scene of his life. Right behind the doorframe, that human had stuck out his head, and was staring right at him. Solving the eerie in Building 7, May 7th. Fang Xian tied the short man up with hemp rope, thought for a moment, and prepared to take the elevator down to the first floor. Starting from there would minimize the chance of the other two murderers escaping. Dragging 5 people out of room 1502, Fang Xian suddenly felt a gaze on him. He casually glanced back, and saw someone crouching in the stairwell. He pretended not to notice and continued walking toward the elevator. In the stairwell, crouching, was a woman with large areas of burnt skin is extremely nervous at this moment. Because her 5 companions have been captured by humans. The woman has realized that, alone, they are no match for those humans, so she wants to rescue her companions from the humans and maybe, just maybe, have a chance at victory by surrounding them with justice. For this reason, before coming, she went to find Aunt Chen on the 8th floor, hoping to unite with the remaining strange beings on the 7th floor to act together. But alas, Aunt Chen had witnessed how Fang Xian had dealt with the strange beings on the 9th floor, and the old woman was terrified, refusing to come out no matter how much the woman persuaded or threatened her. So the woman had no choice but to go alone. She activated the trap she set on the 16th floor, then quickly climbed over the railing and hid in the gap of the stairwell. The trap was a bottle, and as the woman pulled it, it rattled down the stairs. This noise caught the attention of the human on the 15th floor hallway. He dropped the rope in his hand and rushed into the stairwell, running upward. The plan worked. The woman moved lightly down the 15th floor corridor. However, what the woman didn't know was that Fang Xian was standing on the 16th floor platform, quietly watching her every move through the gap in the stairs. After the woman died, her brain became a little slow. She could only think of using a flawed trap to lure the person away, which was already the limit. She didn't think to cut the rope with a knife, focusing solely on untying the knot. "I'll hold it for you," a gentle voice came from beside her. "MHM." The woman didn't suspect anything and handed the troublesome end of the rope to the person speaking. About 10 seconds later, she realized something was wrong and turned her head to look at the person beside her. It was a boy in a school uniform. His skin was very fair, his eyes were a rare pure black, and his lips were red and teeth white. He was very handsome, squatting beside her, seriously watching her untie the rope. If this had happened when she was alive, she would have been very happy to have such a handsome boy close to her. But now, she wasn't happy at all. In fact, her body even wanted to shake. She pulled out a fruit knife, intending to stab it into the boy's neck, but he struck first and knocked it away. Then, with a great force, he pressed her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Her neck suddenly felt a sharp pain, and she lost consciousness instantly. Solving the strange beings of Building 767. Just one more to go. Fang Xian tied up the woman and, according to the original plan, took the elevator to the first floor, then went up floor by floor to search. However, after searching the entire building, he couldn't find the shadow of the last murderer. Could they have run away? No, even if they left, the system would still count it as mission success. They must not have run yet, or maybe haven't left the neighborhood. With so many buildings in the complex, the murderer didn't have to commit crimes in just Building 7, they might have gone to another building. Fang Xian thought this was quite possible. His opponent was human, not the strange beings the system had mentioned. They weren't so rigid. They could kill anywhere, not just focus on tormenting the residents of Building 7. Fang Xian took the elevator back to the 7th floor. He first hid the murderer he had captured in the stairwell to avoid scaring Jianlianzi, then knocked on the door. "Who?" A timid voice came from inside. "I." Fang Xian had just spoken when the door opened slightly. A hand immediately reached out and pulled him inside, then quickly shut the door. Jianlianzi nervously examined Fang Xian, and seeing no obvious injuries on him, she let out a sigh of relief. "Did you finish it?" Seeing Fang Xian looking at the kitchen knife in her hand, Jianlianzi immediately put it down and said embarrassedly, I was just holding it for self-defense. One more to go." "You don't need to guard the door, go rest," Fang Xian said as he walked into the room, found the binoculars he had bought before, and then said goodbye to Jianlianzi. They took the murderers in the stairwell and rode the elevator to the rooftop.
The neighborhood was unusually quiet tonight. Every household had their curtains drawn, lights off, giving no hint that anyone lived there. Fang Xian used a telescope, carefully observing each household, and before long, on the 6th floor of Building 8, he spotted a peculiar house. It was the only one with the window open, curtains still drawn, and the light on, with 2 people standing by the window. When things seem unusual, there must be something odd going on. Fang Xian zoomed in the telescope, the image becoming clearer. He saw a tall man holding a metal desk lamp, repeatedly smashing it on another man's head, the splattered blood staining the floor red. Suddenly, the man stopped, walked to the window, and looked directly at Fang Xian through the telescope, pointing at him. Chapter 16, Active Skill, Invisible Hand. In the next moment, the man rushed out of the room. Then, Fang Xian saw the motion-sensing light on the 6th floor of Building 8 turn on. Next, the lights on the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd floors followed suit, lighting up quickly, no more than a second between each floor. When the motion-sensing light on the 1st floor turned on, the unit door of Building 8 opened, and the man, with speed far exceeding that of a world-class sprinter, ran towards Building 7. Just as the man reached the bottom of Building 7, a flower pot hit him on the head. Bang! The man staggered, then collapsed to the ground. On the rooftop, Fang Xian was startled. He had only intended to throw the flower pot to scare the man, never meant to hit him on the head. Hastily, he dragged the group of murderers, rode the elevator downstairs, and checked the man's condition. His chest rose and fell slightly, he was still alive. Fang Xian tied the man up with hemp rope, planning to take a car and hand the murderers over to the police. "Student, did you take care of all of this?" At that moment, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair walked over. He was dressed in an administrative jacket, with a gentle and refined aura. Seeing Fang Xian in his school uniform, his expression was somewhat surprised. Behind the middle-aged man followed a young man with medium-length hair, dressed in casual clothes, wearing headphones, with slightly drooping eyes and faint dark circles under them. Though he had a delicate appearance, he gave off a sickly impression. "Just lucky," Fang Xian replied politely. "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man said, "My name is Suzhen, a special agent from the former Tsangwa Disaster Response Bureau. This is my former team member, Lin Wenfei." The young man lazily nodded at Fang Xian. Suzhen smiled with a touch of melancholy, but that was all in the past. "Right now, we could probably be considered unemployed vagrants, hee." Fang Xian suspected he had misheard. "Excuse me, the Disaster Response Bureau?" "Yes," Suzhen nodded, "it's a secret organization under Tsangwa's official control. You can think of it like Bureau 749, an organization specifically tasked with handling extraordinary supernatural events. Due to policy, it was never publicly announced. But now, even if they wanted to announce it, they can't. Because the rule has arrived, and the Disaster Response Bureau was disbanded this morning, hee. Suzhen gave a self-deprecating laugh. The rule was extremely strict with the Disaster Response Bureau. It used the monthly death toll and the number of supernatural incidents as the indicators that the agents had to follow. For every additional death or supernatural occurrence, an agent of the Disaster Response Bureau would die in turn. After the rule arrived, along with the fact that deaths now led to inexplicable supernatural events, the numbers of both deaths and supernatural incidents skyrocketed. If the headquarters of the Disaster Response Bureau had not decisively disbanded the agency, all the agents would likely be dead by now. However, as a result, Tsangwa's ability to deal with supernatural events was completely crippled. Suzhen and Lin Wenfei were quite responsible. Even though they had lost their roles as handlers and no longer had an organization, they were still carrying out their duty of dealing with the strange matters. What is he talking about? 749 Bureau? Rules? Disbanded? Fang Xian couldn't understand. He stepped back and asked, "Oh, so what do you need me for?" Suzhen said, "We received a notification from a police friend of mine. We came all the way here, but we didn't expect that you had already solved the issue. You really are impressive, little student. How about joining us?" Fang Xian politely refused, saying, "Sorry, I still have to study." "Study, huh?" Suzhen proposed a condition he thought was very attractive. Although the Disaster Response Bureau has been disbanded, they've still left a lot of power behind. As long as you join us, I can find a way to help you drop out of school and become an unemployed drifter like us, free from all rules. Are you serious? Fang Xian began to doubt whether he was dealing with a madman. He had just been talking about strange things and now, he wanted to help him drop out of school, turning him into an unemployed drifter like them? The Disaster Response Bureau has already disbanded. There's nothing else I can promise you, but dropping out is something I can do. I guarantee it. Consider it one of the few remaining benefits of joining the Disaster Response Bureau now. Suzhen said seriously. Fang Xian confirmed that he had really met a madman. Lin Wenfei silently said, "Captain, do you think we were treated like we're crazy?" Lin Wenfei felt that his captain's words just now were really something.
If it had been before the rules came down, pulling some random student and offering to help them drop out, so they could become unemployed drifters like them, they'd probably be chased out by the parents with sticks. Sujin said, maybe it's because I didn't gain that little student's trust. Sujin was deep in thought. He felt that what he said wasn't wrong. It was quite tempting. How come the student didn't fall for it? Shaolin, bring the strange items with you. We need to head to the next location. Oh, and remember to check that student's information when we get back. If the organization finds a way to bypass the rules and rebuild, the credit should go to him. He worked hard for this, we can't just take it. Got it. So the ability, I observe unconsciously, activated. What he thought it was, became just that. Therefore, the system task was shown as completed. Fang Xian collected the task reward. As the words disappeared, the principles and usage techniques for the invisible hand flooded into Fang Xian's mind. At the same time, Fang Xian felt a cool sensation in his brain. He closed his eyes and sensed a miraculous change occurring in his body. It was truly magical, it was like stepping into a fantasy world. Fang Xian understood the newly acquired skill, the invisible hand. It could generate 4 invisible hands within a 10-meter range around him. These hands couldn't be seen or sensed by anyone. The strength of these hands depended on his own strength and could stack with passive skills like strength to bear the heavens. Moreover, these invisible hands could fly freely within the 10-meter range. This meant that Fang Xian could use the invisible hands to lift himself. This skill also has growth potential, with a 10-meter range and 4 hands being the current limit for Fang Xian, not the skill's true limit. Chapter 17, Fang Xian's Parents. After using the skill in the hallway, Fang Xian suddenly remembered that the group of murderers he had left downstairs were still there. He quickly went downstairs to check, only to find that the group of murderers was gone. Fang Xian suspected they had been taken away by those 2 mentally ill people, so he used binoculars to search around but couldn't find them, so he had no choice but to call the police. From the police, he learned that the murderers had been taken by their people, which relieved him, and he took the elevator back to the 7th floor. Click. Fang Xian opened the door with his key. Jian Lianzi, who was doing homework at the table in the living room, immediately stood up. Fang Xian. Jian Lianzi said, well. I saw you busy outside, and you might not have had time to do your homework, so I helped you with it. Seeing the exam papers still on the table, it was clear she had finished Fang Xian's homework first and hadn't finished her own yet. Ha! So nice. Fang Xian was stunned for a moment and nodded, saying, thank you. Do you want to take a shower? The gas isn't working over there, so you can shower here tonight. Did you bring clothes? No. Jian Lianzi's face flushed slightly. She had rushed out and, aside from her school uniform and phone, didn't bring anything else. Then you can wear my mom's clothes for now. My family has a dryer, and you can wear your school uniform tomorrow after drying it. Sorry for the trouble. Jian Lianzi paused, suddenly feeling a sense of discomfort, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt wrong. What's wrong? Fang Xian asked. Nothing, thanks. Jian Lianzi quickly shook her head after coming back to her senses. 30 minutes later. Jian Lianzi walked out from the steamy bathroom in a soft, light yellow nightgown. Her long, jet-black hair was tied up on top of her head, exposing her smooth, full forehead. Her fair cheeks were rosy, and her natural face was very captivating. Mom, we had dumplings for dinner, the ones you sent last time. I ate them at school for lunch, they were okay. The money's enough, yeah, there's a holiday this afternoon, it's a bit strange, but I still have class tomorrow. Is my little sister asleep? I'll call earlier next time. What about Dad? Is Fang Xian talking to his mom on the phone? Jian Lianzi, staying in the other person's house, tiptoed, not daring to make a sound, feeling a strange sense of nervousness. Suddenly, Jian Lianzi froze, her body trembling. A chill rushed from her heart, nearly freezing her blood. She remembered where the sense of discomfort came from. Fang Xian's family, didn't they all die in an accident? When Jian Lianzi was in her first year of high school and hadn't been assigned to a class, she was in the same class as Fang Xian. At that time, she was the class monitor, and the teacher often asked her to help organize the students' personal information. She remembered that Fang Xian's entire family died in an accident when he was 13. After finishing middle school in Yan country, Fang Xian came alone to Tsang country for high school. By all accounts, he should be the only one living in this house, but why? Jian Lianzi stiffly lowered her head, looking at the nightgown belonging to Fang Xian's mother on her body. Then she turned her head to look around at the 2 rooms that clearly showed signs of daily life, the so-called rooms of Fang Xian's parents and younger sister. In a daze, the 2 rooms, with their lights off, seemed like gaping abysses, swallowing her soul. Jian Lianzi immediately turned her head back, pressing her lips tightly together, too afraid to look again. Hidden rule. 1. Never let Fang Xian find out that his family is already dead.
2. Fang Xian's house is very safe, but please do not enter his parents' and younger sister's rooms. The appearance of the hidden rule instantly extinguished Jian Lianzi's urge to remind Fang Xian. Because so far, the hidden rules had never harmed her, and it was only when she didn't follow them that terrible things happened. Since the hidden rule says this, reminding Fang Xian about his family's situation. It's definitely not helping him, it's hurting him. At this moment, the hidden rule in Jian Lianzi's mind flickered twice, and the third rule was born. 3. At ordinary times, Fang Xian is someone you can rely on and depend on. What does this mean? Does it mean that during unusual times, Fang Xian cannot be relied on or depended on? Even. Jian Lianzi furrowed her brows, for the first time questioning the hidden rules. She didn't believe it, and didn't want to believe that Fang Xian could harm her. Why are you standing still in the aisle? Ah! The sudden voice startled Jian Lianzi, and her slippers, freshly worn after a shower, were too slippery. She lost her balance and almost fell forward. But just as her hands were about to touch the ground, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her up. Her head rested against a solid, warm chest. Jian Lianzi instinctively turned her head, almost pressing her cheek against Fang Xian's. The handsome face right in front of her, the pleasant scent from the tip of his nose, instantly made her forget the warning from the hidden rule, and her brain simply shut down. Sorry, did you fall? After staying in Fang Xian's arms for 2 or 3 seconds, it was only when Fang Xian spoke that Jian Lianzi finally realized the situation. In an instant, her face turned so red it seemed to be smoking, and she scrambled to get out of Fang Xian's arms, unable to say a word as if she had lost the ability to speak. Fang Xian took the initiative to break the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. This bedsheet is the one I changed. It was aired before being folded up. You can use it first. It's getting late, and you still have class tomorrow. Go ahead and change the sheets first. Jian Lianzi silently followed behind Fang Xian, walking toward her newly rented house. This one is definitely fake, it's deceiving me. She secretly glanced at Fang Xian, intentionally ignoring the third hidden rule, only remembering the first 2. While putting the bedsheets on with Fang Xian, Jian Lianzi hesitated several times before finally opening her mouth. Fang Xian. Don't your parents live here? No, they're all in Yin country. Fang Xian didn't know how to describe his feelings when talking about his parents. Since coming to Tsang country, he hadn't seen his parents for almost 3 years. If it weren't for their frequent phone calls and occasional packages of money and food, he would have thought they had abandoned him. This summer vacation, he absolutely had to go back home. After helping Jian Lianzi set the blanket, Fang Xian said goodbye. I'll head back now. Sleep early, if anything happens, just call me. Bye. After watching Fang Xian leave, Jian Lianzi returned to her room, throwing herself onto the bed and lying still, staring blankly at the ceiling. She didn't know how long it had been when suddenly, her phone rang with an incoming call tone. Jian Lianzi turned her head in a daze, her body freezing instantly. The caller ID showed, Mom. She gently turned over, pulling the blanket she was lying on over herself, pretending she didn't hear it and not answering or hanging up. She pretended to ignore it until the phone call ended automatically, and only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Turning back, her clear eyes reflected the missed call display on the phone, her mood slightly downcast. Beep. At that moment, another message popped up. Chapter 18, Golden Skills. Urgent national notice. Jian Lianzi glanced at the title, immediately sat up, leaned against the pillow, and seriously started reading. Regarding the global rule incident that occurred today, the relevant special team in our country is currently investigating. Citizens of Shang country need not worry. The situation will be resolved in the near future, and post-disaster reconstruction work will begin. During the rule disaster period, all citizens of Shang country must remember the following points. 1. Do not violate the rules, reduce unnecessary outings, do not communicate with strangers, do not disclose personal information or home addresses online, do not enter buildings with strange appearances, and if not necessary, stay at home. 2. As for the monsters revived from the dead, the international community has named it the Eerie. When encountering the Eerie, do not acknowledge its identity. Treat it calmly and, when possible, immediately distance yourself. This can effectively avoid 90% of Eerie attacks. Do not treat the Eerie as your friend or family. What has come back is a monster occupying the body of your friend or family member. The Eerie deeply despises humanity. They will not show mercy due to past relationships. If a family member becomes an Eerie, immediately move away and do not hold any hope. Up to now, the international community has classified the Eerie into 3 danger levels: vengeful, fierce, and terrifying. If a higher level Eerie emerges, the country will issue a corresponding danger alert. Citizens should pay attention to relevant news and stay away from dangerous areas. Humans are not defenseless against the Eerie. In times of great emotional turmoil, we can awaken special powers.
If any citizens discover they have gained special abilities, do not panic. Contact the relevant department, and a specialist will come to guide you on how to use your abilities. Currently, the related department has not been established. Once it is, the relevant information will be released. Citizens should stay informed. Special powers? So the hidden rule is my special power.
Jian Lianzi remembered the first appearance of the hidden rule, which was when she was extremely scared about not finishing her homework. This was indeed a great emotional disturbance. But why, when the hidden rule first appeared, it told me not to reveal it to others? Jian Lianzi was torn about whether to contact this so-called relevant department, but since the department had not been established yet, she didn't need to make a decision for now.
Fang Xian swiped away the sudden pop-up spam message and waited for midnight to arrive.
After midnight, he would have completed his new player task for the day and could claim a random quality skill reward.
Soon, midnight passed. New player task completed. Fang Xian decisively claimed his reward. Passive skill Unquenchable Heartfire, Gold. At the moment the words faded, Fang Xian vaguely saw his heart, beating like a flame, and his true spirit floating on the calm surface of the water. Unquenchable Heartfire, the eternally existing soul. The effect of the skill can be explained simply: even if the body is burned to ashes, ground to powder, or even erased or forgotten, as long as there is still will in the heart, as long as one doesn't want to die, they can cling to life, and maintain the peak combat strength without being affected by the body's defects. For example, let's say the right hand. Even if the left hand is chopped off, shredded to pieces, or burned to ashes, blown all over the place and mixed with mud, it can still be forced into movement by the unyielding will in the heart. This is the effect of the gold passive skill Unquenchable Heartfire. Incredible. Fang Xian was stunned by the power of this golden skill and didn't expect his luck to be this good. He drew an enhanced version of immortality. He still had class tomorrow, so after claiming his reward, Fang Xian turned off the lights and went to bed. At 7 a.m. Fang Xian, just done brushing his teeth, heard a knock at the door. He opened it to find Jian Lianzi, wearing her school uniform, standing at the doorway, looking at him with a lively expression. Fang Xian. You sit for a bit, I'll be ready in a moment. Okay. After getting dressed, Fang Xian walked out of the room and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." "Then let's eat outside." Fang Xian grabbed the keys, locked the door, and the two took the elevator down from Building 7. In the community square, music played loudly and energetically. Sitting behind Fang Xian on his electric bike, Jian Lianzi watched the elderly women dancing in the square and quietly muttered, "After all this, they still insist on dancing?" What she didn't know was, the old ladies also had their unspeakable troubles. As a retired old lady, you have to leave on time and go dance square dance with your sisters. At this moment, one old lady, who had been nervous and fearful, accidentally missed a beat in the dance. Instantly, the music stopped, and several other old ladies twisted their heads 180 degrees in an eerie way, staring at her. The old lady's face instantly turned pale. She screamed in fear, "I didn't do it on purpose. Give me one more chance, ha ha ha." Suddenly, blood poured from her mouth, and after a few spasms, she fell to the ground. But the next moment, she got up again, her face cold and numb. The festive music began to play again. The remaining old ladies danced timidly, following the rhythm, and even though they were nearly exhausted, they didn't dare stop. They arrived at a famous old bun shop. Jian Lianzi said proactively, "There are too many people. I'll go buy it, what do you want to eat?" Fang Xian told her his breakfast preferences, then said, "I'll transfer you the money." Jian Lianzi smiled, "No need, you helped me so much yesterday, I don't even know how to thank you." She jogged over to queue up to buy breakfast. When she got the breakfast, a cold voice came from the side, "I want a meat bun, with finger stuffing." The bun shop owner trembled all over, gritting his teeth and nodding, "Okay, okay." Jian Lianzi glanced at his finger wrapped in gauze, still losing blood, and sighed in her heart, "It's not easy for anyone." She picked up the breakfast, carefully walking past the strange customer, then quickly jogged back to Fang Xian's side. They were about to reach the school. Jian Lianzi, sitting on the electric scooter, held onto Fang Xian's shirt corner, lowering her head, a bit afraid of being seen by her classmates. There were quite a few girls at school who liked Fang Xian, even junior students who would run to their classroom after class just to catch a glimpse of Fang Xian. If someone saw her riding Fang Xian's electric scooter to school, she would definitely become the enemy of the whole school. Bang! The electric scooter suddenly braked. Ah! Jian Lianzi, who had been lowering her head, collided directly with Fang Xian's back. Fang Xian looked at the delivery man who rushed past in front of him, thinking to himself, "Is the delivery running late?" He turned back and asked the poor Jian Lianzi, who was rubbing her head, "Sorry, are you okay?" "I'm not." At this moment, the delivery man, who had almost collided with Fang Xian, glanced at the order that was about to be late and shouted in fear. "Hurry! Hurry! Faster! As a delivery man, you have to deliver the food to the customer on time. Chapter 19, Hallucinations.
Li Minghao sat in his seat, taking deep breaths to calm his emotions. In order to look cool and snatch the strange English homework from Jian Lianzi later, he decided to rehearse it now, while showing off in front of his classmates.
Ahem, ahem. Li Minghao loudly coughed twice to attract the attention of the entire class.
He stood up and, like a little thief about to steal something, walked back and forth, glancing left and right at the strange seat.
Suddenly, he made his move, swiftly snatching a test paper from the desk.
But just as he turned around to run, a hand firmly grabbed the tail of his shirt.
Stealing my things, bullying classmates, violating the rules.
The one who grabbed Li Minghao recited these words mechanically, and a cold, eerie smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He violently threw Li Minghao, who was struggling to escape, onto the desk, then pinned Li Minghao's twisted face, full of fear and horror. His right hand, shaped like a knife, rose high, then heavily slashed down.
Poochie.
Li Minghao cosplayed Louis XVI for a moment.
The classmates who had been attracted by Li Minghao's coughing were dumbfounded. What is he doing? Does he want to kill himself?
Bro thought he was one of a kind, thought that even if he became a strange being, he could still keep his sense of self. After a day of adjustment, the students in the class were no longer so afraid of the deaths, at least no one lost their mind anymore. They were all dissatisfied with Li Minghao's behavior, which harmed both others and himself. After all, with one more strange person in the class, they were at greater risk.
Only one person cried because of Li Minghao's death. That was Li Minghao's deskmate. Minghao. Oh, Minghao. Why the hell couldn't you just think things through? Why the hell? Even in death, don't come sit next to me. Did you all see the official notice from yesterday?
Yes, damn, there's actually such a thing as special abilities.
If I awaken a special ability, does that mean I don't have to be afraid of these strange things? How can I cause a huge emotional fluctuation? I want to awaken my special ability. Simple, go home and kill your little brother.
While discussing special abilities with his classmates, Yan Fuyang saw Fang Xian coming in through the back door and excitedly ran over.
Xian, did you see yesterday's announcement? What announcement? It's about special abilities. Emotional fluctuations can awaken special abilities. Fang Xian laughed and said, where did you read this on some unknown forum?
Yan Fuyang said, this time it's for real.
The official release, it's different from before.
Okay, it's really real. Fang Xian went along with it, not taking it too seriously. Yan Fuyang was a hardcore fan of novels and always believed that there was extraordinary power in this world. Just last week, he excitedly came to him, saying that the spiritual energy had revived, and that he had found an incredible cultivation method online and wanted to share the opportunity with him. In the end, he ended up in the hospital that very day because of some weird breathing exercise. Yan Fuyang himself had to take him there. Yan Fuyang said seriously, I've already figured out a way to cause a huge emotional fluctuation.
It will definitely awaken special abilities. Fang Xian played along, what is it?
Yan Fuyang said, bungee jumping. Such an exciting thing will definitely cause huge emotional fluctuations.
I've already looked it up. There's a bungee jumping activity in the amusement park in the Gao Yun district. Let's go check it out tonight. Friday night, right? We still have classes tomorrow.
Sure. Yan Fuyang nodded, then saw the class president passing by and waved at him.
Yuza, I, Fuyang, want to give you a big opportunity. Would you like to come with us on Friday night to awaken special abilities?
Class President Lin Yuza was a bit tempted but hesitated for a moment, then sighed, I have to help at the family barbecue stand on Friday night.
Yan Fuyang also sighed, that's such a pity.
After Friday, when Xianji and I awaken our special abilities, we'll come to your place for barbecue and give you some protection in the future.
Lin Yuza smiled, sure, I'll roast for you then, you can try my cooking.
Yan Fuyang awkwardly smiled, Zij, better let your dad do it.
Don't tire yourself out.
What are you guys talking about?
I want to hear. As soon as Lu Shanyan entered through the back door, she didn't even put down her school bag and immediately leaned next to Fang Xian. Fang Xian said, Fuyan wants me to go to the amusement park on Friday. Lu Shanyan immediately said, I want to go too. Fang Xian said, alright, I'll call you then. 2 days passed in a flash. During the 2 days of class, Fang Xian felt that something was not quite right. The classmates seemed to be afraid of something, yet they also seemed to be following some kind of rule, constantly muttering the word strange, which only appeared in the system. These signs made Fang Xian realize he seemed to be hallucinating. That's right, Fang Xian suspected that he was going insane. He had also wondered whether the world was really like what the system said, that the supernatural forces had revived and the world was controlled by strange forces. But his real-world experiences had made him dismiss that idea. For the past 2 days, Fang Xian had been constantly observing his classmates' actions. Whenever someone showed fear towards another person or thing, or suddenly followed some rule, he would get close to that person or thing when no one was watching, or purposely break that rule. And the conclusion that practice brought to him was that there is no eerie thing in this world. After all, if there were truly eerie things in this world, his kind of behavior would have already caused his own death long ago. How could he still be living so well? So even if the conclusion of hallucination sounds outrageous no matter what, it is still more real than the idea that there are eerie things in this world. As for the source of the hallucination, Fang Xian also had a certain guess. System. It is very likely that the system itself entered the wrong world, and because it has thin skin and is unwilling to admit it, it then attempts to change his cognition, making him also believe that this world has eerie things. He also does not know whether this kind of hallucination caused by the system can be cured. Fang Xian walked into a convenience store with a slight headache. This is a convenience store that stresses barter trade. It does not accept paper money, it only accepts the parts on your body. Task triggered, purchase any one item inside the convenience store. Task reward, random skill, blue. Fang Xian paused for a moment, glanced at the pop-up window, then looked at the extremely eye-catching sticker on the wall. Convenience store rules. 1. The small store only accepts barter trade, does not accept paper money. 2. After entering this small store you must purchase one item. If you leave without purchasing anything, it will be handled as the crime of theft. Hallucination appeared again. Fang Xian let out one breath and walked straight to the drink cabinet to take 4 bottles of water. Check out. He placed the water on the cashier counter. The cashier, standing straight with an unchanging smile on the face, said, in total it is 10,000 milliliters of blood. These 4 bottles should be 12 yuan, right? Fang Xian paid by scanning the code according to the marked price of the drinks. Chapter 20 Forced tourists to play amusement park. Ding. Hearing the payment notification sound, the eerie cashier who was just about to draw Fang Xian's blood froze for a moment. One person and one eerie thing looked at each other for a while. Not giving a bag, the service is a bit bad. Fang Xian picked up 2 bottles of water in each hand, and under the dumbfounded gaze of the eerie cashier, walked out of the convenience store. Did he skip the bill? Should I chase out? Why does the rule not punish him? The eerie cashier felt the dead brain was about to turn into paste. No, he just went out like that? Several young men and women who accidentally entered the convenience store and were trapped because they did not dare to buy things looked at each other. Purchase any one item inside the convenience store, completed. Active skill ghost walk, blue. Fang Xian, walking on the street, suddenly felt a burst of cool feeling coming from the legs. At the same time the muscles of the legs became tight, and the brain also had some knowledge. That is the usage skill of ghost walk. It can make the figure move like a ghost and shuttle in a strange way. Fang Xian looked left and right, no one. The next moment, his whole body abruptly disappeared. Without disturbing the dust on the ground, and without making even a little sound, he directly appeared on the street on the other side of the wall. Ghost walk can pass through some not thick walls. He walked to another wall. Fang Xian's figure disappeared again, passing through walls all the way and walking in a diagonal line. He quickly returned to the door of his own home. Really easy to use, hallucination and such seem not impossible to accept. Getting used to it is fine. Fang Xian opened the door and returned to his own home. He took out the 4 bottles of drinks from the school bag and placed them on the table. This was prepared for going to the amusement park later with Yan Fuyang and the others. He took out a handgun from the school bag again. The gun body was silver white. The workmanship was very exquisite. This was secretly stuffed to him by Lu Shanyan this morning, saying that she spent very great effort to get it, letting Fang Xian carry it on the body for self-defense. Such a realistic handgun should not be cheap, right? Fang Xian swung it left and right to look for a while, learning the action in the video. After cocking it with one hand he fired one shot toward the ceiling. Bang! The sound is also very realistic. Fang Xian played with it for a while again, then put it away. Because he believed this was only a toy handgun, therefore the ability I observe unconsciousness activated. What he thinks it is, then it is. This handgun truly became only the power size of a toy handgun. Knock, knock, knock. A faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Fang Xian opened the door. Outside stood Jian Lianzi, her long hair falling freely over her shoulders. She wore a white blouse with puff sleeves, a black bow tied at the collar, and a black pleated skirt that reached her knees. Her long white socks went up to halfway up her calves. She looked pure and beautiful, with the soft glow of a white moonlight captured in a blurry camera shot. Fang Xian said, "Let's go." Compared to the meticulously dressed Jian Lianzi, his own outfit looked somewhat ordinary. He wore a loose white t-shirt and blue wide-legged jeans, a very pedestrian style. However, with his handsome face and well-proportioned body, he caught everyone's attention no matter what he wore. At least Jian Lianzi secretly looked at him 4 times. Give me some water, I brought my bag, Jian Lianzi said, pulling her backpack closer to her chest, her gaze drifting a little. It's a bit heavy. They left the community, and the 2 of them rode a shared electric scooter to the meeting point they had agreed upon earlier in the morning. As Fang Xian stopped the scooter, the already arrived Lu Xianyan ran up to him and lightly punched his stomach. Ha! Take this punch. Why did you two come together?
Lu Xianyan, who had been smiling, immediately stopped grinning when she saw Jian Lianzi, who had arrived with Fang Xian. Fang Xian said, I saw her on the way, so we came together.
Oh.
Lu Xianyan pushed past Jian Lianzi, who was standing next to Fang Xian, and struck a pose for him.
Fang Xian, do you think my outfit today looks cool?
Fang Xian turned his head to look at her.
She wore a wine red hoodie, denim shorts, thick black stockings that reached up to the top of her thighs, and an eyebrow piercing? When did you get it done? Not done, it's a sticker.
I didn't dare to get it done because it would hurt too much.
How is it? Cool, right? Fang Xian nodded. Although Lu Xianyan's personality was a bit childish, her appearance was very mature.
Standing at 1.7 meters, with long, rounded legs and delicate, three-dimensional features, her eyes slightly upturned at the corners like a fox's, she was beautifully striking. Paired with the aggression brought by her eyebrow piercing, she had the style of a cool girl. That is, unless she spoke in that childish voice of hers. When it came to appearance, Lu Xianyan was the most beautiful girl Fang Xian had ever seen. Jian Lianzi was slightly less stunning in comparison. But surprisingly, at school, Lu Xianyan wasn't as popular as Jian Lianzi. It might be because of her habit of cursing. Fang Xian felt that the students at school, even the teachers, were somewhat afraid of Lu Xianyan.
Right?
Lu Xianyan smiled brightly and reached for her pocket.
I'll give you one too. I don't want one. Just one. Xiangu, the car's here.
Yan Fuyang squinted his nearsighted eyes, looking at the cars passing by on the street. He spotted the ride he had booked and turned to wave at Fang Xian and the others before getting into the front seat.
After giving the last few digits of his phone number to the driver, he said, Master, can you drive faster? We're a little late.
The driver smiled wryly and said, If you want me to go slow, I still have to drive fast. He rubbed his stubbled face and spoke with an accented voice, You guys in the back, please fasten your seatbelts.
Ah, these new rules are really killing people.
Every day I worry while driving, afraid of getting strange orders, afraid that when I get home, my wife and kids won't be there.
I can't even stop working, they force you to keep going.
Tell me about it, Yan Fuyang sighed, I used to never do homework, but now I'm forced to do it every day.
It's tough. You students still have it easy.
The driver sighed, started the car, and didn't speak again. The rideshare driver rule, unless asked by the passenger, drivers can't talk too much to passengers. 20 minutes later, Fang Xian and his group arrived at the Sky High Fun Park in Gaoyun District.
Ha! Why are there so many people?
Yan Fuyang, who had just gotten out of the car, looked at the line ahead and felt something was off.
It's normal for there to be a lot of people on a Friday night. Let's go, we need to buy tickets. Fang Xian walked toward the ticket booth. The others didn't think like he did. In a world so dangerous now, how could there be so many people at an amusement park?
Jian Lianzi hesitated for a moment, then approached a girl who seemed approachable to ask about the situation. She found out that they were all selected by the amusement park, having mysteriously received a ticket and were forced to come. It's the weekend, I thought I could finally get some rest, but now this happens. The girl looked helplessly at the ticket in her hand and asked, Did you guys also get forced to come here after receiving the ticket?
Yes, that's right. I have something to do.
Jian Lianzi quickly found an excuse to say goodbye to the girl. She needed to go find Fang Xian and get him to leave.
Forcing tourists to come here to play, this amusement park clearly sounded very dangerous. Chapter 21, Amusement Park Rules. Fang Xian said, The tickets have already been bought. Ha! Jian Lianzi's heart sank, and she whispered, Then, can we get a refund? Coward. Lu Xianyan looked at her with disdain, What's the big deal? You're too scared to go? Perfect. I can spend some alone time with Fang Xian. Behind them, Yan Fuyang said heavily, When was this decided? Have my personal records already been revoked? Do you have a say in this? Lu Xianyan turned around and glared at Yan Fuyang. Yan Fuyang shrank his head, not daring to joke around anymore. The three of them lined up and entered the amusement park. Hey, wait for me.
Jian Lianzi had no choice but to follow them. The doors to the waiting hall inside the amusement park were completely closed, and there was no way to leave. All the tourists who had passed through the ticket gates stood in the spacious hall, feeling lost and standing in scattered positions. As Fang Xian walked, he looked around at the spotless white walls, wondering what the amusement park was up to by trapping all the visitors here. Before he could think much more, a loud, violent noise similar to metal shutters slamming shut came from the back of the hall as the last tourist queued up. The lights in the sealed hall immediately dimmed, and the tourists began to panic, looking around in confusion. But the next moment. Whoosh!
All the lights above their heads lit up at the same time, and the harsh white light immediately flooded every corner of the hall. Zzz, a sound crackled from the speaker in the corner of the ceiling, and an old-sounding female voice, like the one from an old subway station, came through. Dear guests, hello, welcome to the Skyrocket Amusement Park. To ensure you have an enjoyable time during your journey, please be sure to follow the following rules. 1. This amusement park has many fun and exciting rides. To ensure you have a great time and that your visit is worthwhile, every guest must ride at least 4 rides. 2. Each ticket for the park has a 12-hour ride time limit. If this time is not reached, the amusement park will be closed and inaccessible, allowing all guests to relax and enjoy without distractions from the outside world. 3. All official staff of the park wear black uniforms. You can seek their help if needed. 4. The amusement park will cut off electricity after 10 p.m. The park becomes very dangerous after the power is cut, so please do not wander around outside to avoid accidents. Temporary dormitories are available for visitors inside the park, please find one if needed. Finally, we wish all visitors a pleasant journey tonight, enjoy the fun, and goodbye. Zzz, another round of ear-piercing static noise followed, and the waiting hall fell completely silent. Fang Xian looked at the speaker, and a strange feeling crept into his mind. The park's announcement felt more like a creepy urban legend than actual rules. This is a bizarre amusement park that enjoys the screams of its visitors. In this park, it's not you who is having fun, but the park that has fun at your expense. Mission triggered, escape the amusement park. Mission reward, random skill, purple. Fang Xian looked at the system's pop-up window and thought, if I had known, I would have gone out more. A trip here could have earned me a purple skill. Yan Fuyang's sharp eyes noticed a map of the amusement park on a stand in the corner, so he went over and grabbed one, then returned to the group. According to the rules, we must ride 4 attractions this time. It's already 6 o'clock, and the power goes out at 10. We need to leave half an hour to find the dorm, so we only have 2.5 hours. This amusement park must be run by that little black guy. He just unfolded the map when Lu Xianyan snatched it away. What should we do first? Bungee jumping. Yan Fuyang had never forgotten the purpose of this trip. He came to awaken his special abilities. Lu Xianyan ignored him and showed the map to Fang Xian. Fang Xian, what should we do first? Fang Xian said, let's listen to Fuyang, bungee jumping. Okay, let's go. Lu Xianyan led the way confidently. Following the map, they quickly reached the bungee jumping site, a dangerous cliff with a platform set up. By the work kiosk at the cliff's edge stood 2 people, one in black uniform standing a distance away, and the other in blue, both with stern smiles on their faces. Apart from them, there was no one else. The rules seemed to say we should find the person in black clothes. Lu Xianyan thought for a moment and walked towards the staff in black. Hidden rule. 1. In this strange amusement park, the strange ones are the official employees, while the living people are considered interns. The sudden appearance of the hidden rule made Jian Lianzi freeze for a second. By now, Lu Xianyan and the others had already reached the staff in black, and there was no way to stop them. In a panic, she hurried to speak to the staff in blue. Hello, we want to try bungee jumping. Lu Xianyan, who had just opened his mouth, closed it, staring dumbfounded at Jian Lianzi. What, are you colorblind? Jian Lianzi nervously glanced at the staff in black. Seeing no reaction, she whispered, this is a strange amusement park. The strange ones are the official staff. Lu Xianyan questioned, are you sure? Don't get us killed. Jian Lianzi didn't know how to explain. Please come this way. Which one of you is going first? The staff member in blue stepped forward, bowing slightly and raising a hand. No one spoke at first. Yan Fuyang, full of confidence when leaving, now felt a bit creeped out, especially after what just happened. You called for it, you go first. Lu Xianyan gave Jian Lianzi a push. I'll go first. Fang Xian stopped Lu Xianyan's hand. Though he wasn't interested in bungee jumping, no one else dared to go, so he would go first to set an example. He followed the staff and blew up to the platform and had the safety rope tied. Lu Xianyan followed to check it, afraid the staff hadn't tied it tight enough. Looking down at the vast, endless green scenery, Fang Xian didn't hesitate and jumped down. The wind howled past his ears, and his body freely spun in the air due to weightlessness. Suddenly, his body stopped and rebounded slightly upward. Ah, that was it, so short. Fang Xian's body slowly rose. After being pulled back up to the platform by the staff, he turned to Yan Fuyang and the others, saying, it's actually quite fun, Then I'll go second. Yan Fuyang stepped up, shivering a little. Soon, he was back. Fang Xian smiled and asked, so, did you awaken your special ability? No. Fang Xian teased, oh, could it be because the rope was tied? Yeah, I think that's it. Yan Fuyang nodded seriously, wait for a good day, and I'll jump without the rope. Then I'll come back as an invincible ghost to protect you. If you don't come find me, at least remember our many years of friendship. Chapter 22, Restraining the Haunted House Staff. The third jump was Lu Xianyan. The fourth was Jin Lianzi. At first, she was too scared to jump, but remembering the rule to try 4 attractions, she gritted her teeth and jumped anyway. Lu Xianyan asked, Fang Xian, what should we play next? Anything's fine. Fang Xian actually wanted to try everything once. Jin Lianzi suggested, how about the carousel? It's safe and not likely to have accidents. I feel like it's not that simple. In most novels, the more seemingly safe something is, the higher the danger factor. With that, Yan Fuyang paused for a moment, his eyes signaling everyone to look at a bizarre tourist in the distance, their limbs twisted. His appearance meant that someone had already died. Without making a sound, they lowered their heads and quietly moved away, stopping only when the strange tourist was no longer visible. Although Fang Xian didn't understand what was going on, he still followed along. So, which one do we play? Lu Xianyan asked. Otherwise, I'll just pick one randomly. Yan Fuyang said, how about the haunted house? When everyone looked at him, Yan Fuyang explained, I don't think the haunted house is like the roller coasters or drop towers. If we run into danger, we can still escape. Also, there wasn't much danger with the bungee jump earlier. I feel like the amusement park might be playing reverse psychology. What looks dangerous could actually be the safest. Xian Ji, what do you think? He looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian replied, Just, let's do what you said. He didn't really understand what Yan Fuyang was talking about. It felt like the hallucinations were coming back. Not only were the words he heard distorted, but now, when he looked at any random tourist, he felt like they were afraid of something. Is it really a hallucination? A different voice suddenly popped into Fang Xian's mind. After a brief pause, he dismissed the thought. It's just a hallucination. He had experienced it firsthand, and there's no such thing as weirdness in the world. Outside the haunted house building, Lu Xianyan curiously looked around. Where are the staff? She walked toward the haunted house, and when she reached a door, she still hadn't seen any staff or other tourists. It couldn't be closed, right? Buzz. Before Lu Xianyan could finish her sentence, the sound of a chainsaw came from around the corner. A man in a black uniform, with half of his face scraped off, revealing bone and flesh, came out. He was very tall, his head almost hitting the ceiling, his arms were so muscular that they stretched the uniform sleeves. At this moment, he was holding the chainsaw, charging toward Fang Xian and the others like a wild, unreasonable rhinoceros. Damn! Yan Fuyang was startled and quickly kicked the door several times. When it wouldn't open, he shouted at the staff who had already reached halfway down the corridor, Hey, wait! We haven't even decided if we want to play yet. Hidden rule. 1. There is a key under the carpet that can open the haunted house door. The carpet. The key is under the carpet. Jin Lianzi immediately crouched down and lifted the carpet. After finding the key, she tried to insert it into the lock, but because she was too nervous, she failed several times. Seeing this, Lu Xianyan was getting anxious. You useless fool! Give it to me! Lu Xianyan snatched the key from Jin Lianzi's hand and quickly inserted it into the lock to open the door. She pulled Fang Xian, who was still looking at the game rules on the wall, and ran in. After everyone was inside, she kicked the door shut behind them. Bang! A split second too late, a huge impact sound came from outside, and the thick iron door shook violently. Before anyone could relax, a sharp sound. The sound of metal being cut, and suddenly, an electric saw stuck out from the iron door, with sparks flying everywhere. Fang Xian watched the scene, trying to figure out whether it was his hallucination or the haunted house's special effects that were done so well. Keep running! Lu Xianyan pulled the frozen Fang Xian and continued running deeper into the house. They didn't stop until the sound of the chainsaw was no longer audible, and then they hid in a room. At this point, Yan Fuyang was exhausted, leaning with both hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Jin Lianzi had collapsed to the floor, her face flushed, with her hair stuck to her pale cheeks. She couldn't run anymore. Damn! Damn! That was so exciting. Yan Fuyang supported himself against the wall, standing up while panting. He asked, So, what do we do now? The game rule is to find 4 keys within 15 minutes to open the haunted house door and escape. Fang Xian took out a bottle of water from his backpack. He handed the backpack to Jin Lianzi, who was sitting on the ground. The backpack was hers, and when he saw she was struggling to run earlier, Fang Xian had helped carry it for her. Thank you. Fang Xian, I want one too. Lu Xianyan's mouth was puckered, so much that she could hang an oil bottle. Surprisingly, she didn't seem tired at all. Fang Xian took out 2 bottles of water, handing one to Lu Xianyan and one to Yan Fuyang. 15 minutes, and now it looks like only 12 minutes are left, Yan Fuyang said, using the water to cool his forehead. He glanced at his phone. Fang Xian said, It's a bit tight, let's split up to search. Split up?
No way, Yan Fuyang shook his head. In a horror movie, when the main group splits up, one of them is definitely going to die. Fang Xian said, it's fine, I'll deal with the haunted house staff, you guys look for the key. Just then, he received a new task. Side task, hold off one haunted house staff member for 10 minutes. Task reward, random skill, white. Yan Fuyang said, huh? Brother Xian, won't that be too dangerous for you? Fang Xian smiled, then you come with me? Yan Fuyang chuckled awkwardly, I'll go find the key, hee. Lu Xianyan said, Fang Xian, I'll go with you. Fang Xian shook his head, 2 people are too many. It's enough to hold off one person. I'll go first. He left the room, retracing the path he had run earlier. In a long hallway with many rooms, Fang Xian saw the tall man holding the chainsaw. He was searching the rooms on both sides. Fang Xian silently walked past and followed him, helping to open the door behind him. At first, the haunted house staff didn't realize what was happening, nodded, and bent to enter the room. But just as he was about to search, he froze for a second, then instantly transformed into a rampaging beast charging out. He quickly swung his head from side to side, locking onto Fang Xian, who was standing behind a door, and charged forward fiercely. The acting is really impressive. Even from a distance, Fang Xian could feel the wild, crazed aura from the haunted house staff. Just as the staff member was about to get close, Fang Xian slowly opened the door and walked in. Screech! Boom! After circling the table more than 10 times, the haunted house staff grew impatient, pulling the chainsaw out to try and split the table in half. But when the chainsaw pressed against the table, it couldn't penetrate. The haunted house staff paused, lifted the chainsaw, and tried twice more. Buzz! Such realistic acting, even a fake chainsaw could be made to feel real. But is he now performing a pantomime? Fang Xian stood across from him for a moment, and seeing that the haunted house staff didn't want to continue their king Qin circling the pillar, he ran upstairs. Chapter 23, I really can't tell. At this point, the haunted house staff wasn't paying any attention to Fang Xian anymore. He was checking his precious chainsaw. Just a few minutes ago, it had been fine, capable of cutting through the big iron door, so how could it now even cut through a table? But it can still turn. He pressed the chainsaw to his own arm, wanting to test whether the table was too hard or if the chainsaw was broken. SSSHH. Clump, clump, clump. Why aren't you chasing me? Fang Xian, who hadn't seen the haunted house staff come upstairs for a long time, asked from the top of the stairs. Why aren't you chasing? Do you think we're playing a game? Clump, 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 clump. Holy crap! There's a Hawking chasing me. The voice of Yan Fuyang came through the phone. Before leaving, the 4 of them had started a group voice chat, making it easier to contact each other at any time. What? Fang Xian asked. Hawking. The one who likes to sit in a wheelchair and watch little girls do math problems. Help, he's still chasing me. Fang Xian, does he really like sitting in a wheelchair? Well, there's a haunted house employee chasing you, and then? Then holy crap. He can drift and jet boost. The sound of static followed, and after a while, Yan Fuyang's voice came back, clearly relieved. Phew, it's okay now, I just tangled some thread around his wheelchair wheels, he can't move. You're really bad. Fang Xian asked, have you guys collected all the keys? Jian Lianzi's voice came through, I've collected 2. Fang Xian said, nice. Lu Xianyan, unwilling to be outdone, followed up, Fang Xian, I've collected 2 too. You're both amazing. On the other side, Yan Fuyang stared at the key in his hand, lost in thought, huh? Is this one fake? The haunted house requires 4 keys to collect. Jian Lianzi said, I found the escape door to the haunted house, it's in the basement, I'll send a location, hurry over. Fang Xian, I hear a chainsaw sound on your side, are you okay? It's quite fun, Fang Xian said, glancing at the haunted house employee. Damn. There's a limit to how creepy you can act. The haunted house employee looked at Fang Xian, who was avoiding him while talking on the phone, feeling angry and wanting to curse. Distracting a haunted house employee for 10 minutes, completed. Thanks, your haunted house is pretty warm-hearted. I'll come back next time to play. Fang Xian suddenly stopped and thanked the haunted house employee. He didn't expect the haunted house staff here to be so considerate, willing to cooperate with him to wander around for 10 minutes. In other places, the staff would have left long ago. Who would want to be led around and played with like this? The thanks made the haunted house employee freeze for a full second, forgetting to swing down the chainsaw he was holding up. Meanwhile, Fang Xian took the chance to go downstairs, shaking off the haunted house employee, and headed toward the escape door. On the way, he saw another haunted house employee whose wheelchair wheels were tangled with a lot of thread by Yan Fuyang, so he kindly helped untangle the thread caught in the wheels. This haunted house employee was also very professional. The first thing he did after breaking free from the entanglement was to turn the wheel with his hands, struggling to move towards Fang Xian.
Fang Xian picked up the broken chair leg, wedged it into the wheelchair wheel, waved goodbye to the immobile haunted house employee, and continued walking towards the escape door. On the stair platform, Fang Xian saw Yan Fuyang below, carefully crawling forward with his butt raised. He couldn't help but lighten his steps, quietly following behind and tapping Yan Fuyang on the shoulder. Holy crap! Yan Fuyang turned around with a big reaction, and immediately prepared to strike with a Mamba Little B elbow. When he saw Fang Xian's face, he quickly stopped, bent down, patted his chest, calming his wildly beating heart. Ouch, what are you doing, Brother Xian? Do you know this could scare someone to death? Sorry, I didn't expect your reaction to be this big. No, you did it on purpose. Yan Fuyang knew that Fang Xian always had a hobby of scaring people. When playing games, he liked to hide and suddenly jump out to scare people. To achieve this, he could patiently hide for over 10 minutes, just waiting for someone to pass by. Fang Xian looked up at the sky, changing the topic. Only 1 minute left, let's go. The two of them reached the escape door, where Jian Lianzi and Lu Xianyan were already waiting at the door. Having collected all 4 keys, they unlocked the door and pushed it open. In these final seconds, Fang Xian turned around and saw that the haunted house employee had actually caught up. When he saw that they were already out, he slammed the chainsaw into the ground and roared angrily and unwillingly. The interactive experience was really good, I'll come again next time. Fang Xian waved goodbye to the haunted house employee. As a result, the haunted house employee roared even louder, even wanting to chase them out. Receive task reward. Active skill Second Breath, White. When stamina runs out, using Second Breath can restore stamina. Not bad. For a white skill, Fang Xian didn't expect much, but this was an unexpected joy. For the next 2 game projects, through exchanging information with other tourists and the hidden rules assistance from Jian Lianzi, they safely passed without much trouble. Well, the surprise was for Jian Lianzi and the others. Fang Xian had fun, but the doubts in his mind grew heavier. The entire night of illusions. If this goes on, I really won't be able to tell the difference. Fang Xian suggested to the group that they stop here. Yan Fuyang glanced at the time and said, it's 9 o'clock, we've completed our projects, it's better to go back to the dorms early, we can grab a good room. Dorm? Fang Xian froze for a moment. Aren't we going home? Can't go home, the amusement park said it will be closed off until 6 a.m. tomorrow, there's definitely no exit to leave. We can climb over the wall. This time, Yan Fuyang and the others froze. Yan Fuyang carefully said, Xianji, although they didn't say we can't leave, it's better not to gamble, it's dangerous if we lose. Scaredy cat. Lu Xianyan said, Fang Xian, if you want to go, I'll go with you. Fang Xian felt that the illusion had affected him, what he heard seemed different from what they were actually saying. After thinking for a while, he used a catch-all phrase that would probably be okay in any case. Let's do what you guys say. He deliberately slowed down his pace, wanting to see where exactly they were going, and at the same time, his doubts grew heavier. These frequent and realistic illusions, could they really be illusions? If they aren't illusions, why don't the dangerous rules they mention affect me? Come to think of it, I haven't seen anything strange so far. At this moment, Fang Xian followed Yan Fuyang and the others and stopped in front of a dormitory building. He looked up in disbelief, gazing at the old dormitory building with weathered walls and ivy growing on both sides, his eyes filled with deep confusion. He seemed to somewhat understand the feeling Li Huawang must have had when he couldn't tell which side was real and which side was an illusion. Chapter 24, The Truth. The dormitory building had a total of 4 floors. After careful consideration, Yan Fuyang and the others chose a dormitory on the 2nd floor, towards the back. What a terrible dormitory, it doesn't even have an air conditioner. Lu Xianyan, the first to run into the dorm, looked at the yellowing, peeling walls, and the rusty double beds on both sides, complaining with dissatisfaction. But when she turned around and saw Fang Xian entering, she cheered up again. Fang Xian, which bed do you want? I want to be your top and bottom bunkmate. Fang Xian was lost in thought, only belatedly responding. I'm fine with either. Jian Lianzi, looking worried, said, Fang Xian, are you feeling unwell? You haven't seemed right since just now. Fang Xian shook his head, I'm fine. Lu Xianyan leaned over and said, Fang Xian, are you sleepy? I'm okay. While eating, Yan Fuyang mumbled, Xianji, drink more hot water. Okay, thank you. Fang Xian smiled helplessly. After responding to everyone's concern, he began to think again, which side was the illusion? Was the normal world he had always thought to be the illusion, or was it the world governed by the strange forces that the system spoke of that was the illusion? Damn, I seem to be losing track. Actually, this is kind of interesting. No, this is affecting my life. What's so hard? At this moment, Yan Fuyang, who had been sitting uncomfortably, lifted the blanket, revealing a white card with the 4 most prominent characters written on it: dormitory rules. Wow, these damn rules are following me everywhere. He immediately put on a painful expression. What are the rules? Jian Lianzi immediately went over to check, and Fang Xian temporarily stopped thinking, watching the white card. Dormitory rules. 1. The dormitory manager will check every 2 hours. Please lock the doors and windows and turn off the lights before they knock. The dorm manager doesn't like noise, so please remain quiet when he knocks on the door. The dorm soundproofing is very good. As long as you don't break the rules, the dorm manager won't come in to disturb you after knocking on the door. The dorm manager will enter an empty dorm to clean and organize it. There are so many rules about knocking on doors. Yan Fuyang used his incredible wisdom and came up with a brilliant idea. Hey, why don't we just take the door off? That way, the dorm manager can't knock on it. Ha! Jian Lianzi was left dumbfounded after hearing this. Fang Xian turned his head, slightly wanting to laugh. Lu Xianyan directly cursed, "You silly dog. If we take the door off, the dorm manager will just walk right in." Rules? Fang Xian looked back at the white card, deep in thought. Perhaps I should think about this from a different perspective. The ordinary world is the illusion, the strange apocalypse is the reality. As for why I'm not affected by the rules, and where the illusion comes from. Fang Xian looked at the system panel, at the ability he still didn't fully understand. I watch. But there's still one last key point, he hasn't really seen what this so-called strange phenomenon is. This needs to be verified. As for what others or the system says, he doesn't believe it. He needs to see it with his own eyes before he believes it. Click. The light suddenly went out. Fang Xian looked up to see that Yan Fuyang had turned it off. Lu Xianyan, who had been blinded by the phone flash, clicked his tongue and grumbled, "Hey, no need to be in such a rush. It's not even 10 o'clock, the dorm manager isn't this." Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the door. The dorm fell silent instantly. Yan Fuyang clicked his tongue inwardly, damn, this is so eerie. They only said they'd check once every 2 hours, but didn't say when the last check was. If I hadn't used my clever mind to turn off the light for safety, we'd be wiped out right now. Yan Fuyang also remembered the rule that the dorm soundproofing was very good, so they couldn't hear other dorms. Unaware, people on the first floor probably didn't know how many had been caught off guard by this surprise check. The 4 of them remained silent, waiting for the check to pass. However, to their surprise, the knocking didn't stop, it only grew louder, eventually turning into banging on the door. Bang! 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 With each strike, the door visibly bulged inward, the plaster on the walls kept peeling off, and the solid iron door latch was deformed, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Fang Xian thought to himself, could it be, the strange phenomenon is outside? Yan Fuyang was in a panic, what the hell is going on? There's no violation of the rules here. Didn't they say they'd leave after knocking? Hidden rules? Hidden rules. Hidden rules. 1. Dorms with no lights and no sound are considered empty dorms by the dorm manager. So that's it. Jian Lianzi remembered the 4th dorm rule, the dorm manager will enter an empty dorm to clean and organize it. So what should they do now? Turn on the light? Make some noise? No, that would violate the rules, and the dorm manager would still come in. Bang! 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 The banging grew louder, and the door's deformation worsened. Through the gaps formed by the door's dent, they could already see the terrifying figures outside. Jian Lianzi bit her lip, anxiously looking at the dangerously unstable door latch, then glancing at Fang Xian, who seemed deep in thought. Her heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. She quickly took out her phone, opened the music app, and turned the volume all the way up. A soft instrumental music started playing. In an instant, the banging stopped, and it didn't resume for a long time. Hey, how did it leave? Yan Fuyang, who had wrapped himself in a blanket, peeked out, looked at the door, then at Jian Lianzi's phone still playing the music. His eyes widened, is this an exorcism song? Jian Lianzi took several deep breaths before shaking her head and explaining, no, the dorm manager considers a dorm with no lights and no sound as an empty dorm, and will forcefully enter. I played music too. Let the dorm supervisor know that someone is inside, according to the rules, he won't come in. Saying that, she picked up her phone and sent the message about the dorm supervisor's check-in and the way to pass it through to the visitor group. The group was created by one of the visitors when they exchanged information with other visitors earlier. Yan Fuyang was still confused, huh? Doesn't that mean we have to keep quiet when the supervisor knocks? Oh. He suddenly realized after looking at the white card. Dorm rule number 2, the dorm supervisor dislikes the sound of talking, so when he knocks, please remain silent. The supervisor dislikes talking, keeping quiet only means not talking. So, what does the music volume have to do with it? Damn, that's sneaky. Yan Fuyang clicked his tongue. If someone's brain doesn't work and can't see this, even if they understand the hidden dangers of the 4 dormitory rules, they'd still be doomed. Stay here, I'll go out for a while. Fang Xian suddenly opened the door. Chapter 25, Dorm Supervisor, There's Something Dirty. You're going out? Xiange, do you still recognize who I am?
Yan Fuyang suspected Fang Xian had been possessed and quickly stood up to stop him, but as soon as he stood, he was gently pushed back by some force. He froze for a moment, looking at his shoulder. There was nothing, but it felt like a hand was resting on his shoulder. He looked at Fang Xian, then at the invisible hand on his shoulder, his face instantly turned shocked. This is supernatural power? Xiange, have you awakened? MHM. Fang Xian nodded lightly. I'm going out to deal with that person, or he'll come every 2 hours, and you won't be able to rest peacefully. I'm going too. After a brief shock, Lu Xianyan also stood up. Fang Xian shook his head. It's more inconvenient for 2 people to act. All right. Lu Xianyan was somewhat disappointed, but took out a black handgun from her body. Did you bring the one I gave you this morning? I left it at home. Is this a real gun? Of course it's real. Lu Xianyan puffed her cheeks and looked a little unhappy. I told you to carry it with you this morning, but you didn't take me seriously. Sorry, I'll definitely carry it next time. Be careful. For Fang Xian also having supernatural powers, Jian Lianzi wasn't too surprised. After all, she had awakened herself, and with how powerful Fang Xian was, it would be abnormal if he hadn't awakened. Meishem, I'm leaving. Fang Xian nodded towards Jian Lianzi, took the gun Lu Xianyan gave him, and walked out of the dorm. Yan Fuyang looked at Fang Xian leaving with longing eyes, then turned to Lu Xianyan, licking his lips with a smile. Well, Sister Lu. Get lost. Lu Xianyan said flatly without any politeness, then walked back to her bed, crossing her long beautiful legs as she sat down to play on her phone. With Fang Xian gone, she couldn't be bothered to act like a good girl. So? Sis. Those words immediately made Lu Xianyan smile brightly. She exchanged glances with Yan Fuyang and smiled. You're smart, alright, leave it to your sister Lu. I'll get you one too, and then have your brother pass it to you. Lu Xianyan, full of herself, walked over to Jian Lianzi and swayed around her. Do you want one? As long as you promise to stay away from Fang Xian, I'll get you one too. Jian Lianzi looked down at her phone, pretending she didn't hear. TCH, fake. Lu Xianyan hit the bedpost unhappily, making Jian Lianzi's phone fall to the ground. Standing in the dark corridor, Fang Xian exhaled. Which one is the illusion? I'll know the answer soon. Walking down the corridor, not long later, Fang Xian saw the dorm supervisor knocking on the door. Hiding in the dark, Fang Xian quietly observed him. He was tall, with stiff facial muscles, a stiff appearance, rough hair, but when looking at these points, he still looked human, so it couldn't be certain that he was strange. Fang Xian flashed and used Ghost Walk, deliberately making some noise, and whooshed past the supervisor from behind, entering the dorm next door. The supervisor, knocking on the door, turned back warily. There was no one. Just as he was about to turn back, the door of the next dorm creaked and swayed lightly. The supervisor looked over expressionlessly. He clearly remembered that the door had been locked before. Blown open by the wind? Impossible. But he did not go over at once to check, instead he kept knocking on the door in front of him. He was a strange being with a sense of order. No matter what happened, even if the world exploded, it had to follow his order. Just as he was about to start smashing the door, music came from inside. The dorm supervisor pulled back his hand, then turned around and walked toward the dorm that had just made the noise. The door that had been gently shaking was already closed. The dorm supervisor knocked twice with no expression on his face. Knock knock. Creak. The door actually opened directly. And it was not that it was not locked tight, it was opened by his knock. After he knocked, someone inside controlled the speed and slowly opened the door. Thinking of this, the dorm supervisor directly crashed in, and at the first moment looked behind the door. No one. He could not understand a little. He stood still and thought deeply. Bang! The dorm door was suddenly shut hard. Click-clack, the bolt made sounds, as if someone was deliberately moving it back and forth, then after a crisp sound it was closed. The dorm door was locked from the inside. But the dorm supervisor who was inside the dorm just now did not see anyone at the door. It was like an invisible hand locked the door. This was very terrible. But the dorm supervisor still had no expression. He even began to check the dorm. He checked very carefully, on the bed, under the bed, inside the quilt. He lifted to look once, but he found nothing. Following the order, he finally came to the last bed, but the action of lifting the quilt paused for a moment, because this quilt was not quite the same as the previous ones. It was bulging, just like a person was lying inside. The movement hesitated for 2 seconds. The dorm supervisor suddenly lifted the quilt. Not a person, it was 8 pillows lined up in a row. On the first pillow there was even a strange smiling face drawn. The dorm supervisor took all the pillows down and evenly put them back on each bed. After doing this action, he was ready to check the balcony, but at this time, he saw a black shadow hiding behind the balcony glass door. The black shadow was also looking at him. The two looked at each other.
Slowly, the body of the black shadow moved back behind the wall. But the dorm supervisor did not wait for the black shadow to completely disappear, he directly rushed over and pulled open the glass door. Whoosh! There was no black shadow. It seemed it was only his illusion. The dorm supervisor ran to check the toilet again, and even stretched his body out of the balcony to look, still nothing, he could only leave and go to check the next dorm room. Just above the balcony, a black shadow fell down, stepping on the air, entering into the balcony. The black shadow was exactly Fang Xian. At that time he stepped on invisible hands, hiding in the position above the balcony. Sadly the dorm supervisor did not raise his head, otherwise he could have looked into his eyes. Too calm to completely not like a person Fang Xian thought while walking, he felt that his set just now, if changed to another person, even if the character was cold, would be scared. Could it really be a strange being? Still need to continue to observe. Fang Xian's body floated like a ghost, like a restless spirit that would not leave, following behind the dorm supervisor. The dorm supervisor felt like some dirty thing was following him. But he was not afraid, he was a person who had already died long ago. No, now he should be called a strange being, would he still be afraid? Others should fear him. Although thinking like this, the dorm supervisor still honestly sped up the speed of checking dorms, then returned to his own dorm and lay into the quilt. He felt it should be that his pressure recently was too big, even if there was really some god or ghost thing, it would go to find the living people in this dorm building. Why find him, this dead person, special taste? Knock knock knock. He had just closed his eyes when knocking came from outside the door. The dorm supervisor sat up like a zombie rising from a board, got up and went to open the door. Outside the corridor was empty, and several cold winds were blowing. A fierce look flashed across the dorm supervisor's face, he suspected it was the humans in the dorm building deliberately playing tricks on him. Bang! He shut the door hard and turned back to the room. However, what he did not notice was that Fang Xian had already entered his dorm, and was following behind him. The dorm manager lay back on the bed, put in earplugs, and set an alarm on his phone for 2 hours later. He planned to go wake up those humans in 2 hours, so they couldn't sleep. He didn't know what was going on, but today, the humans were so sharp. Each one saw through the rules, which made it so he couldn't kill many people tonight. While thinking about this, he suddenly felt a cold sensation in the center of his forehead. The dorm manager opened his eyes and saw a handgun pressed against his head. Looking up, he saw a young man sitting at the head of the bed, looking down at him. He said, "I want to study what you are. Please don't resist." Fang Xian used an invisible hand to press the dorm manager's limbs, then shot him in the head as he struggled. Bang! The dorm manager struggled even harder. A bloody hole appeared in the center of his forehead, revealing his still wriggling pink brain, with a bullet embedded inside. Fang Xian silently watched the dorm manager, who was still not dead. This shot not only shattered the dorm manager's brain but also shattered his worldview and the filters in his memory. Time seemed to freeze, and memories from after the system's awakening started to change drastically. The new student who transferred schools now had blood and bruises on his face, and the serious, intellectual biology teacher's chin suddenly snapped off, his neck twisted into a spiral. The kind Chen auntie upstairs turned into a cat-faced creature with a severely bent spine. The death scenes that had once happened in front of him, beautified by illusions, now appeared again in front of him in their true, bloody form. Bang 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 bang. Fang Xian fired several shots at the dorm manager, one after another, blood pouring out from each gaping wound. Actually, after the fourth shot, the dorm manager's body had already stopped twitching. Clearly, he was dead beyond recovery, but Fang Xian still continued to fire. Later, even after the magazine was emptied, he kept pulling the trigger. "It's done. Nothing will happen tonight," Fang Xian said with a smile as he returned to the dorm room. 6 a.m. Fang Xian and his group left the amusement park. Once home, Fang Xian took a shower and immediately collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Even though the dorm manager was no longer disturbing them, Fang Xian and the others still didn't rest and instead played games all night. On the way home, he was almost too tired to stay awake. He slept until 1 p.m. and was woken up by a phone call. "Xiangu, are you up yet?" "Guess. I guess you're awake. I'm outside your door." "Open up." Wait a second." Fang Xian lazily got out of bed after lying there for a few seconds and went to open the door for Yan Fuyang. Xiangu, I brought lunch for you. Go brush your teeth. After we eat, we'll go out. I found a few more extraordinary paths online." Yan Fuyang casually walked in wearing slippers and placed the lunchbox on the dining table. Fang Xian asked, "What?" "The Baiyun Martial Arts School and Yunshan Temple. We'll go check them out later." I also called the class monitor. He said he'll meet us at the intersection on Gaotsing Road at 2 p.m. Is Yu Zhe going too? Fine. Fang Xian quickly brushed his teeth, ate, changed clothes, and was ready to go out. But in the end, it was Yan Fuyang who was delaying. "Damn, where are my shoes? Did someone steal them to use as a birdcage? Oh, here they are. Fang Xian. The two of them met up with Lin Yuza at the intersection on Gaoxing Road, took a ride-sharing car, and 30 minutes later, arrived at the entrance of Baiyun Martial Arts School. Hearing that Fang Xian and his group were interested in signing up for martial arts, one of the coaches from Baiyun Martial Arts School came over to introduce them. The tuition is 10,000 per month. It includes services like massages and medicinal baths. As for whether you'll learn it well, that depends on your own aptitude and comprehension. As for the rules, don't worry. There's nothing strange in our martial arts school. As long as you come on time every day and practice without slacking off, nothing will happen. Yan Fuyang asked, can martial arts defeat the strange creatures? When it comes to defending yourself against strange creatures, it's definitely no problem. Our students have a track record of killing strange creatures. The coach, who was nearly 2 meters tall, said proudly, as long as you practice our Baiyun palm to perfection. It's nothing to be afraid of with a low-level curse, no big deal. Yan Fuyang eagerly asked, what about above the curse level? The coach suddenly fell silent. Although he didn't speak, Yan Fuyang already knew the answer. He then asked, how long would it take to master the White Cloud palm? The coach replied, for an ordinary person who practices every day, it would take about 20 years or so. Yan Fuyang's face fell in disappointment as he muttered, it takes 20 years to master it, and you can only fight low-level curses? That's so useless. After being nudged by Fang Xian, Yan Fuyang saw the coach's face darken, so he immediately changed his words, wow, that's amazing, you can even defeat curses above the basic level. Lin Yuza also apologized, sorry, coach, my friend didn't mean any harm, the martial arts at your dojo are really impressive. The coach snorted coldly but said nothing, then pulled a young man over to replace him and walked off. After touring the dojo with the young man, Yan Fuyang pulled Fang Xian and Lin Yuza to a corner and whispered, what do you think, should we sign up? I don't think it's worth it. Even after mastering the martial arts, you can only fight low-level curses. Fang Xian said, I'm not planning to sign up. He came with Yan Fuyang just to understand his current skill level, and now it seems pretty strong? Equivalent to a martial artist who has fully mastered their skill. As for practicing martial arts? 20 years is too slow to see results, maybe he'll think about it when he hits a bottleneck in his power later. If you're not signing up, then I won't either, Lin Yuza said after a moment of hesitation. So the three of them slipped out of the White Cloud Dojo quietly, without the young man noticing, and took a rideshare to Yunshan Temple. After leaving Yunshan Temple, they found it even more unreliable than White Cloud Dojo. The abbot there told Fang Xian and the others, as long as you are sincere in your worship and do good deeds, you will naturally receive the protection of Buddha. On the way down the mountain, Yan Fuyang asked, hey, Xiangu, Yuza, do you guys think there are really gods or Buddha in this world? Fang Xian replied, I don't know, I've never seen one. Lin Yuza said, I think there must be. Since there are curses in the world, there must also be gods. He looked up at the clouds that always hovered over Yun City and muttered, but if there really are gods, why don't they come to save this hopeless world? Then I'm doomed, if Buddha really exists, I can't walk the Buddhist path anymore, Yan Fuyang said. Ha? Why not? Lin Yuza's melancholy was interrupted as he curiously looked at Yan Fuyang. Yan Fuyang replied, well, I've been reading a lot of Journey to the West fanfiction recently, and some disrespectful thoughts about Buddha keep popping up in my head. Lin Yuza still didn't understand. Fang Xian explained, Journey to the West fanfiction often portrays Western Buddhism as the villain. Is that so? Lin Yuza advised, Fuyang, you should watch less of that, or not at all. Otherwise, if there are gods or Buddhas. He worried that one day, if Yan Fuyang passed by a Buddha statue, it might consider him a minion and strike him down. Yan Fuyang shrugged, I only read fanfiction when I can't find any novels to read. Martial arts don't work, Buddhism doesn't work, and there's no Taoist temple in Yun City. It looks like awakening a superpower is the real answer to this version. Yan Fuyang suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, I've decided. I'm going to the amusement park again today. Lin Yuza was shocked, huh? Isn't that place very dangerous? He had heard Yan Fuyang mention the dangers of the amusement park last night. Danger is what awakens superpowers. Fang Xian said, I'll go with you again. Yan Fuyang shook his head, no, I'm going alone. Xiangu, you're too safe, it won't trigger any strong emotions. Then call me if you get into danger. Can't, I've blocked you. Fang Xian, ? Yan Fuyang's expression was more serious than ever. Xiangu, I think you were right yesterday. I didn't awaken my superpower because I was tied down. This time, I'm cutting off all escape routes. To be placed in life or death situations and then reborn. Fang Xian opened his mouth. He really wanted to say that yesterday he was joking because he didn't know how dangerous this world was. He didn't expect Yan Fuyang to actually take it seriously. What if I die? There's no need to rush. Let's prepare and go tomorrow? Yan Fuyang shook his head. No, it's today. In this world, without strength, you never know when you might suddenly die. Living without strength is worse than dying. And who knows, maybe by tomorrow, I won't dare to go. It's today, only today. Fang Xian remained silent for a moment, not trying to persuade anymore. Call me when you go out. Hee, okay, I'll have to unblock you first. Yan Fuyan laughed and looked at Lin Yuza. Yuza, do you want to come with me? It's actually not that dangerous. 1 in 10 visitors who went to the amusement park yesterday came back alive. Plus, I have a guide, so the survival rate is even higher. Lin Yuza's expression was conflicted. After a deep sigh, he whispered, sorry, Fuyan, It's okay, once I awaken my powers, I'll take you flying. Yan Fuyan casually waved his hand. Let's go, CNGE, Yuza. Fuyan, I'll send you off. Lin Yuza felt guilty for not going with Yan Fuyang. Fang Xian said, the path down the mountain is on the way. Oh, damn, I forgot about that. Yan Fuyang said seriously, don't worry, CNG. I've read over 1,000 novels. My life experience and logical thinking are far ahead of my peers. Nothing will happen. Let's go, goodbye. Are you saying that to avoid a strange knock on the door, you just tear the door down first? Fang Xian smirked. He watched Yan Fuyang and Lin Yuza's ride disappear, then took his own ride back to Miaowang Bay. On the way, he kept thinking. Yan Fuyang's words deeply moved him. In this kind of world, if you don't actively become stronger, can you really live a peaceful life in the future? He was only fortunate to be bound to a system, which is why his life had been so peaceful recently. But if he continued to stay content, how long could this peace last? Moreover, the system had warned him, right now, this is only the early stage of a strange apocalyptic world, a world ruled by the strange. He used to be okay with going with the flow, but now, he had to actively complete system tasks. At the moment he stepped out of the car, Fang Xian made up his mind. In this world, he couldn't just live for himself. He also had to protect the people around him. Dad, mom, little sister, and his friends. System, task panel. Growth task, kill grudge level strange, 1/10. Task reward, random skill, green. Sudden task, escape the amusement park, completed. Task reward, random skill, purple, pending. Claim reward. Active skill compassionate holy sun, purple. The compassionate holy sun can purify all darkness. Fang Xian felt the new skill granted by the system and thought, purify darkness? Can this turn the strange back into humans? This was worth trying. Fang Xian used compassionate holy Sunday. A warm white light appeared in the palm of his right hand, like the sensation of peeing on your hand in the dead of winter. He looked around, searching for an experiment target. His eyes suddenly stopped at a convenience store. He remembered buying drinks from this convenience store yesterday, and the cashier inside was strange. Fang Xian walked towards the convenience store. As soon as he entered, he looked at the cashier with the unchanging smile on her face and stopped in front of her. The two stared at each other across the counter. The cashier's strange face showed slight surprise. Obviously, she recognized Fang Xian as the human who had taken 4 bottles of drinks but hadn't paid 10,000 milliliters of blood yesterday. Stealing again. The strange thought appeared in the cashier's mind just as she realized she was pressed against the counter, her hands bound behind her by an invisible force. As she struggled, she saw that the human was walking towards her and placing his hand on her head. Fang Xian softly said, "Don't be afraid, I am going to treat you now. This process may be a bit painful, but please bear with it, you will recover soon." Warm white light appeared from the palm, and the sizzling sound of roasting meat echoed at the same time. The cashier let out an eerie, sharp scream, "Ah!" 1 minute later. Fang Xian looked at the ashes in his hand and fell into deep thought. Besides these, is everything else just darkness? Kill the cursed level eerie, 2 out of 10. Let the ashes return to the earth, scattered. Fang Xian pushed open the convenience store door and returned to the community. He remembered that there was still an eerie in Building 7 that he hadn't cleared last time, just in time to use it for the task. Once home, he walked into the storage room and took out an axe. This axe was seized from a tall eerie during the last task at Building 7. It was quite sharp when it chopped the door, and he took it back home as a trophy. Holding the axe, he walked out the door, but suddenly stopped. He looked down at the blood-stained blade, feeling it had become a bit dull. He turned back and sharpened it with a whetstone until it gleamed, then stepped out again, heading to the apartment of old lady Chen on the 8th floor. He stood at the door for a long time, his hand rising and falling, hesitating for quite a while. Finally, he pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps came from inside the door. Before the door opened, Fang Xian hid the axe behind his back. The door opened, and old lady Chen, with a cat-like face and a severely bent back, looked at Fang Xian with 2 eyes that were nothing but black holes. It's little Fang, just in time, Grandma was cooking. Put.
Old Lady Chen's head fell off, rolling to Fang Xian's feet. Her face was up, looking at him as she continued speaking the words she hadn't finished before.
Alright, want to come to Grandma's house for dinner? Chapter 28, Harmful to the Whole Family of 3.
Old Lady Chen's head suddenly bounced like a ball, her mouth opened, showing a mouthful of stinking, crooked sharp teeth.
Just as she was about to bite Fang Xian, he stepped on her head, pushing it back to the ground, then raised the axe high, slicing the head in half vertically.
Kill the cursed level eerie, 3 out of 10. Old Lady Chen was dead. Fang Xian looked down at the body in silence, but the guilt and struggle he felt before had vanished.
Eerie's are eerie, humans are humans. After a person dies, what comes back is just a disgusting existence that insults the former's identity and body.
Fang Xian slowly crouched down and used the Holy Sun of Mercy to turn Old Lady Chen's body into ashes.
There were still 7 more targets to go for the task.
It was easy to find eerie's, they were as numerous as stray dogs on the street. In their class alone, there were 9 eerie's, just from the data on Friday.
Who knows, after the weekend, there might be even more. But killing them couldn't just be about finding any eerie on the street, because the strength of the eerie was unpredictable.
Fang Xian wasn't sure if he could handle powerful or vicious level eerie's. If he happened to find one of those, it would be troublesome. So, to kill eerie's, he had to find ones he knew well.
After thinking for a while, Fang Xian decided to start with the classmates in his class.
They were all recently dead, fresh, and their strength couldn't be higher than the cursed level.
That evening, after being invited by Jin Lianzi to dinner at her house, Fang Xian returned home and called his parents.
He told his parents that everything was settled in Song country and that he was thinking of flying back to Yin country, but they disagreed and wanted him to stay in Song country, reminding him to follow the rules. They were fine, so he didn't need to worry about them. Even though Fang Xian told them he was now an ability user and vaguely hinted that he was not bound by the rules, it was useless.
After a lot of back and forth, they reluctantly agreed that Fang Xian could return during the summer break. After hanging up, Fang Xian's thoughts were many.
The conversation with his parents reminded him that he must not let others know that he was not bound by the rules. The human heart is treacherous, and if it were known that he was the only one in the world without rules restraining him, who knows what kind of experiments they would drag him into.
After resting at home for a while, Fang Xian took his axe and rode his electric bike to a familiar classmate's house. Yunwan Street. Yang Qixing's residence.
Fang Xian hid the axe behind him and knocked on the door with one hand. Soon, the door opened, and the person who opened it was a middle-aged woman with a twisted neck and bone spurs poking through her skin.
Fang Xian recognized her.
She was Yang Qixing's mother, but unexpectedly, she had also turned into something bizarre.
You are Fang Xian, right? Are you here to find Qixing, to play?
The middle-aged woman's eyeballs, which had fallen out, stared at Fang Xian for a while before she recognized the son's classmate who had come to her house on her son's birthday. She kept staring at Fang Xian while slowly leaning back, creating space for one person to enter.
Come in, no need to take off your shoes.
The middle-aged woman's voice suddenly stopped, and her eyeball, connected by a red muscle fiber, slowly moved back.
What's that behind you? Fruit. Fang Xian hid the axe further behind, so the approaching eyeball wouldn't see it. How polite, bringing a gift when coming over, give it to Aunt. Then Aunt should hold it well.
Fang Xian suddenly surged forward, the axe in his hand splitting into the middle-aged woman's skull, then pulling down to her mouth, and with a twist of his wrist, he severed the part of her body above her mouth. At the same time, he kicked her body, sending her flying towards him.
Bang!
The middle-aged woman's body crashed into the TV that was playing the daily news. Yang Qixing's father, who was watching TV, immediately stood up, not caring about his wife, and ran straight at Fang Xian. But after just a few steps, he was bound by an invisible hand, and his body crashed to the floor at Fang Xian's feet, his spine crushed by a stump, and 2 bullets exploded through his head and heart.
Kill bizarre entity of the grudge level, 5 out of 10. Qixing, I'm here to play with you.
Fang Xian, holding an axe in one hand and a gun in the other, tilted his head and looked towards Yang Qixing's room. He stepped over the bodies of Yang Qixing's parents, stepping on a pool of blood, and slowly walked to the door of Yang Qixing's room.
Qixing, I'm coming in.
He slowly pushed open the door, which was ajar. Inside the room, Yang Qixing was sitting at his computer desk, wearing headphones, seemingly unaware of the tragic situation outside.
What are you watching? Fang Xian walked up beside Yang Qixing and put his arm around him. Live stream. Yang Qixing stared at the computer screen, looking very focused, not paying attention to Fang Xian. Fang Xian wasn't surprised by his actions.
He had seen over a dozen posts online about the bizarre, which mentioned that bizarre entities intentionally maintained the behaviors they had when they were alive. For example, if a bizarre entity was a student before, it would still go to school after becoming bizarre. If a bizarre entity had a hobby before, it would still keep that hobby after turning into a bizarre entity.
Yang Qixing had liked watching live streams when he was alive, so even after dying and becoming a bizarre entity, he still kept the habit of watching live streams. But the streamers being watched by bizarre entities were in a very bad situation. Streamers were rated by netizens as one of the most miserable professions after the rules descended. Not only do they need to follow the rules while streaming, but there is also a judgment indicator called audience expectation value. Once this indicator drops below 20%, the bizarre entities in the stream will go offline and hunt them down. At this moment, the female streamer Yang Qixing was watching had a very low audience expectation value, about to drop below 20%. The female streamer was so scared she was about to cry, desperately trying to raise the value, but Yang Qixing still gave her a dissatisfied rating. Fang Xian felt a little guilty about it. He tightened his arm around Yang Qixing, breaking his spine, then changed the dissatisfaction to a satisfied rating. Through the entire process, Yang Qixing did not resist. He just struggled to stretch out his hand, turning satisfaction back into dissatisfaction. Fang Xian. Strangeness is not always intelligent. According to unreliable, baseless guesses from online users, it seems that the intelligence of a strange entity depends on the number of people it has killed. The more people it kills, the stronger its power and the higher its intelligence. And the strange entities that just died are usually like Yang Qixing, dazed, only able to follow the rules and their habits from before their death. As long as their strange identity isn't pointed out, or rules aren't violated under their nose, they won't kill. Of course, this is not absolute. After all, it's unreliable, baseless guesses from internet users. Like the short strange entity Fang Xian encountered while solving the task in Building 7, it had only died for about 10 minutes, yet it was incredibly smart, knowing to hide at home when danger appeared. After shooting Yang Qixing dead, Fang Xian grabbed the back collar of his shirt and dragged him into the living room. Looking at the 3 corpses on the floor, Fang Xian sighed. He and Yang Qixing had a pretty good relationship, often playing basketball together during PE. He had been to Yang Qixing's house before, and remembered that his parents were kind and very warm-hearted. Consider this as revenge for the elbow you gave me in basketball last week. Fang Xian whispered, using the Holy Sun of Mercy to turn Yang Qixing's family into ashes, then packed them into a small box and placed it on the table. Chapter 29, Ear Pick. After leaving Yang Qixing's house, Fang Xian lost his direction again. Unfortunately, he only had 4 friends in class who were close enough to visit each other's homes, and he didn't know where the other strange entities lived. After thinking for a while, Fang Xian decided to ask Lin Yuza, the class monitor. He should know where everyone in the class lives. Soon, Lin Yuza replied with a message, sending a file. Fang Xian opened it, surprised. Because the file not only marked where the strange entities in their class lived, but also listed the locations of all the strange entities in the entire school. Fang Xian, impressive, so fast? Lin Yuza, smiley face, I've been working on this with other class monitors. We wanted to list the dangerous areas in Yun City to warn everyone at school, but unfortunately, we don't have the teacher's information, so this file isn't complete. Fang Xian, okay, this is enough, thank you. After asking Lin Yuza about Yan Fuyang's situation and receiving good news, Fang Xian found the closest strange entity location from the file and continued to complete the task. Damn, bro, stop chasing. Yan Fuyang turned around to glance at the haunted house worker chasing him with a chainsaw, and ran desperately ahead. Soon, he reached a blind spot in the haunted house, where the fugitive had nowhere to escape. The chainsaw sound grew closer. The haunted house worker slowed down, using his teeth to tug at the chainsaw since he only had one arm. He took a few steps toward Yan Fuyang, like a cat playing with a mouse, then suddenly sped up again. Yan Fuyang was breathing heavily, hurriedly pulling out an ear pick from his pocket and started picking his ear while shouting, "I'm picking my ear. You can't touch me." The chainsaw sound, which was getting closer, suddenly stopped. Yan Fuyang opened his eyes and saw the rapidly spinning chainsaw hanging above his head, yet it still hadn't fallen. The ear pick, this miraculous tool Yan Fuyang found in the amusement park's maternity room. As long as it's used to pick ears, the user will be in an untouchable state during that period. Of course, such a powerful tool has its downsides. If the ear picking lasts too long, the ear pick will puncture the eardrum, and if the ear pick isn't taken out after puncturing the eardrum, it will drive into the user's brain. To obtain this miraculous tool, Yan Fuyang's left eardrum had been pierced, and now his left ear was completely deaf. Yan Fuyang continued picking his ear while carefully sneaking past the haunted house worker. Suddenly, he shouted Jun Yan, in his mind, pulling out a windproof lighter from his pocket and flicking it at the haunted house worker's wrist. Taking advantage of the moment when the haunted house employee loosened his grip in pain, he grabbed the chainsaw with one swift motion, and then in a flash, disappeared. Hoo ho 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 hee hee ha ha ha. Back at the amusement park dormitory, Yan Fuyang couldn't stop laughing as he looked at his full harvest, sending a message to Fang Xian after unblocking him. "Xiangu, I made it." In a residential building on Luyun Street. Fang Xian sat on the air conditioning unit on the 12th floor, controlling the drone as it flew around the window of a certain household. The drone was bought when passing by the mall, used for reconnaissance. Tonight, after the kill, Fang Xian found that as long as there was something eerie inside a house, it was nearly impossible for anyone to still be alive there. Either they turned into something eerie, or they had moved away. Though, occasionally, there were exceptions. So before taking action, he would observe first. This could avoid harming innocents, exposing himself, and encountering a powerful eerie being. The house he was observing now was the residence of his classmate Li Minghao. According to the images sent by the drone, it seemed like Li Minghao's parents had probably moved out, and he was the only one left inside, quietly working out. Retrieving the drone, Fang Xian used an invisible hand to lift himself to the air conditioning unit outside Li Minghao's room. He didn't barge in directly but hid behind the wall. With his right hand, he released the Mercy Holy Sun, and with his left hand, held a magnifying glass. Using the magnifying glass's principle of gathering and refracting light, he focused the light emitted by the Mercy Holy Sun onto Li Minghao's forehead. This was a small skill trick Fang Xian had figured out during his hunt tonight. Li Minghao's forehead started to emit smoke, and then holy white flames suddenly ignited, enveloping his whole body and turning him into a fiery man. Clang! The dumbbell fell to the ground. Ah! Li Minghao screamed and rolled on the floor, but wherever he rolled, a light beam chased after him, the two chasing each other back and forth several times. After about 10 seconds, Li Minghao vanished, and on the floor, there was a charred human-shaped mark. Growth task, kill 62 out of 100 grudge level eerie. Task reward, random skill, blue. Sudden task, kill all eerie in the campus, 39/243. Task reward, random skill, purple. The previous growth task of killing 10 grudge level eerie had already been completed, and the green skill drawn was called 1000 Gene Power, which, as the name suggests, strengthened Fang Xian's body and enhanced his strength. Now, this task of killing 100 grudge level eerie was the next stage of the growth task. The second sudden task was released by Fang Xian during the hunt for his classmates, asking him to eliminate all eerie beings in the school, including security, janitors, and other staff members. Let's call it a day. The hunting all night made Fang Xian's body tired, and his brain felt a stabbing pain from using too many skills. It was because of the unquenchable inner fire that he was able to keep going until now. After all, up to this point, he hadn't drawn a skill that could increase or recover his blue bar. He relied entirely on the unquenchable inner fire to deceive his body into thinking the blue bar still had energy, allowing him to use skills without fear of running out of it. If it did run out, he could still use his skills. Yes, the golden skill was that powerful. While others would run out of blue bars and then their health bars, when Fang Xian's blue bar was empty, he could rely on willpower. As long as there was a will to fight, even if his body turned into a pile of ashes, the unquenchable inner fire could still make him keep fighting. Fang Xian rode his electric scooter back home. Even though he was so tired his eyes could barely stay open, he didn't go straight to sleep. Instead, he took a shower first. He had a slight cleanliness obsession. Before going to bed, he habitually checked his phone, saw a message from Yan Fuyang, and smiled slightly. After chatting with him for a few minutes, he finally laid down to sleep. The next morning, fully revived, he began his new day of hunting. Growth task, kill 1 fierce level eerie, 0/1. Task reward, random skill, blue, random resistance plus 20%. Sudden task, kill all the eerie beings in the school, 67/245. Task reward, random skill, purple. He mimicked a gun with his hand, squinting his eyes, and aimed at the eerie being that was bound to the chair with an invisible hand restraint. With a bang, the eerie being's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering onto the two other eerie beings who were also bound to the chairs. Such power, it's probably like a counter-material sniper rifle. Fang Xian marveled at his own finger, casually shooting 2 more eerie beings with finger guns. Finger gun earned as a blue skill reward after killing 100 vengeful level eerie beings. It allows the user to shoot bullets with their fingers. Click. The door suddenly opened, and Fang Xian turned to look. A confused little boy, holding his head, walked in. The boy looked at his equally confused family members who were tied to chairs, scratched his head, and walked over to pick up his father's body parts and put them in his mouth. Fang Xian made a gun with his hand, aiming at the little boy's head in his arms. Bang! He lowered his hand and calmly walked over to perform a mercy ritual for the family using the Holy Sun. The first victims of eerie beings are usually their own family members. Taking over their bodies and killing their family, who knows how desperate their loved ones feel when they see that familiar face before death. So when dealing with eerie beings, Fang Xian shows no hesitation or mercy. When he sees them, he kills them to complete the task. The more he kills, the more merit he accumulates. He put on his backpack and headed to the next house. By 1 a.m., Fang Xian had cleared all the eerie beings with family addresses from the file Lin Yu's sent. But the task wasn't complete. There were still eerie beings without address information and newly added ones to deal with. The task screen showed he had killed 201 eerie beings, still 49 away from completing the task. The reason for his efficiency was that Fang Xian noticed his blue bar seemed to have increased, improving his stamina. He guessed it might be because he overused the blue bar yesterday, which caused the increase. He still hadn't figured out exactly what the blue bar was used for when applying skills. Using it too much caused headaches, a bit of mental strain, but it didn't seem quite the same. It also seemed to involve emotions and physical exhaustion since his mood would become weary and his body tired after using too many skills. He had no mentor, no inheritance, everything could only be learned through trial and error. Fang Xian regretted not leaving contact information when he met those two who claimed to be from the Disaster Response Bureau of the former Tsang Kingdom, now unemployed drifters. He treated them like crazy people and ran off, leaving him without anyone to ask when doubts arose. As for the official organization mentioned in the national message about awakening abilities, well, it still hasn't been established. Chapter 30, The Unknown Heroes Hidden in the Campus. Morning. The week is over, and it's time to go to school again. Fang Xian finished breakfast at Jian Lianzi's house and drove her to school on his electric scooter. As he entered the classroom and saw only humans, his mood lightened, feeling like he was back to the peaceful days before the rules came down. At this moment, a boy with a bloody face and a cracked mouth walked past him, and his good mood instantly vanished. TSK, missed one. Chenny Shang, a new student who transferred during the arrival of the rules. Since he had just transferred, Lin Yuza didn't have his address information. Fang Xian used an invisible hand to lift the surveillance camera on the back blackboard. Sensing Fang Xian's prolonged gaze, Chenny Shang suddenly turned his head, staring at him with eyes like he was looking at an ant, a low-level creature that could be crushed with ease. Then he saw Fang Xian slowly raise both hands, palms touching, tilting slightly to one side. He smiled at himself and turned back to look at his book. Chenny Shang didn't understand, but he deeply stared at Fang Xian, marking him as his target for post-school hunting and entertainment. He returned to his seat and sat down, staying motionless in the same position. But the next moment, he suddenly felt an invisible hand press against his face. At first, the force was very light, but then it gradually grew stronger, as if trying to flatten his face. Puff! One of Chen Yixiang's eyeballs flew out due to the high pressure, and both of his cheekbones creaked under the unbearable strain, collapsing inward, his cervical spine slowly tilted. With a loud bang, his head slumped helplessly onto the desk, facing Fang Xian's side. On the brink of death, Chen Yixiang, with his eyeball squeezed out of his socket, looked at Fang Xian, who was reading, and suddenly understood the meaning of his earlier gesture. It turned out that he was telling himself that he would kill him in that very position. Chen Yixiang died, just like Yang Qixing, whom he had killed, even dying in a more tragic way. The noise of his death naturally caught the attention of the class, but seeing that no bad things happened after his death, the classmates, though confused, were happy for a moment before going back to chatting about other things. Today, there's no strange person in class, and the only one who came is dead. This is great, what's going on? Could it be that the authorities have acted? I saw the news this morning that the government has already set up an organization, something called the Special Person Registry. No way, it was just established half an hour ago. How could they act so quickly? I think it must be some student who awakened some ability. Hey! That strange person might have been killed by that student, and that student is in our class. Is it really one of our classmates? Someone killed a strange person without making a sound. Wow, that's so cool. Who is it? Who is it? Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Who said it was you? Just looking at your useless self, I can tell you don't have the ability. As the classmates were looking around, guessing who might be the one with abilities, only Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Fang Xian. On Saturday, he asked for the list of addresses for the strange people, and by Monday, almost all the strange people in the school were dead. Such a coincidence, combined with the efficient and low-key style of action, Lin Yuza immediately guessed it was Fang Xian. No one else could possibly do it. But since Fang Xian wanted to remain low-key, Lin Yuza naturally wouldn't blab and expose him. At this moment, seeing Fang Xian smile at him, Lin Yuza also smiled and nodded in response, happy that his friend had become so powerful. Could it be Dong Zhizhi? She seems to be the only one who awakened an ability at our school. No, someone asked her, and she said it wasn't her. Yan Fuyang had just placed his backpack in the classroom when he happily walked towards Fang Xian. Haha, brother Xian, do you notice anything different about me? Anything different? Fang Xian suddenly saw the bandage wrapped around Yan Fuyang's left ear. What happened to your ear? Ah, the ear, it's deaf, just kidding, I accidentally scratched it. Yan Fuyang casually touched his bandaged left ear and said with interest, it's not a big deal, just that the doctor told me to be careful with black cats recently. Why should you be careful with black cats? Shouldn't it be to avoid water? Lu Xianyan, who was lying on the desk, listened to their conversation and was very curious. Fang Xian said, because the black cat sheriff will shoot him. It took Lu Xianyan a few seconds to react, then she pointed at Yan Fuyang and laughed, oh. You're a one-ear. Ha ha. Chapter 31, The Music Teacher Who Might Be a Dangerous Level Strange Person. It was noon. On the back mountain of the school, Yan Fuyan was digging the soil with a shovel. Brother Xian, I feel like we're a bit like perverts doing this. Can you do it? Why do you think this way?
Fang Xian held the shovel, tapping each strange corpse lying on the ground, making sure none of them were still alive.
Doesn't it seem that way?
Yan Fuyan planted the shovel on the ground, looking at the blood splattered everywhere and the grotesque corpses on the floor, contemplating which side was truly evil.
Sure enough, we seem more like the villains, huh? He, I am a super murderer. He stopped digging and raised the shovel, helping to tap the heads too.
Soon, Yan Fuyang put the shovel down again, resting his hands on the bar as he took a break.
I'm so tired. How much longer, Xian Go?
Fang Xian pushed a few of the strange corpses into the pit, using the compassionate holy sun and a magnifying glass to ignite them.
He glanced at the mission panel and said, 20 more. The high school side should be almost done. There might be a few left behind, the rest are probably in the middle school.
Because he didn't know much about the middle school situation, Fang Xian hadn't dealt with the strange ones there. However, he had already asked Lin Yuza to gather information about the middle school, and once he had the list, he could push harder in the afternoon to possibly finish the task. The powerful effects of the invisible hand and compassionate holy sun made him eagerly anticipate the upcoming new purple skill.
Fang Xian and Yan Fuyan watched the strange corpses in the pit burn to ashes. After pushing the dirt back into the pit and tidying up the surroundings, they both put on their backpacks and walked toward the teaching building below. It was the afternoon, the time for school. A large group of students poured into the staircase, blending in unnoticed.
Within the relatively dense crowd, a space was suddenly cleared.
Fang Xian noticed it from the corner of his eye. It was a strange student.
He didn't react, continuing to walk upward. When they walked past the strange student, there was another layer of distance between them.
Crack!
The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed. Under the terrified gazes of the students on the third floor, the strange student, who had been rejected by everyone, suddenly had his neck and limbs rotate several times. Then, he collapsed to the ground, rolling down the stairs. Students below hurriedly stepped back, giving space to the strange student.
As they exchanged glances, their faces were filled with panic and confusion. What just happened?
Yan Fuyang, who had been closing his eyes from exhaustion while walking, heard the noise, turned his head to look at the situation below, and then glanced at Fang Xian, whose expression was calm. Realizing Fang Xian must have done it, he closed his eyes again. Among the crowd of onlookers, some wanted to watch but didn't dare get too close.
Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang moved against the flow of people, quietly turning off the staircase into the classroom.
Fang Xian sat down at his desk, just as Lin Yuza walked over. He sat in the seat in front of Fang Xian, his expression serious as he shared some heavy news. Fang Xian, I suspect there's a powerful level strange one in the middle school. His voice was dry as he continued, in class 2 to 3, middle school, 23 people died this morning during music class. I asked the survivors, and they said that anyone chosen by the music teacher who couldn't imitate her dance moves would be turned into a puppet by the teacher. The students who became puppets never revived as strange ones, and after class, they followed the teacher out and never returned. He exhaled and added, I've already sent you the list of strange ones in the middle school, but I think it's better for you not to act just yet. After all, with a potential powerful level strange one, your safety should be the priority.
Fang Xian nodded. I understand. Thank you.
He had originally planned to rush through the list and kill them one by one in the afternoon, but after hearing Lin Yuza's words, he decided to be more cautious. First, he would eliminate the suspected powerful level strange one, not giving her a chance to grow. Fang Xian felt that he might also have the strength of a powerful level being. After all, he found it easy to defeat the vengeful level strange ones without much pressure. Perhaps he lacked a bit of stamina compared to the powerful level strange ones, but he was confident in handling them. But it's okay, just hang in there a bit longer. He still had enough willpower for this. After class, Fang Xian quickly rushed to the junior high department to observe the music teacher, Lin Yuezhou, who was suspected to be a fierce level abnormality. Surprisingly, if Lin Yuza hadn't warned him beforehand, he wouldn't have been able to tell that Lin Yuezhou was strange. She looked perfectly normal, even beautiful, with only her pale skin being a bit unusual, but there was nothing else about her that seemed odd. Her personality was the same, even more intelligent. If you ignore the other teachers in the office who treated her with caution, anyone who met her for the first time would think she was an enthusiastic, gentle, and kind teacher.
But this only made Fang Xian more certain that she was a fierce level abnormality.
So, instead of launching a sneak attack with his finger gun, Fang Xian hesitated. If he didn't take Lin Yuezhou down in one strike, the pain could drive her into a frenzy, potentially killing the other teachers in the office. After thinking it over, Fang Xian decided to wait for a time when Lin Yuezhou was alone before taking action. After school that afternoon, Fang Xian wasted no time and went straight to the office where Lin Yuezhou was.
Thankfully, Lin Yuezhou hadn't left yet.
She was in front of the mirror, fixing her makeup.
She waved and said goodbye to the other teachers as they stood up to leave, staring them stiff. Fang Xian waited outside for more than 10 minutes, finally seeing her finish touching up her makeup and leisurely pack up to leave. In a luxurious villa in Gaoyun district, Fang Xian stepped out from behind a tree's shadow. Just half an hour ago, he had followed Lin Yuezhou all the way here, watching her enter this magnificent villa. After surveying the area, Fang Xian used his ghost walk ability to quickly make his way to the back of the villa and pass through the wall. He entered through a storage room. It was very dark, and he could just barely make out boxes piled in a corner and a tall wardrobe. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Fang Xian used ghost walk again to phase through the wall and out. He found himself in a dark corridor. Along the walls, portraits were hanging at regular intervals. Fang Xian observed the portraits for a while, but saw nothing unusual about them. He continued walking down the corridor. Soon, he arrived at a room set up like an opera house, filled with mannequins. The mannequins were dressed in Western-style clothing, posed in various actions. Some were sitting on chairs drinking tea, some feeding pigeons, some holding newspapers as if selling them. It was like a frozen stage play. Fang Xian stood in the dark, watching everything, remembering what Lin Yuezhou had told him earlier in the afternoon. Lin Yuezhou could turn people into mannequins. In this room, there were at least 30 mannequins, with the smallest one standing less than a meter tall. Fang Xian wondered if he could save them. He used a magnifying glass to focus the light of the compassionate holy sun on the nearest mannequin. Instantly, smoke began to rise from the mannequin, and then it was engulfed in holy white flames, turning to a pile of ashes on the floor in just a few breaths. It seemed there was no saving them. Fang Xian shook his head. The compassionate holy sun shines as warm sunlight on humans, driving away illness and healing wounds, but on abnormalities, it becomes the hottest fire, burning everything. When the mannequin was burned to ashes by the compassionate holy sun, it meant that it had fundamentally transformed into something dark and similar to an abnormality, with no possibility of reversal. Once a person turns into a mannequin, they are truly dead. In that case, Fang Xian didn't feel the need to show any mercy to these mannequins. He grabbed an axe and rushed over, striking the mannequin. With his immense strength, the mannequin was as fragile as paper, shattering with a single blow. After some cautious thought, he had just used the Holy Sun of Mercy to burn the puppets into ashes, and it was very likely that he had already alarmed Lin Yuezhou inside the villa. Maybe she was on the road coming over right now. Lin Yuezhou's ability was to turn people into puppets. If these puppets were useless, she would not keep them in her home. So before she came, Fang Xian had to destroy as many puppets as possible, to weaken her strength. He had only destroyed half of the puppets. Step, step, step. From above the stairs came the sound of high heels stepping, and a charming and moving voice. Where did this little mouse break in from? Before Lin Yuezhou finished speaking, she was grabbed by the hair and dragged down by Fang Xian, who had ambushed below the stairs in advance. After smashing Lin Yuezhou hard onto the floor, Fang Xian stepped on her chest, raised the axe high with both hands, and swung it down without the slightest hesitation. Poochie! Lin Yuezhou's head was chopped off. And Fang Xian's movement did not stop. Under Lin Yuezhou's terrified gaze, he once again raised the axe, wanting to split Lin Yuezhou's head vertically into two halves. Shwa! The momentum was very frightening. But when the axe fell in front of Lin Yuezhou's face, it suddenly stopped. Fang Xian frowned, his body was out of control. The axe that should have fallen was slowly lifting up, and with a sweep of the corner of his eye, a few meters to the side, there was a puppet making the exact same posture as him. Fang Xian had a slight guess in his heart. Without hesitation, he summoned the invisible hand, crushed the puppet's head, and sure enough, the feeling of losing control of his body disappeared. But at this time, Lin Yuezhou's head had already been carried away by a puppet. Fang Xian was about to chase, but his body stiffened again. The joints felt like there were a pair of jammed gears, restraining each other, making the whole body unable to move. This time Fang Xian did not look for which puppet was controlling him. He struggled to lift his arm, made it into a gun shape, aimed at the puppet that was holding Lin Yuezhou's head and running away with its back facing him. Poochie! His right hand holding the axe suddenly betrayed him, and chopped onto the left hand that was shaped like a gun. The finger gun was therefore deflected. A very long blood scar appeared on his left arm. The sound of wood falling came from behind, but the feeling of losing control of his body disappeared. Fang Xian turned his head to look. The left arms of the three puppets that had just controlled him had all fallen down. The broken places were in the same position as the wound on his left arm. With these puppets interfering, it was impossible to lay hands on Lin Yuezhou. Fang Xian decided to deal with them first. The finger gun cooperated with the invisible hand. Even if he was controlled, he could quickly break free and counterattack. The number of puppets in the room was decreasing at an astonishing speed. During this time, Lin Yuezhou made no reaction. She changed into a puppet's body, kept a safe distance from Fang Xian, and looked at him with a cold smile. After the last puppet in the room fell down, Lin Yuezhou leaned against the stairs and lightly clapped her hands, using a coquettish tone like coaxing a child, and said, "Wow, really amazing, you killed so many of Sister's puppets, but..." Her tone suddenly became gloomy. Sister's puppets are not only this little.
As her voice fell, the walls on all sides unfolded like paper boxes, revealing outside a big circle of densely packed puppets. Looking at Fang Xian, who was surrounded in the middle by puppets, lowering his head, as if silent, and also as if accepting fate, Lin Yuro licked her red lips. You will be my best puppet. The next moment, all the puppets lowered their heads together, making the same posture as Fang Xian. However, a dazzling light lit up on Fang Xian's body. He turned into light. Ah! The light stabbed Lin Yuro's eyes with pain. She hurriedly used her hand to block the light, and looked in panic at all the puppets that began to burn by themselves. Fang Xian had always hidden the skill Holy Son of Mercy, just waiting for this moment. As early as before, when he saw his left arm injured, and the puppet that controlled him had its left arm broken, he understood that the control of the puppets had a fatal weakness. The shared harm of the controlled will be felt. Note, it is shared harm, not shared injuries. The axe's attack is a small wound for someone with a sturdy body like Fang Xian, but for the fragile structure of a puppet, it is an arm severed. Likewise, the warm sunlight of the compassionate sacred sun is just a bath of warm sunlight for Fang Xian, but for the puppet, it is like facing the burning sun. A sun that can burn them to ashes. In the flames, one by one, the puppets collapse into ash, and Fang Xian slowly raises his head, looking towards Lin Yuro on the stairs. In the next moment, he charged up holding the axe. Lin Yuro trembled all over, turned, and ran deeper into the place. She ran into her safe room, glanced at Fang Xian, who was about to break in, and immediately slammed the door shut. Bang! 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 She shut several doors in succession, quickly locked dozens of locks, moved a pile of miscellaneous objects to block the door, and let out a breath of relief, collapsing on the sofa. But in the next moment, she watched Fang Xian, who came through the wall, and her body straightened. Her eyes and tongue almost popped out as she screamed. She immediately turned and pressed a switch, but before the secret door opened fully, she darted sideways and ran desperately. Bang! A bullet whizzed past her ear. The cement beam above her exploded. Lin Yuro screamed, covering her head, shouting, "Ah! We have no grudge, no feud. The attack on you was because you broke into my house and destroyed my puppets. You were the first to strike. I did nothing. Why do you want to kill me? Who told you to be strange?" Fang Xian said without a trace of guilt, shooting 2 more bullets at her. Ah! The whizzing of the bullets frightened Lin Yuro, causing her to scramble away. Fang Xian's words made her so furious she almost cursed aloud. What do you mean, who told you to be strange? Was it my choice? I woke up and became strange. What can I do? What's wrong with being strange? Does being strange mean I should die? Ah! The only reply to Lin Yuro was the whistling sound of bullets. Her heart was racing, her mind in panic, but then, a sudden thought flashed. She had a way out. Who? Who said I am strange? I think I am a human woman. Then stop, let me check. You stop first. No negotiation then. Fang Xian fired 2 more shots, bang bang. Still missed, running, trying to hit a moving target as fast as the person running, a very hard task for a gunman like him. You never intended to negotiate. The gunfire never stopped from the start. Ah! The last bullet narrowly missed her ear, so close that Lin Yuro felt her heart stop. Thinking about the dead end ahead, she felt her life was nearing its end. The sadness and fear swelled up uncontrollably and finally turned into anger. She sneered and cursed. Aren't you just here to settle scores because I made a few puppets and Jomi? Do you think you are so righteous? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Why? When that beastly Zhengrong raped and killed me, you didn't appear. But when I make a few puppets, you show up. Why? Since you didn't come to save me back then. Then now you have no right to judge me. If you had come then, how would I have turned out like this? It's because of you that I ended up like this. The footsteps and gunfire suddenly went silent. Actually, he had stopped to aim. Lin Yuro felt a twisted sense of satisfaction rise in her heart. Could it be that what she just said made him feel guilty? She suddenly stopped, turned, and wanted to see Fang Xian's expression and hear what he would say. But what she saw was an invisible bullet tearing through the air, and what she heard was a calm, indifferent "oh." Bang! Lin Yuro's lower body was directly shattered, and her whole body crashed to the ground. Fang Xian's left hand dropped again, aiming once more. Lin Yuro's words just now, after he finished listening, caused no ripples in his heart. He just felt confused. What is she babbling about? His moral standards were still normal. If it were Yan Fuyang, he would have started laughing already, and after laughing, he would mockingly say, "You deserve it. The bad things you've done later are the reason for the retribution you faced earlier. It's what you deserve." Bang! The shot missed, and Lin Yurua's head suddenly detached from her body, silently rolling forward.
Don't move, I can't aim properly like this. Fang Xian aimed at the snake-like rolling head and shot. Ah!
Lin Yurua's ear suddenly exploded into a mist of blood.
Look! Fang Xian switched to the compassionate Holy Sun and magnifying lens. This has a trajectory, it's easier to aim. 1 minute later. Growth mission, kill fierce level anomaly, completed.
Mission reward, random skill, blue, random resistance 20%, to be claimed.
Mission update, kill fierce level anomaly, 0/10. Mission reward, random skill, blue, random resistance 20%, system permission unlocked. Claim reward. Passive skill intuition, blue. Body control resistance 20%.
The 2 lines of text disappeared, and the moment they did, Fang Xian felt his mind clear up, as though some brain area had been enhanced, and his body underwent some inexplicable change. Intuition, the ability to predict imminent dangers and select the correct answer for uncertain problems with high probability.
Fang Xian was very satisfied with this skill.
Sometimes, intuition was even more practical than purple-level skills. For example, if he had had this passive skill while fighting Lin Yurua just now, he wouldn't have been injured. Fang Xian instinctively glanced at his left arm. The wound had already been healed by compassionate Holy Sun, with no scar left, saving him the trouble of bandaging.
He walked to the street outside the villa and took a taxi home. Inside Biyun building.
Li Zhengrong looked at the middle-aged man in a white coat across from him. His expression was calm, but his tone carried an underlying anger.
Dr. Huang, with your skills, making a heart device should be an impossible failure, right?
The man in the white coat, Dr. Huang, smiled and took a small sip from the teacup on the coffee table before calmly replying.
Creating a heart device from an ability user is indeed something that would be quite simple for me.
But Mr. Li, giving me a dead person as material, that's a bit too much to expect from me.
Dead person?
Li Zhengrong furrowed his brows and turned to look at the 2 subordinates behind him. Seeing one shake his head, he turned back and deeply said, Dr. Huang, when I sent the person to your lab, they were still alive.
Then I wouldn't know.
Dr. Huang calmly continued sipping his tea, guessing, perhaps it was because she died by violating the rules?
Most students her age go to tutoring classes at night. Didn't you arrange for someone to help her withdraw from school?
Li Zhengrong turned to his subordinate on the right, his voice cold as ice. That subordinate was startled and quickly responded, Mr. Li, when you ordered to capture her, I had already arranged everything early, I kept watch the entire time, and I also monitored the tutoring agency to make sure they handled her withdrawal properly.
Li Zhengrong said, then explain to me why she still died after arriving at the lab?
The
subordinate began to break into a cold sweat.
Dr. Huang smiled and said, Mr. Li, your subordinate did indeed make proper arrangements, it's not his fault.
It's just unfortunate, the rules have already fixed the loophole.
In the future, trying to evade the rules through withdrawal, resignation, or similar methods will no longer work. I promised to make a heart device for you, but since I didn't succeed this time, it's void.
Next time you have an ability user, you can contact me again, I still have experiments to finish. I'm leaving now.
Seeing Dr. Huang about to leave, Li Zhengrong quickly grabbed him. Hey, Dr. Huang, wait.
Is there anything else, Mr. Li? Li Zhengrong squeezed out a smile. Well. Does Dr. Huang know of any way to bypass the rules?
For Li Zhengrong, the difficulty wasn't catching another ability user. It is to prevent the death of the newly acquired ability user. To create a heart tool, it is necessary to ensure that the ability user remains alive throughout the process. This creation process takes at least 2 days or more. It is possible to lock the ability user up for 2 days, preventing them from going to work or school, but by the time the second day arrives, they will be killed by the rules and become strange. So, there is no way to avoid the rules.
It is very difficult to create a heart tool.
Huang Huai looked at him, smiling without saying a word. Li Zhengrong had a look of I understand on his face. He waved his hand and said, Xiao Wang, in my name, invest 10 million into Dr. Huang's laboratory.
Huang Huai smiled and said, Mr. Huang thinks, when will the school give the students a holiday? Could it be that I have to wait until the holiday?
Li Zhengrong said with a bitter smile.
The next holiday is still 3 months away. Dr. Huang, everything is so dangerous now.
I can't sleep well at night without a heart tool to protect myself. Huang Huai looked at the calm tea and said lightly, it doesn't necessarily have to be a holiday.
Natural disasters or man-made calamities, if something happens at the school, can they still force the students to stay for classes? He stood up.
Mr. Li, remember, this man-made disaster must be an accident. The rules won't acknowledge a disaster caused by subjective intent.
He glanced at his watch.
I really have to leave now, or I'll violate the rules.
Shaolin, send Dr. Huang off.
Li Zhengrong looked at Huang Huai's departing back, deep in thought, then suddenly turned to his subordinate beside him.
I remember, the headquarters invited a master from Yunshan Temple 4 years ago to seal the grudge of a middle school student whose resentment after death was too strong, right? Chapter 34, The Special Person Registration Office. Eliminate all the strange occurrences in the school, 232/249. Eliminate all the strange occurrences in the school, 232/248. Eliminate all the strange occurrences in the school, 232/247. Fang Xian, who was doing homework at Jin Lianzi's house, suddenly froze, staring at the system pop-ups that kept popping up in front of him. The number of task indicators was decreasing at an astonishing speed, and in the end, it actually matched the number of tasks he had completed. Emergency task, eliminate all the strange occurrences in the school, completed. Task reward, random skill, purple, to be claimed. Fang Xian's prolonged distraction caught Jin Lianzi's attention. She leaned her head over and asked, "Did you encounter a problem?" "Let me see." Coming back to his senses, Fang Xian shook his head. "Lianzi, I suddenly remembered something, I need to go out for a bit." "Oh." Jian Lianzi held her pen against her white chin and smiled. "Then go ahead, I'll do your homework for you." "Thanks, do you want anything to drink?" "I'll bring it back for you." "No need, drinking at night will make you fat. If there's danger, you won't be able to run." After leaving Jin Lianzi's house, Fang Xian went onto his own balcony, looking outside, pondering, is the decrease in task indicators a sign that the strange occurrences I haven't eliminated yet are already dead? Was it official action or some new ability user at the school who did it? After thinking for a while, Fang Xian felt that no matter who did it, it was a good thing, so he stopped worrying about it and claimed the task reward. Passive skill, Shattered Eye, purple. This time, the system pop-up text was different from previous purple skill rewards, it was so purple that it almost turned black. The moment the text disappeared, Fang Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right eye, as if someone had stabbed him in the right eye. He lost his balance, groaned, and leaned against the balcony railing, pressing his hand against his right eye, breathing heavily, with warm liquid flowing from his fingers. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. Fang Xian slowly removed his hand from his right eye, closed it for a moment, then slowly opened it. The world in front of him was different now. It was filled with countless cracks, like ice cracks on glass, slightly affecting his vision. He closed his right eye again, and the cracks disappeared. He opened his right eye again, and the cracks reappeared, and he had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could make the fragments separated by these cracks swap places. Fang Xian decided to try this skill. He looked at the clothes rack hanging in the back, and as the positions of the fragments shifted, the clothes rack was moved to the side. Space ability. Fang Xian suddenly understood in his heart. His gaze focused on the chair on the other side, and as the fragments were massively disrupted, the chair began to reassemble, eventually turning into a strange and deformed object, tightly bound together, not loosening. But as he relaxed his control over the fragments, cracks appeared, and the bizarre chair started to fall apart with clattering sounds, turning into a pile of wooden sticks. Fang Xian touched his right eye, a sense of unease rising in his heart as he walked toward the bathroom. In the mirror, his face still had traces of blood on his cheek, the white part of his right eye had turned black, and his pupil had become blood red, cracked into countless sharp, tiny fragments forming an irregular circle, with some edges high and some low, very strange. Fang Xian thought to himself, from now on, I can't go out without covering my right eye. For the outside world, I'll just say my right eye is injured. He wiped the blood off his face, rummaged through the cabinet above the mirror for a medical kit, took out a white medical eye patch, put it on, then left the house. After more than an hour of wandering outside, he returned, using the strange injury to his right eye as an excuse, and explained to Jin Lianzi why he was wearing the eye patch. The next day at school, Fang Xian happened to run into Yan Fuyang on the stairs. When Yan Fuyang saw the eye patch on Fang Xian's right eye, his body jolted. "Xianji, you're just cosplaying as Takanashi Rika, right? Why can't it be Kaneki Ken?" Yan Fuyang grinned mischievously, "Because in front of me, you can only be considered a loli." Fang Xian chuckled helplessly, "Ah, okay. Not blind, right?" "No, I can see." As they chatted, they walked upstairs. Just as they entered the classroom, Lin Yuza hurried over. "Fang Xian, Fuyan, eh?" "Fang Xian, your eye." Fang Xian shook his head. "I can still see, it's no big deal." "That's good." Lin Yuza sighed with relief, patted his shoulder. "Go to Fang Xian's seat. I've got something very serious to tell you. Recently, Fang Xian, Fuyan, you both need to be a little more low-key." After sitting at Fang Xian's seat, he looked around, lowered his voice, and said, "Dong Zhizhi has gone missing. A friend of mine from the same tutoring agency as Dong Zhizhi told me that the day before she went missing, she posted on WeChat saying she had awakened an ability. Dong Zhizhi is missing." Yan Fuyang gasped, "Who is Dong Zhizhi?" "Class 11. Lin Yuza emphasized, "She just said she had awakened an ability, and the next day, she went missing. Don't you think that's too coincidental? Could it be that someone is capturing people with abilities for experiments?"
Yan Fuyang said, damn, even in the apocalypse, there are idiots messing around.
What should we do, CNGE? Are we still going to the special persons registration office this weekend?
They had previously agreed to visit this newly established official organization.
Fang Xian shook his head. Let's wait and see, we'll talk about it later. Being targeted by someone is much more troublesome than being targeted by something strange.
With the internet so developed, personal information is hard to hide. Once you're being watched, you have to be careful all the time and even worry about crazy people harming your family and friends. But fortunately, his family was in Yen country, far away from here.
Yuza, someone called for you to go to the third floor office in the administration building. At that moment, a boy walked over and said.
Lin Yuza stood up in a bit of a daze.
Who called for me? I don't know.
The boy shook his head and said, but I saw that the teacher was very respectful toward those two.
You should go quickly.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Lin Yuza nodded, waved goodbye to Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang, and left the classroom for the administration building.
Arriving outside the office on the third floor, through the window, Lin Yuza saw two men. A man around 50 years old, with a kind appearance, his white hair neatly combed like an old professor at a university. The other man was younger, in his 20s, with red-dyed hair, slouching carelessly while playing a game, not even looking at Lin Yuza.
Come in, student, don't be nervous. We are officially certified B-level special individuals. My name is Yu Xiaosheng. I called you here to ask you a few questions. The middle-aged man, who resembled an old professor, spoke in a gentle voice.
Lin Yuza walked into the office, glanced at the two men, and nervously said, yes, please go ahead.
Yu Xiaosheng said, I heard you've been collecting information on strange addresses. May I ask why you are doing this?
Lin Yuza swallowed, and said, well, it's like this. I want to compile a list of dangerous places in Yun City. This way, I can help the students at school avoid some risks.
That's a great idea. You flatter me. Yu Xiaosheng continued, Student Lin, have you shared this compiled list with anyone?
Lin Yuza felt a chill in his heart, but forced himself to stay calm and replied, well, no, I only posted the list on the school forum and the confession wall, so students could see it.
Yu Xiaosheng smiled. Then, about the strange collective disappearance event in your school, do you know anything about it? Or, do you know who was behind it?
Lin Yuza said, I don't know, I was very shocked too.
Oh, you're quite loyal.
The red-haired youth, who had been silent until now, finally put down his phone, looking at Lin Yuza with interest.
Don't pretend, we've checked your chat logs. It was that person named Fang Xian, right? You were collecting information to make it easier for him to kill the strange beings, weren't you? Yu Xiaosheng said, that's enough, Student Lin.
Please go get Fang Xian for us.
Fang Xian knocked on the office door. Are you Fang Xian? Please come in.
A gentle voice came from inside.
Fang Xian entered the room and closed the door behind him.
The red-haired youth, who had been leaning back in his chair, looked him up and down.
So, you're Fang Xian. The strange beings from your school, you killed them, right?
Yes, that's me.
Fang Xian didn't deny it.
They already knew, so denying it was meaningless.
Impressive, bro. You must have killed at least 200 in the past few days, right? This is the first time I've seen someone with such a killing streak.
Hearing Fang Xian admit it, the red-haired youth changed his previously indifferent attitude and stood up enthusiastically, extending his hand.
Let's introduce ourselves.
I'm Zhou Honglong, an officially certified B-level special individual.
My ability is to summon fire streams. People on the streets call me Fire Dragon, you can call me that too. Hello, Fang Xian.
Fang Xian shook his hand, intending to pull away, but the other person gripped his hand firmly and shook it several times with enthusiasm.
Hey, bro, can I ask, do you have some deep hatred with the strange beings?
You don't look like someone so ruthless, but you must have killed more than 200 of them.
Your hands must be sore. Honglong, let's finish the task first. Yu Xiaosheng interrupted Zhou Honglong's incessant chatter and turned to Fang Xian with a smile. Student Fang, do you know about the Special Individuals Registration Office? Fang Xian nodded and said, I've heard of it, just the name.
Yu Xiaosheng said, the Special Individuals Registration Office is a department that collects public feedback and registers the identities of people with special abilities. If you ever wish to register your identity there, you must remember, you are only registering, not joining the office. This way, you won't be subjected to any constraints by their rules.
Fang Xian nodded thoughtfully. I'm a bit curious, how does such an organization arrange for people to carry out tasks?
Zhou Honglong jumped in, just think of the Special Individuals Registration Office like an adventurer's guild in a Western fantasy novel.
When you're out of money, you take a job. When you have money, you play until you run out, then go take another job. We act on our own, nobody tells us what to do. Yu Xiaosheng said, that's about right.
I basically have no ability to arrange personnel, but the advantage is that we are not bound by any rules.
Except when taking on tasks. Do you, classmate Fang, have any interest? Fang Xian said, let me think about it. Well, this task is done, let's exchange contact information. If you ever have any questions, you can ask me again. Bro, if there's ever a task, remember to find me. We can form a team. Zhou Honglong pointed to his phone. Fang Xian said, if there's a chance, I will.
Before leaving, Yu Qiuxing suddenly thought of the strange list Lin Yuza sent to Fang Xian in the chat records, and asked curiously, classmate Fang, were all the strange events at number 1 high school caused by you?
Fang Xian said, there are more than 10 that weren't caused by me.
Oh, so there are other experts. Zhou Honglong stopped in his tracks and turned back.
Yu Qiuxing asked, classmate Fang, do you know who that person is? Fang Xian shook his head and said, sorry, I don't know him either. Knock knock knock.
At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The three turned to look, and a middle-aged man walked in, bowing and nodding, saying, Hey, hello, are you the people from the Special Person Registration Office?
I have something.
Yu Qiuxing said, if you have something, you can register on the official website of the Special Person Registration Office.
Other special people will come to handle it.
I've already registered, but no one has come or contacted me since last night, the middle-aged man said anxiously. By the way, this matter is related to those other strange deaths you were just discussing.
It was him. He's back. He's coming for me now. Don't panic, take your time.
Sit down first, Yu Qiuxing calmly reassured him. The middle-aged man sat on the sofa, holding the plastic cup that Yu Qiuxing had given him. His emotions slowly settled. I am a teacher in the junior high section of this school.
4 years ago, a student died accidentally, and then teachers and students at the school, one by one. Zhou Honglong suddenly said, number 1 high school, 4 years ago, was that student named Li Jingran?
The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Yes.
Accidental death? Damn, are you trying to fool me? Do you think I don't go online?
Zhou Honglong suddenly erupted in anger, his eyelid twitching as if he remembered some bad memories. I can't stand irresponsible teachers like you.
What nonsense is this about flies not biting a seamless egg? Yen Long Claw.
He shaped his hand into a claw and suddenly swung it at the middle-aged man.
Flames erupted between his fingers, leaving 5 scorch marks on the middle-aged man's body and the sofa.
The middle-aged man was dead.
Fang Xian and Yu Qiuxing were stunned, not knowing what Zhou Honglong was doing.
Yu Qiuxing shouted, Zhou Honglong,
what did you just do?
Ha, I just killed a scumbag.
What's the big deal?
Zhou Honglong put his hands in his pockets, snorting coldly, not caring at all. Yu Qiuxing gave him a deep look. I will report exactly what happened during the task.
TCH, just say it.
Zhou Honglong didn't think anything would happen to him, a B-level ability user, for killing an ordinary person.
I'm leaving. This is boring.
Suddenly, the light bulb above flickered twice and went out. The bright sky turned dark, and the temperature dropped, becoming chilly. Zhou Honglong stopped in his tracks.
Fang Xian was confused.
Yu Qiuxing looked around, his skin twitching. This is the unique eerie stance of a high-level strange. He looked at Zhou Honglong with a complex expression. You killed that high-level strange prey.
He is now holding a grudge against you. Chapter 36, Escape.
Zhou Honglong's face turned pale. After a moment of psychological struggle, he gritted his teeth and said, I will take responsibility for my actions.
Since he's coming for me, I will naturally lead him away.
He ran out of the office and jumped over the fence.
But while still in the air, hundreds of bloodstains suddenly appeared on his body, spraying blood out.
In the end, he became a pile of shredded meat, falling to the ground with a faint sound. Fang Xian, who witnessed this scene in the office, was stunned with a face full of shock.
Take a deep breath. I can't see how they died at all. Is this the terrifying, bizarre power?
Suddenly, he grabbed Yu Qiuxing's collar and jumped up, reaching upwards to grab an invisible hand, floating in the air. Just now, Fang Xian's intuition told him that staying where they were would be extremely dangerous.
Fang, what's wrong? Yu Qiuxing, who was being pulled by the collar, didn't resist.
Instead, he grabbed Fang Xian's hand and lifted his feet.
That spot on the floor, it's dangerous. Fang Xian said seriously, looking at the floor.
The place they were standing on had slightly collapsed and was gently rising and falling, as if the floor had come to life.
Task triggered, survive the deadly, bizarre assassination. Task reward, random skill, gold. Gold skill reward, it seems this time is really dangerous. Yu Qiuxing looked at the slowly recovering floor, as if understanding something, and sighed bitterly.
It seems the strange being intends to toy with us, absorbing negative emotions from us. He explained, the way these strange beings grow stronger is by absorbing negative emotions like fear and terror.
You've noticed it too, right?
Most strange beings don't directly kill,
they first intimidate and play with you, absorbing enough negative emotions before they strike. I didn't notice. Fang Xian was silent. Usually, it's him scaring the strange beings. Yu Qiuxing took a deep breath and said, but this is actually good. As long as it doesn't kill us immediately, we still have a chance. Ah! A scream came from the teaching building. Yu Qiuxing confirmed that the deadly strange being had left and landed back on the floor, lowering his voice. The strange being can block electronic signals, so we can't call for help from the outside. Escaping is also unrealistic. Fawn, I have a way to keep the strange being from finding us. Let's go to the teaching building and try to save some students. Fang Xian thought the same way. Yan Fuyang and the others were also at school, he couldn't just ignore them. Beep beep. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Jian Lianzi, Fang Xian, this is the information I obtained with my special ability. Fang Xian looked at the phone and wasn't surprised. Jian Lianzi had told him before that her special ability allowed her to see hidden rules. Bullying will lead to death, but touching with a hand isn't considered bullying. Stepping on him probably counts as bullying, and walking in a building that can turn into his flesh and blood means one could be killed at any time by stepping on him. Maybe walking upside down? The information Jian Lianzi provided wasn't absolute. The strange being temporarily doesn't kill in order to absorb negative emotions. Not violating the rules just means you're temporarily safe from death. I need to find a way to eliminate it once and for all. Fang Xian touched his right eye through the eye mask. Space/ignores defense damage, and even if the strange being's physical body is strong, as long as it appears in front of him, Fang Xian is confident he can kill it. In the teaching building, Class 3 of Grade 12. Yan Fuyang looked through the window, confused by the sky suddenly turning black. Boom! An explosion suddenly occurred behind him. A warm, wet feeling came to his cheek. Yan Fuyang instinctively touched it. It was thick, red blood. His pupils shrank sharply, and he stiffly turned his head. In the direction slightly behind him, a classmate exploded. The blood splattered in all directions, staining the floor, walls, curtains, and nearby students. The boy sitting behind the exploded student had his eyes covered in blood, unable to open them. He wiped his face, looking at the blood and shattered flesh in his hands, and suddenly snapped. He screamed and ran out. When he reached the door, it was as if he stepped on something soft. He tripped, and then with a boom, he exploded into a mass of blood and flesh. Everyone, calm down. Lin Yuza stood up and shouted. Calm down, calm down. His voice gradually became softer, both calming the students and himself. Everyone, stay in your seats and don't move. Shoo, don't move. As his voice faded, the classroom instantly fell silent. Although every student looked terrified, they all acted calmly, lowering their breaths, curling up, and trying their best to stay still, minimizing their presence. Since the rules had been in effect for so many days, those who survived had mostly adapted. They all understood that in strange events like this, the ones who ran and screamed were the ones who died the quickest. Yan Fuyang crouched on his chair, using the curtains to hide himself. He first tried to send a message to Fang Xian, but when it didn't go through, he sent one to Lin Yuza, who was also in the class. Yan Fuyang, Yuza, I'm going out to find Xian Gu, you stay here and wait for us. Lin Yuza, I'll go with you. Yan Fuyang, you're our strategist, you have to stay at the base to plan, I'll lead the charge. Once I find Xian Gu, we'll come back to get you. Yan Fuyang's idea was that going out right now would be more dangerous, so staying still in the classroom, where there were more people, would be relatively safer. He had special abilities and mysterious tools, with some self-preservation skills, but Lin Yuza didn't. Yan Fuyang took out an ear spoon and put it in his ear. His figure flickered, and he appeared outside the classroom. He lay on the ground for a moment, confirming there was no danger, before taking the ear spoon out and slowly crawling forward. Fuyang. Hearing Jian Lianzi's soft call, Yan Fuyang quickly turned around. Oh, you're going to find Xian Gu too? Jian Lianzi said, you're lying flat on the ground, which actually increases your contact with the ground. It's not as good as standing or using your hands to move. Yan Fuyang didn't hesitate to stand up. When the four of them were at the amusement park, Jian Lianzi's decisions were always correct, so he trusted Jian Lianzi's words. Using my hands to walk? Yan Fuyang thought for a moment, sat down, lifted his foot, and placed his hands under his bottom. Is this right? He moved around in this posture, making a full circle. Jian Lianzi was stunned. It should work, I guess. Then let's go quickly. Yan Fuyang twisted his body and moved toward the staircase. Jian Lianzi hesitated for a moment but eventually thought that life was more important than her image. She lowered her head, grabbed her hair in front of her, covered her face, and endured the shame to mimic Yan Fuyang's movements. As she moved, she kept praying in her heart, please don't run into anyone on the way.
The two of them reached the fifth-floor stairwell, just in time to meet another group of students who were also trying to escape the building. The leaders of the group froze when they saw Yan Fuyang and Jian Lianzi's posture. Only a boy with short black hair, after a brief daze, immediately mimicked Yan Fuyang's position. Then, others began to follow suit, mimicking the same posture. The 100-strong group, all twisting their way down the stairs, moved at a slow pace since they couldn't push through, making the whole escape team appear orderly and synchronized. Chapter 37, 90% mortality rate. The boy with short black hair walked beside Yan Fuyang and spoke, "Hey, I'm Chen Xiuli from Class 7, Year 3. I'm Yan Fuyang from Class 1, Year 3. Chen Xiuli? Oh, I think I've heard your name. Weren't you the one who happened to take a few days off when the rules arrived?" Chen Xiuli smiled and said, "You mean the lucky guy? That's probably me." Yan Fuyang joked, "It's really you, huh? That's impressive. You're not a reincarnator, are you?" Chen Xiuli's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and sighed, "If I were a reincarnator, I should have dropped out already. I was just sick those days." He changed the topic, "Are you trying to escape the school too? I feel like the sky is so gray, like it's covered by a lid. It seems unlikely we can get out." "I have the same feeling." Yan Fuyang agreed. "But we still have to try, see if we can get out. How about we work together? We can keep an eye on each other. I think we should head for the administration building. There are fewer people there, and the strange events usually target crowded places. The teaching building here is definitely the most dangerous." "Sure." During the conversation, Yan Fuyang gradually slowed down his pace, and the two fell to a position in the middle of the group, neither ahead nor behind. "Why haven't we reached the fourth floor yet?" someone in the group asked. Hearing this, others quickly stopped and looked around. Yes, even though they were walking very slowly with these slow, twisting steps, it shouldn't take this long to get out of a single flight of stairs. While everyone anxiously looked around, a person in the middle of the group suddenly screamed several times, his body sinking down. He desperately tried to grab someone's clothes, but before he could, he fell. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Through the hole that appeared in the stairs, they could see the person who fell lying on the stairs of the third floor, flipping back and forth, crying out in pain. "Hey, hey, hey!" Another person's body sank down. Seeing this, others immediately started running, afraid that a hole would suddenly appear under their feet as well. As soon as the first batch of runners was hit by an explosion, Yan Fuyang stood up, wiped the blood splattered on his face, then rubbed it on his clothes as a lubricant, and slid down the banister of the stairs. Chen Xiuli followed suit, imitating his movements. Jian Lianzi, however, could not bring herself to do such a disgraceful act, so she quickly followed the others, running down the stairs. Bang! 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 Explosions kept happening, accompanied by screams, chaotic footsteps, blood, and broken flesh splattered all over the place. The staircase had turned into a hellish scene. This is a bizarre stance. Didn't they say it was just a fierce level anomaly? What exactly have we unleashed? On a street several hundred meters away from the first high school, a bald man with no eyebrows and covered in a disgusting, thick layer of skin stood stunned, staring at the grayish dome that now covered the school, almost speechless. Should we still go in? The suited man glanced sideways at the person who spoke. Go in to die? Wait. Let's wait for the anomaly to leave, then we'll go in and see if there are any surviving experimental subjects. Fang Xian and Shang met up with the group that had just escaped the teaching building on the playground. Every person was covered in blood, some even appeared dazed. It's over now. Fang Xian took off his school uniform and draped it over Jian Lianzi, who seemed to be lost in thought. Xianji, give me one too. Yan Fuyang, now a little red man, said from the side. I only have one left. If you want it, take it off and trade with me. Then never mind. Your clothes are the most exaggerated, what happened? Fang Xian grabbed the corner of Yan Fuyang's clothes, which were completely dyed red. This is my proof of bravery. Where are Shan Yan and Yuze? I haven't seen Lu Jie. She might not have come to school yet. I didn't bring Yuze with me, it's too dangerous on the way. I'll go pick him up later. Fang Xian glanced at the time, 7:30. Lu Shanyan couldn't wake up too early, so she would probably arrive close to 7:40, right on time for school. She should still be on her way now. No signal, so he couldn't message Shanyan, but seeing the grayish dome, she should know something's wrong with the school and won't be coming in. Fang Xian looked at Yu Qiuxing and asked, Mr. Yu, what's the way you mentioned to keep the anomaly from finding us? We need to find a spacious, enclosed space. Fang Xian said, the conference room over there should meet your conditions. Yu Qiuxing nodded, alright, let's head there. Are you the only ones who made it out? Yan Fuyang replied, pretty much. Of the over 1,000 who ran, only this group of us made it out.
Some people are still hiding in the teaching building. Yu Qiuxing sighed. From just hearing Yan Fuyang's description, he could imagine how horrific it had been along the way. Quick, follow me.
After collecting his thoughts, he led the way towards the conference room Fang Xian had mentioned.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
When they reached the conference room door, Yu Qiuxing pushed the doors open and took out a sign that said "Occupy" from his pocket and hung it on the door,
hastily waving his hand to signal. Quick! Quick! Everyone get inside. Move faster. After everyone entered, he quickly closed the door, letting out a breath of relief. We're safe now, all we can do is wait for the outside to notice something is wrong with the school, for an A-level special person to come on a mission, or for the anomaly to leave on its own. A sign hanging and it's safe? Fang Xian was confused. The dozens of surviving classmates were also bewildered, suspecting they had walked into a thief's den.
But seeing Yu Qiuxing blocking the door, with an unmistakable "no one move the door" attitude, and with no further deaths after entering the meeting room, they didn't start any chaos for the moment. Yu Qiuxing assured, "Don't worry, Fang Xian. With the sign I hung at the door, the anomaly will definitely not come in, that is." His speaking speed slowed down more and more, and his eyelids kept flickering.
What happened? Fang Xian asked. Thud.
Yu Qiuxing didn't respond, and after closing his eyes, he never opened them again, his body collapsing straight to the ground.
Fang Xian was stunned for a moment.
Thud thud thud. Sounds of people collapsing came one after another from behind him. Fang Xian looked around, and there was only him still standing in the whole meeting room.
Chapter 38, Illusions. Fang Xian stood frozen in place, unable to react.
It wasn't until a subtle, even breathing sound came that the emotions rising in his heart were suppressed, and he let out a deep sigh of relief.
Why did they all fall asleep? Fang Xian carefully observed the surroundings.
The brownish-yellow wooden walls and floor, a black display screen the size of a wall, seats arranged in a stair-like pattern, an overall warm-colored layout, a slightly cold atmosphere, and a quiet ambience, indeed, very suitable for sleeping.
Wait a minute.
Fang Xian gently tapped Yu Qiuxing, but when he found that he couldn't wake him, he was about to try waking others. At that moment, a soft humming sound came.
Jian
Lianzi's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes in confusion. After sitting up, she rubbed the back of her head, which still ached from the fall. When her gaze moved upward, she saw Fang Xian walking toward her. She froze for a moment, and immediately, her eyes darted away.
What happened to you just now? Fang Xian squatted down in front of Jian Lianzi and asked. Jian Lianzi stammered, I don't know.
I just suddenly felt really sleepy and then fell asleep. I also had a very real dream, but halfway through, I suddenly woke up.
Fang Xian asked, what dream?
Jian Lianzi's face turned a bit red. She bit her lip, her gaze drifting, and didn't answer.
At this moment, a few more people started to wake up. Fang Xian quickly walked over to inquire. He learned that they, like Jian Lianzi, suddenly fell asleep without knowing why, had a very real dream, you know, that kind of dream, but when it reached a critical point, the dream suddenly stopped, and they woke up.
As they spoke, the expressions of several boys turned frustrated.
The brain lacked relevant memory, the dream scene rendering stopped?
Thinking of this, Fang Xian looked toward Yan Fuyang, still lying on the ground, with a smile on his face. At this moment, Yan Fuyang's expression suddenly turned terrified, and he opened his eyes, sitting up quickly, gasping for breath, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare.
Fang Xian was curious about what dream he had, so he asked, Fuyang, what kind of dream did you just have? Xiangu, how did you know I was dreaming?
Yan Fuyang looked at him with a face full of fear. I swear, I dreamed of Rem and Makima.
At first, the 2D style confused me. After I entered, it started spinning, and it scared me awake. It was so scary. Fang Xian fell silent.
Based on his previous analysis, dreams were generated using the brain's memory as a database. If something had not been experienced, the dream couldn't generate the corresponding scene.
His eyebrows twitched, and he calmly said, eating so well? Yan Fuyang chuckled and took a few steps closer, whispering, want me to share the purchase link with you? No need, just enjoy it yourself. Clap clap clap.
At this moment, the scene was a bit indescribable, with the people still lying on the ground. It's a bit like a fish washed up on the shore, flapping around relentlessly. The person who woke up immediately realized what was happening. A few were still frustrated, but most walked away with a look of disgust.
Ah! Ha ha!
Yu Qiuxing suddenly woke up, looked around, and saw many people staring at him. He froze for a second, then quickly put on a look of relief and said, how luckily, my willpower is strong enough, I wasn't tempted. First place. Yan Fuyang whispered to Fang Xian, and after speaking, he couldn't hold it in, lowering his head and biting his lip to stifle a laugh.
Fang Xian also struggled to keep a straight face. Yu Qiuxing was very embarrassed. He looked around and then tried to change the topic, saying, "What is in this conference room that made all of us fall into a dream?" "A rule-based anomaly," Chen Xiuli suddenly said. Seeing everyone looking at him, he explained, "I saw online that there's a strange phenomenon called a rule-based anomaly. It has no intelligence, no ability to think, just like a line of code. It only acts when its rules are triggered. The danger level of rule-based anomalies is universally unknown, impossible to define. Because even an S-class special person would fall victim to a rule-based anomaly if they triggered its rule. On the other hand, even an ordinary person, as long as they understand the rules of a rule-based anomaly, can survive its grip." Yu Qiuxing thought for a moment, then shook his head. "This student is knowledgeable, but he's wrong. What pulled us into the dream isn't a rule-based anomaly. Those who touch the rules of a rule-based anomaly either become its subordinates or die. So far, there has been no case of survival. What we experienced just now was clearly a trap." Afraid that others might not understand, he gave an example. "The rule we each have on us now is a form of rule-based anomaly. The international community calls it a rule-based horror story. We all saw the consequences of breaking its rules, right? How could we still be jumping around like we are now?" Personally, I'm more inclined to think he looked around the room and said, "There is a fantasy object here." He explained, "Our emotions are powerful: anger, pain, sadness. When enough people desire or fantasize about something, the gathered emotional energy will bring it into existence. This thing created by emotional power is called a fantasy object internationally. I personally guess that the fantasy object here was born because many people longed for beautiful dreams, which is why we suddenly had those dreams." Seeing that the students around him were listening attentively, he remembered his days as a teacher and, feeling a sense of nostalgia, decided to share more. Among fantasy objects, there is a rare and unique branch called rule objects, which are born from commonly accepted rules in folk tradition. The someone sign hanging at my door is a rule object. The sign indicates that the room marked for people cannot be entered, which is why that anomaly couldn't infiltrate. Yan Fuyang remembered his earpick and asked, "So are fantasy objects something we can control?" Yu Qiuxing smiled and said, "Yes, but you have to know the right method. Many powerful special people in Yun City have made names for themselves by using fantasy objects." Everyone in the conference room brightened up, thinking, if they found their own fantasy object, would they be able to protect themselves? Fang Xian wasn't too interested in fantasy objects. You had to figure out how to control them, which seemed like a hassle. It was more powerful to rely on system skills, and besides, there were more important things waiting for him. "Mr. Yu, I need to step out for a moment. I have a friend still waiting for me." Yu Qiuxing advised, "This conference room, where power can't infiltrate, must have caught the anomaly's attention. Perhaps your friend is waiting outside right now. You're likely to run into him when you go out." Fang Xian said, "I have a way to avoid him." Yu Qiuxing sighed, thinking that Fang Xian was just too eager to save his friend. "Take care, your friend is still waiting for you here." Chapter 39, I Observed the Divine Power. Fang Xian looked at Jian Lianzi and Yan Fuyang. "You wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Yan Fuyang nodded seriously. Actually, I want to look for that fantasy item, so I won't accompany you, Brother Xian." "You want to look for a fantasy item?" Fang Xian didn't want to expose him. At that moment, he saw Yan Fuyang's eyes signaling him, so he followed him to the corner of the meeting room. Yan Fuyang glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, then took out an ear cleaning tool, lowering his voice and said, "Here, Brother Xian, this is a rule item. If you encounter danger, just put it in your ear, and no one will be able to touch you. I've tried it, it works. But be careful not to keep it in too long, or it'll puncture your eardrum." Fang Xian took it, examined it, and saw that it looked like an ordinary ear cleaning tool, with no obvious special features. But it was created from the folk rule of "don't touch me when cleaning my ears." It was very magical. He put it in his pocket and smiled. "All right, I'm off." Go quickly," Yan Fuyang said. Fang Xian stretched his voice, "Be moderate." "What?" "I'm going to find the fantasy item later," Yan Fuyang said, looking puzzled. After leaving the meeting room, Fang Xian, having already removed his eye mask, let the invisible hand support him, quietly waiting for the strange presence to arrive. He wasn't confident in leading a group of students out without casualties, so he decided to deal with the strange presence first, then lead them away. He waited for a while. The concrete floor in front of him began to writhe, then twisted upwards, slowly forming a rough humanoid shape. As bone and flesh grew, the figure became more detailed. Soon after, a half-bloodied school uniform, covered in dirt and painted with insulting graffiti, appeared on it. At the moment when the powerful strange entity Li Jingran fully formed, Fang Xian, who was leaning in the air, opened his shattered red eye, locking eyes with him from a distance. Whoosh whoosh. The wind carried fallen leaves, drifting between the two. At this moment, both seemed like cowboys in a duel, each waiting for the right moment to shoot. Time passed second by second. Fang Xian's gaze changed from seriousness to confusion. What is he doing? Why hasn't he made a move yet?
Fearing that his skills would be dodged, he wanted to rely on the unextinguished heartfire to withstand Li Jingran's attacks first. Then, when the enemy thought he was dead, he would catch them off guard.
Could it be that he also wants to attack later?
At this moment, cracks appeared under Li Jingran's feet, and Fang Xian, thinking he was finally about to strike, became more alert. In fact, what Fang Xian didn't know was that from the moment Li Jingran appeared until now, he had already been attacked at least 10,000 times.
Impossible. 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 Li Jingran gritted his teeth, swinging his whip at an unimaginable speed, one that Fang Xian's eyes couldn't even follow.
Every strike felt like it would shatter his body, but there was no visible injury on Fang Xian. He broke into a cold sweat, and his resentment power became unstable, causing the ground beneath him to crack. If the attacks had just been blocked, that would be one thing, but among the high-level strange entities, he was never known for his attacks. He specialized in speed and defense. Being able to block his attacks meant the opponent had some strength. But there was a clear sensation of breaking through defenses, yet there wasn't a single scratch on the opponent, which was a completely different story. This meant the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. In reality, the truth wasn't as exaggerated as Li Jingran imagined. It was just that his attack speed was too fast for Fang Xian to see, so he thought the enemy hadn't made a move yet. Thus, the ability, I observe unconsciously, activated, erasing the attacks Fang Xian had received.
His body had so many gaps. He had already been hit over 10,000 times. But he was fine. How terrifying. Should I run? Run, run. What does his look mean? Is he mocking me? Run, run, run. I swore. I will never let anyone bully me again. I have to kill him. Keep looking down on me like this, I'm running. Ah. He actually dares to mock me.
In his fury, Li Jingran's resentment surged into the sky, dispersing the clouds, and the cracks beneath him spread like a spider web, widening step by step.
Hiss. Hiss. Hiss.
The school uniform on his body turned a deeper red.
Aya. Li Jingran roared. He could feel it, the realm that had been stuck for several days was finally breaking through. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Don't kill me.
His whip speed surged once more, reaching a level where even he couldn't see.
Don't make a move. This is the price you pay for looking down on me.
Storm, 30 million chaotic dances.
Aya, run, run. What is he doing? Fang Xian tilted his head slightly, his gaze confused. Why shout the name of the move but not make a move?
Seeing the huge setup earlier, he was prepared to feel some pain, but...
this weirdness seems to have a bit of humor to it. Ha! Ha! Ha!
This move consumed too much energy, and after using it, Li Jingran had to rest, leaning on his knees for a moment.
Finally, it's dead, right? He raised his head, only to meet Fang Xian's care-for-the-fool look. In an instant, he froze. It's still alive, what do I do? Should I kneel? What is this look he's giving me? Is he looking at me like I'm an idiot? I have to kill him. Run, run. I'll die, I'll die. Kill him. Finish him. I need to find a chance to escape.
Li Jingran ferociously glared back, letting out a low growl like a vicious dog.
Suddenly, he turned and fled, and in his panic, he crashed into a few big trees and stumbled a bit. After getting up, he ran for his life again. Don't kill me. You wait. I'll come back for revenge. Don't chase me, Run, run, run. Kill you, kill you. Kill, kill, kill. Help. Wait for me. One day, I'll come back and save myself.
Through the whole process, Fang Xian wore a subway old man with a phoned face, watching as Li Jingran disappeared in an instant, not even having time to use the broken eye technique.
So, are we still fighting? Survived the deadly eerie ambush, completed. Looks like it's over. Although Fang Xian still didn't understand exactly what had happened, the system task showed it was complete, so, things should probably, maybe, be over? Truly magical. He shook his head and looked at the sky.
The grayish light screen had completely vanished.
The eerie position has disappeared?
In the conference room, Yu Qiuxing stared out the window at the sky, astonished.
He took out his phone, and the signal was restored. The eerie thing is gone? What happened? Could it be that it absorbed enough negative emotions and went back to break through its realm? No, maybe it was trying to trick us into coming out.
Once an eerie being reaches the fierce level, its intelligence is no less than a human's, and the wicked level beings are even more cunning.
So Yu Qiuxing decided to be cautious, staying put for a day, then tomorrow he would seek help from the Special Personnel Registration Office and wait for reinforcements before heading out. As for why he would wait until tomorrow, that's because he had some thoughts about the illusionary object in the conference room. Where could that illusionary object be? Yu Qiuxing glanced at the many students searching for treasures in the conference room. If it were in the conference room, there's no way it could be hidden from so many people. Not in the conference room? Impossible. The someone sign was there. If the illusionary object wasn't in the conference room, it couldn't have affected us inside the room. Suddenly, he looked at the classmate lying on the floor. Could it be in the dream? Feeling he might be right, Yu Qiuxing was itching to lie down and sleep, but then he stopped. What if some naughty kid took his someone sign while he was asleep? Yu Qiuxing hesitated for a while, then sighed deeply. Gaining little but losing much, picking up sesame seeds and losing a watermelon, maybe he didn't even pick up the sesame seeds. He chuckled to himself as his greedy thoughts gradually settled. Hey, it really can come back in. After lying down for a long time, Yan Fuyang finally fell asleep and looked around with excitement. He first snapped his fingers, slowing down time by 100 times, making it easier to play in his dream for longer. Then he sat down and thought about what to play. Got it. A smile appeared on his lips, and he flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a giant Godzilla over 100 meters tall appeared below, roaring to the sky. Another wave, and 100 Yan Fuyangs appeared. 100 of me battling Godzilla. Everyone, charge. 1 minute later, the scene was left with only a Godzilla, happily eating. Doesn't count, doesn't count. I was in a bad state just now, let's do it again. Yan Fuyang mumbled. With a wave of his hand, 100 more Yan Fuyangs appeared below. This time, he secretly raised his own body stats by 10 times. 10 minutes later. Only 13 Yan Fuyangs were left, covered in blood, shouting to the sky, "This is me. I'm coming." In the sky above, Yan Fuyang, dressed in divine armor, jumped down. The real Yan Fuyang appeared in person. It's unclear how much time passed, but Yan Fuyang's dream evolved into a world war. Hold it. Hold it. You must hold it for me. A Yan Fuyang in a military officer uniform shouted, raising a blood-stained big knife. Ah! Several Yan Fuyangs, holding explosive packages, jumped onto a tank to die with it. Woo woo woo! After a loud horn, tens of thousands of Yan Fuyangs appeared from all directions, charging towards the enemy deep in the line. What the heck, don't block me! Yan Fuyang, who had turned into a tank, was charging through the battlefield but was blocked by some cloud that appeared out of nowhere. He impatiently shook his gun barrel and accelerated to shake it off, only to find that the cloud was following him closely. What the hell is this? Yan Fuyang suddenly paused, vaguely realizing what it was, and sucked in a cold breath. No way. He turned back into human form, hugged the cloud, and felt a strange sensation come over him. He arrived at a pure white, silent space, where his vision was divided into several parts, connected to the dreams of others in the meeting room, and for some reason, he had the feeling that he could freely alter their dreams. Without hesitation, he turned all the beautiful women and handsome men in everyone's dreams into Fu Rue. Damn! The meeting room suddenly echoed with many people being awakened in shock. Active skill rainbow transformation, gold. Fang Xian, after sorting out the vast skill memories in his mind, thought, the golden skills, as expected, are never weak. Rainbow transformation, it allows the user to fly at the speed of light, and during flight, the body will be in an ionized state, able to pass through all obstacles. Fang Xian put on his eye mask again, slowly walked to the teaching building, and sent the end messages to Lin Yuze, Yan Fuyang, Jian Lianzi, and Yu Qiuxing. Entering the hollow hall of the administrative building, on both sides of the walls, there were lists of honored figures of the campus. As Fang Xian walked, he looked at the names, and suddenly, his gaze stopped under a portrait. Li Jingrong, honorary director of Yun City No. 1 High School. This name sounded very familiar. He recalled that he had heard it from the mouth of the eerie Lin Yuero. Through various clues, you discover that this level of eerie attack incident might not have been an accident. Behind the ordinary campus, there seems to be a hidden secret. Mission triggered, investigate the truth behind the incident, investigation progress, 0%. Mission reward, random skill, purple. I haven't found anything. Fang Xian looked at the system task that suddenly popped up and fell into deep thought. Chapter 41, Not everything can be considered human. Bang! The sudden gunshot broke Fang Xian's thoughts. He looked toward the teaching building from which the gunshot came and turned into a streak of rainbow light, rushing towards it. Class 1 of the 3rd year. A group of men in suits, holding guns, walked into the classroom. Leading them was the bald, eyebrowless man in a tough leather suit who had been outside the school earlier. He didn't say anything to the panicking students, and simply leaned against the blackboard. From behind him, several men in suits holding guns quickly took over every corner inside the classroom.
One of them, with a buzz cut, a hard face showing fierce cruelty, walked to the podium, looked around at the surviving students, and shouted loudly. Now, the person whose name I read, step out by yourself. First one, Chu Jueyu. The students below looked terrified, but no one answered. The man frowned, and shouted a second time, Chu Jueyu. Still no one answered. The man stopped wasting words, and directly pressed the gun against the head of a student below. Where is Chu Jueyu? Point him out for me. The student's body went stiff, and he stammered, Chu Jueyu, he seems to be. Bang! Halfway through his words, his head exploded like a watermelon. The man in the suit pressed the gun against the head of the student at the same desk again. Point. Don't speak useless nonsense to me. Ah! Ah! The student lowered his head in panic, raised both hands and screamed, Point. I point. It's him. He is Chu Jueyu. The one you just shot dead is Chu Jueyu. Ah! Don't kill me. Eh? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The man in the suit looked at the bald, eyebrowless, whole-body keratin layer suit man behind him with no expression, and the gun in his hand was neither lowered nor raised. His companion quickly walked onto the podium and kicked him hard. Move. I'll do it. He took the position of the man in the suit, and still pressed the gun against the head of that student. If I ask you, answer. Second one, Fang Xian. Bang! Before he finished speaking, his head also exploded like a watermelon. Are you looking for me? A calm and unhurried sound of footsteps came from outside the classroom. At the moment he heard the voice, the heart that Lin Yuza had been tightly holding finally relaxed. The bald, eyebrowless, whole-body keratin layer suit man who had been leaning against the wall after entering the classroom finally reacted. He straightened his body and looked outside at the school uniform boy with pale white skin and a white medical eye patch on his right eye. He suddenly turned his head, his eyeball moved left, and a big hole that went through appeared in the wall beside him, and the men's toilet next door could be seen. He looked back at Fang Xian whose left hand was shaped like a gun, and smiled lightly. To move and sneak attack is not a good behavior. Fang Xian said, a strange being that can communicate? Very rare. I am not a strange being. Fang Xian looked him up and down for a while. Very ugly, not anything can say it is human, go die. He moved his left hand without changing expression, and aimed again at the head of the bald, eyebrowless, whole-body keratin layer suit man. Bang! The air bullet shot from the finger gun hit his right face directly. A large amount of keratin layer fragments splashed everywhere. In the smoke, a calm and unhurried voice sounded, such a rude evaluation, but I indeed do not count as human anymore. Student, have you heard of ghost human? Fang Xian said, the child of human and strange being? When the smoke scattered, the keratin layer on the man's right face had already grown more exaggerated than a mask, layer upon layer, like scales overlapping, and the top twisted upward and gathered, forming a sharp horn the size of a dagger. His figure suddenly became blurry. Fang Xian pulled out the axe tucked behind his waistband. Following the guidance of instinct, he held the axe in reverse against his forearm, and then his arm blocked in front of his body. Clang! The axe blade sank down. The man's downward chopping leg was blocked by the axe, the keratin layer that spread like a pine cone rubbed stiffly against the axe blade, sparks flying everywhere. In the power wrestling with Fang Xian, the man smiled easily and said, I think no one's taste would be this heavy. Fang Xian looked at the man, and said without much change in expression, not sure. He suddenly pushed hard, looked at the man whose figure became unstable, believed his instinct and did not chase to press the advantage, but lightly jumped backward instead. The next moment, the man's leg shook, and the sharp keratin layer on his calf shot out like the exploding quills of a porcupine. Clang clang clang. Fang Xian instantly changed to holding the axe in a normal grip, and casually knocked away several that came in front of him, thinking in his heart, such a disgusting attack method. Rustle 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 rustle. The remaining more than 10 keratin layers flew past around his body. A sharp sound of something breaking through the air echoed, easily piercing through the wall behind. Swish! Another one pierced through the first row's desk, embedding itself a few centimeters into the floor just in front of the student's feet, making him too scared to even breathe. Fang Xian landed in the corridor, instinctively grabbing the axe handle with both hands and swinging down with all his might. A man half squatting in front of Fang Xian immediately raised his arms, crossing them to protect his head. Clang! The moment the axe hit, the man felt a sharp pain all over his body. Crack! The floor beneath his feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern, and his internal organs were shaken numb. He forced back a groan, thinking, such terrifying strength and combat instincts, it's so frightening, completely not like an ability user. Luckily, he lacks skill, or else I would have been done for. He released some force to dodge, quickly leaping back as the axe brushed past him, swallowing the metallic taste in his throat, then chuckling as he said. Impressive, at your age I didn't have skills like this, but it's a pity you lack technique. As his words fell, he charged at Fang Xian again, this time opting for a fast attack strategy and using his strength to try and wear Fang Xian down.
Clang, clang, clang block. In less than a minute, the two had exchanged nearly 1,000 moves. The man's head ached more and more as the fight wore on. His opponent was insanely strong, with sharp instincts, and after such an intense fight, he showed no sign of fatigue. It was like fighting a monster. If not for the layer of armor harder than steel on his body, and his opponent's lack of combat experience, he would have already been done for. However, he also realized that his opponent was clearly treating him like a training partner, and this was his biggest opportunity. The greatest enemy in battle is not the opponent, but one's own arrogance, kid. The man squinted his eyes, waiting for the precise moment when Fang Xian swung the axe at him. At that moment, the tough layer of his skin on his arms rapidly grew. Although his intuition told him that something was off when the axe came down, Fang Xian, not knowing how to control his force or change his attack style, was too hasty, and there was no time to stop. The sharp spiny layer stabbed into the wooden handle of the axe, and instinctively, Fang Xian let go of the axe and quickly retreated. The man, however, only sought to disarm Fang Xian and didn't immediately press the attack. He turned around, flicking the axe into the classroom. Clang! The moment the axe hit the floor, the man's rapidly growing tough skin spun and gathered into a drill the length of a knife, launching another fierce attack on Fang Xian. Boom! The spiny layer of skin slammed into the railing, shattering bricks and leaving a hole the size of a human head. Without a weapon, Fang Xian was at a loss against the man, who was covered in spikes. All he could do was dodge, but thanks to his instincts, he didn't appear clumsy and instead looked somewhat relaxed. The students, who had been nervous when Fang Xian lost his weapon, finally let out a breath upon seeing this. Chapter 42, The Shattered Red Eyes. Despite being at a disadvantage, Fang Xian did not panic in his heart. He still had many skills left unused. He had temporarily sealed off his abilities to improve his battle experience, and it was rare to find an opponent with strong physical fitness and excellent combat skills. This opportunity was too good to miss. He could feel his speed of progress increasing rapidly through this constant dodging. Gradually, he no longer needed to rely on his instincts, he could predict and dodge the man's attacks by himself. Swish! A tail made of tough skin swept through the rubble, with a violent dust storm trailing it, sweeping low towards him. His instincts told him this was extremely dangerous and that he needed to immediately retreat at least 10 meters, but he didn't think it was necessary, believing he could dodge it. So, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping into the air while tightening his fists, envisioning the invisible wraps around his hands, planning to run along the tail and punch the man in the face to end the battle. The idea was good, but... Sizzle! In the bewildered gaze of Fang Xian, the tail made of tough skin suddenly exploded, turning into countless thin threads. A vast force, sweeping across the sky, tightly bound him, who was stranded in midair with no leverage, pulling him toward the man. At the same time, the man quickly ran forward, his right hand swinging back like a pendulum, and the vicious, spiraling, horn-like drill on his arm crashed heavily into Fang Xian's abdomen. Bang! In the moment before he was sent flying, Fang Xian's face showed no frustration, no resentment, only a calm acceptance of his defeat. He thought, as expected, close combat is not suitable for me. I should stick to showcasing my skills in the future. Thud! He smashed through the walls, crashed into the podium, and violently embedded himself into the second wall before coming to a halt. A dead silence. The man let out a long sigh, retracting the entire layer of armor, and then shared his victory speech with a sense of reflection. Really? I almost lost. What a tough opponent. I'll probably never forget you in this lifetime, but it's a shame. Next time, remember to practice more on your combat skills. Don't make the same mistake again, if you even have another life. After finishing, he casually turned around and donned the suit handed to him by his subordinate. Two of you, go dig him out and take him away. Yes. The men in suits, holding guns, stood dumbfounded, while two of them reacted quickly and rushed toward the dust-filled ruins. The students were stunned, their hearts completely dead. Fang Xian was their only hope now. If he had fallen, who else could save them? Bang! Bang! The two men in suits rushing towards the ruins suddenly collapsed to the ground, shot. The bald, eyebrowless man in a suit with full armor, who had just stepped out of the classroom, abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? He was poisoned by my toxin. How could he still get up? That's right, the bald, eyebrowless man's armor layer was poisonous. Nobody knew, but the most dangerous part of his armor wasn't its ability to grow freely or its hardness, but the toxins on its surface. As soon as anyone's skin was cut by his armor, they would immediately be poisoned, paralyzed, and unable to move. This was his trump card. If one's strength wasn't up to a certain level, they couldn't ignore the effects of the poison. His physical strength was strong, but it wasn't at that level, yet, he had shaken off the paralyzing effect of the poison. Or rather, judging by his appearance, he was completely unaffected. Could it be that he was hiding his true power all along? No, maybe it's just that his resistance to toxins is unusually high.
The bald, eyebrowless man's fingers twitched involuntarily, the first sign of tension he had felt in this battle. However, the truth was that he hadn't told Fang Xian that his armor was poisonous. Without that knowledge, Fang Xian wouldn't have realized he had been poisoned. So, his ability, I observe, unconsciously activated. He had not been poisoned. Amidst the sound of scattered stones, Fang Xian stood up unharmed. A body that could exert 1,000-ton strength was naturally very tough. His defense wasn't weak. And in the final moment, he used his invisible hands to protect the vital parts of his body, avoiding any serious injury. In fact, the area attacked by the armor's drill had a deep gash, but it had already been healed by his compassionate Holy Sun ability. At this moment, it seemed as though he had taken the full force of the bald man's powerful attack, yet was completely unscathed. Whoosh! The man's entire armor grew uncontrollably once more, and he charged toward Fang Xian again, but Fang Xian stood still, making no movement. He said, "I don't need any skills." Fang Xian slowly removed his white eye mask, revealing his shattered red pupil. "My absolute strength tells me that I just need to crush you." The broken red pupil reflected the image of the man charging toward him, and as the outermost fragment of the pupil reflected the man's head, in reality, the man's head turned toward him. Bang! The body, originally charging toward Fang Xian, crashed into the nearby wall. And the head fell to the ground. The expression was very complex, full of astonishment, fear, unwillingness, fear, and anger. It was hard to imagine how so many emotions could appear on a person's face at once. The shattered pupils once again aimed at the man's head, the red shards of the pupils spreading outward, rotating, assembling, and reassembling like building blocks. The head followed suit, rotating, assembling, and reassembling, eventually scattering into a pile of fragments. After finishing all of this, Fang Xian turned his head and aimed the shattered pupils at the headless body stuck in the wall, repeating the previous actions. The strange vitality was strong, so it was safer to shred it a bit. The scene was eerily silent. It was as if no one had fully realized what happened in those few seconds. Everyone just stared blankly at Fang Xian. Suddenly, a man in a suit, closer to the door, took off running. But after a few steps, his head spun 720 degrees. Fang Xian didn't even turn his head, continuing his dissection work. His voice was very calm as he said, "If you don't want to die, it's better to just stay still and don't move." The remaining men in suits made no attempt to resist. They obediently dropped their guns, cupped their heads with both hands, and squatted down. Their leader, who could withstand a submachine gun's burst with ease, had just died so simply. Shooting, besides angering the man, had no effect. As for running, their brothers had already shown the consequences of running. After dealing with the bald, eyebrowless, completely hardened-skinned man in a suit, Fang Xian looked at the row of men in suits squatting down and asked, "Who sent you here? The level eccentric attacked the school, doesn't it have something to do with you?" He waited for 10 seconds, but no one spoke. Fang Xian said, "I won't make it hard for you. Say goodbye to the world." His right pupil's shards slowly spread out. "Wait. We surrender." As for the rest, a relatively clever-looking man in a suit gave a bitter smile and said, "Because of the rules, we must keep it a secret. We really can't say, or we'll die." Fang Xian replied, "Oh, then you're useless." Thud. Dozens of headless bodies in suits fell to the ground, scattered and broken. Chapter 43, The Eccentric Person. At this moment, every student in the class was staring at Fang Xian, too shocked to say a word. Some realized that they were no longer on the same level as Fang Xian, some felt regret, wondering why they hadn't built a better relationship with him before, some were plotting how to flatter Fang Xian, some envied him and wished they had that kind of power. Amid all the complex gazes, Fang Xian put his eye patch back on and looked for his axe. He saw the axe in the arms of a female classmate. When she saw Fang Xian walk over, the female classmate panicked, closed her eyes, stretched her hand forward, and bent 90 degrees. Fang Xian. Your axe. Thank you." Fang Xian took it and nodded lightly. "You're welcome." The female classmate looked at Fang Xian, her gaze gradually becoming infatuated. Other female classmates were full of jealousy, thinking to themselves, "Damn, I was a step too late to grab it. Otherwise, I would be the one talking to Fang Xian now. Let's all follow me. I'll take you to a safe place." Fang Xian led a large group of classmates out of the classroom. The group grew longer as they walked because other classes saw them and followed along. Anyway, it was a small effort, so Fang Xian called one class at a time and even went to the middle school section, bringing all the remaining survivors to the conference room. Now, there were only around 400 people left in the whole school, and the conference room was very big. It was a bit cramped, but still enough to fit everyone. Yu Qiaoxing looked at Fang Xian in surprise. He didn't expect Fang Xian to successfully bring the remaining people out. However, he thought it was just luck that the level eccentric had just left, and the two sides didn't run into each other. But this courage was still admirable.
After all, even though he knew the level eccentric had left, Yu Qiuxing had still been hiding in the conference room, too afraid to go out. Yet Fang Xian had stepped out of the conference room even before the level eccentric had left. Inside the conference room, the students huddled together and cried, comforting each other. The fear instilled by the rules had taken deep root. Even though they didn't attend class today, nothing really happened, but still, no one dared to leave the school before it was time to finish. Yu Qiuxing looked at the sadness and numbness on everyone's faces, and couldn't help but sigh. They were at most only 18 years old, the youngest only 12. They should be at an age full of vitality, carefree and full of youth, yet they were struggling every day to survive, living with the constant fear of the next day. And he could only watch, unable to do anything. His gaze dropped, and he softly recited, "Only the cold moon and the warm sun can see, as they roast one's life. Where can one see a human beast?" Yan Fuyang, who had just taken the ear pick from Fang Xian's hand, peeked his head out. Yu Qiuxing froze for a moment. Damn it, was I talking about this human beast? A good sorrowful and poetic moment was suddenly ruined. Yu Qiuxing waved his sleeve, turned, and left, not wanting to speak to the illiterate Yan Fuyang. He wandered among the students who had split into small groups, whispering to each other, and by chance overheard a conversation between Fang Xian's classmates. Fang Xian met a strange person outside? And killed him with just one look? Yu Qiuxing's mouth fell open. Maybe the story was exaggerated, but being able to kill a strange person, no matter how it was done, was an incredible achievement. A strange person, someone who had transplanted bizarre body parts. Only strange beings of the fierce level and above had body parts worth transplanting, which meant that a strange person who survived the experiment, with training, would already have the strength of a fierce level warrior. Fierce level, that was something only the elite B-class extraordinary people could defeat alone. Ordinary B-class extraordinary people had to form a small team of 3 or more to have a chance of defeating a fierce-level strange being, and it had to be a highly coordinated team. And Fang Xian, who had only awakened his abilities a few days ago, had not even trained his mental power, and was still just an ordinary high school student before the rules came down, actually killed a strange person by himself? His future is limitless. Yu Qiuxing looked at Fang Xian, took a long breath. On the other side, Fang Xian noticed Yu Qiuxing's gaze, made an excuse to step out of the crowd of classmates, and walked towards him. "Fang, is there something you need?" Yu Qiuxing asked kindly. Fang Xian said, "Mr. Yu, I've made up my mind. I want to register with the Extraordinary Persons Registry." He had not chosen to join the registry before, to keep his identity hidden and to avoid being targeted by the people who kidnapped Dong Jiji. But now that it had already been exposed to his classmates, there was no need to hide anymore. The key was to get the cultivation methods of the extraordinary system as soon as possible, learn more about the bizarre beings, and improve himself. Also, the Extraordinary Persons Registry was similar to the Adventurers Guild in Western fantasy. Joining was just for registration. Completing tasks was up to oneself, with no restrictions or effects. Even if Yu Qiuxing and Zhou Honglong were lying or hiding something, it didn't matter. He himself was not affected by the rules. Yu Qiuxing corrected him, "It's registration, not joining. Fang, you must remember this, it's very important. It may not seem like much now, but who knows what impact it could have in the future. So don't let yourself be bound by any positions or responsibilities, not even verbally." Fang Xian nodded, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Yu." Yu Qiuxing smiled, "Don't mention it. I happen to have some time later. I'll take Fang Xian to register. With the way things are at your school, it's impossible to attend class for the short term. And with the act of killing a strange person, Fang Xian might directly become a B-class extraordinary person. B-class extraordinary people have many benefits and privileges. Yun City, Extraordinary Persons Registry. After receiving the school's vacation notice, Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang followed Yu Qiuxing to this place. That's right, Yan Fuyang came along too. After obtaining the beautiful dream, Yan Fuyang felt his body and mind become weak, as though he had been fighting for 7 days straight. He desperately needed to get the cultivation method to nourish the 2 fantasy items on him. Yu Qiuxing took the 2 of them to the registration hall and made them sit on the bench outside, waiting for them to enter and line up. Perhaps because it was newly established, there were still quite a few people in the registration hall. They chose a queue with only one person, and Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang stood behind, waiting in line. "TCH, can't even fill out the form properly, what are you here for?" Go, fill it out properly and line up again, don't waste my time." Sorry for the trouble." A dark-skinned man dressed like a migrant worker kept apologizing to the shiny front desk clerk, awkwardly holding the form and stepping aside. "Not this, so cocky." Yan Fuyang, standing behind Fang Xian, muttered quietly. "Hello, I want to register for the identity certification of an exceptional person." Fang Xian stepped forward and said. The clerk, who was looking at her nails, glanced sideways and curled her lips, slowly putting her hand down and asked in a neutral tone. "What kind of registration?" Exceptional person. The clerk clicked her tongue in silence. I asked what you are registering for, and you say exceptional person? My God, talking to people like you is simply infuriating. She impatiently explained, martial artists, ability users, fantasy item holders, which one are you registering for? Fang Xian said, sorry, ability user. The clerk snorted through her nose, lowered her head, and quickly typed away, slamming a form on the counter. Fill out your personal information. Fang Xian waited for a while, but seeing that the clerk went back to doing her own thing and didn't give a pen, he had no choice but to take out a pen from his backpack and start filling out the form. Fill out all your ability information, don't hide this or that, otherwise, the information review will not pass, understand? The clerk again spoke in that neutral tone. Fang Xian frowned slightly, do I really need to reveal so much? Otherwise, how can we assess your level? Let me guess. The clerk threw a sharp remark. Fang Xian ignored her, thinking about which skill to write. As for skill details? He only planned to reveal a little, giving everything away was impossible. The clerk picked up a small device from the desk, placed it in front of Fang Xian, and pointed, measure your ability level, place your hand here, then activate your ability, control it yourself, don't let it out, or you'll have to pay if you break it, got it? Ability level test. Fang Xian looked at the silver-white U-shaped device, but didn't move for a moment. He didn't want to reveal his ability level. According to the system's evaluation, his ability I perceive was at the highest level, and exposing it might attract trouble. The Tsang country wasn't as safe as the Yin country. Just this morning, he had heard a news report about an ability user who went missing, and they were from the same school as him. He wondered if he could use the skills rewarded by the system to pass this test. Fang Xian thought. Seeing that Fang Xian hadn't followed his instructions, the clerk grew impatient. TCH, didn't you understand what I said, or is it really that hard to understand? You're so dumb, still a student, huh? He raised his voice, hand here, activate your ability, don't let it out, understand? Seriously, wasting time, and you haven't even filled out the form. He waved his hand irritably, hey, go over there. Don't waste people's time, you don't understand this or that, don't listen to me, I'm done with you. Don't come to me later, I won't register you. Go bother someone else. Yin Fuyang cursed, hurry back to play your part-time job as a meddling old lady, are you so eager to get back to giving men love? The clerk's attitude toward Fang Xian had already made Yin Fuyang unhappy, and now that the clerk had clearly refused to help with the registration, Yin Fuyang couldn't hold back anymore and used the harshest words possible. Say that again. The clerk slammed the table, about to stand up and lose his temper. A silver instrument smashed back at him. You! He angrily glared at Fang Xian, but when his gaze met Fang Xian's pure black, emotionless single eye, his mind went blank, and all his anger vanished. Write everything down, register it for me. Fang Xian tossed the pen and form in front of the clerk. You, don't be angry, I was just in a bad mood earlier, I didn't mean to target you, I'm sorry, I'll write it for you. The clerk's voice became soft, almost whiny, and he looked at the emotionless Fang Xian with fear, placing the psychic level detector in his arms aside before picking up the pen that Fang Xian had thrown. What is your psychic ability? I have no psychic ability. The clerk pleaded, please don't be like this, we have rules. If someone fills out incorrect information, it can turn into something bizarre. Don't worry, if it turns into something bizarre, I'll personally deal with you, Fang Xian said. Fill it out. None. The clerk was so frightened that he started crying, sobbing, no, don't do this, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me, I don't want to die. I really know I was wrong. It was just a few words of disagreement. Since the other party admitted their mistake, Fang Xian didn't feel the need to kill them. Fill it out. Unknown. Huh? The clerk looked up with tear-streaked eyes, is this, okay? Won't it cause problems? Fang Xian said, who cares about you? Just fill it out. Oh. The clerk, not daring to resist any longer, squeezed his eyes shut, looking like he was about to die. He sniffled and wrote unknown in the psychic ability section on the form. After waiting a while and seeing nothing happen, he opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you. He hurriedly thanked him and, without needing Fang Xian to say anything, filled out the unknown in the other sections as well, even making the handwriting very beautiful. Uncle, give it to me. Fang Xian took the form from the middle-aged man in worker's clothes and placed it on the table. This one, register it with the information above. The middle-aged man, dressed like a laborer, repeatedly thanked Fang Xian. And me. Yin Fuyang came over, fill mine out as unknown too. He didn't want to reveal his fantasy objects and psychic abilities. The scene they had just created was loud, and everyone in the registration hall had heard and seen it. A young man with dyed hair copied them, immediately throwing his form to the clerk in front of him. Fill this out for me, just write unknown. Sir, that doesn't follow the rules. I don't care about your rules. Why do you need all my information?
I've heard plenty of news about psychic users going missing or having their fantasy objects stolen.
If you know that much, are you trying to sell our information to those corporate dogs?
The clerk was shocked. Sir, that's absolutely not the case.
Then just fill it out as unknown.
Why does his tone sound so familiar?
Yan Fuyang muttered quietly as he looked at the young man who was inciting everyone to fill out unknown. The clerk spoke softly. Your extraordinary person registration is complete.
The way to download the registration app is here.
Would you like me to download it for you? Fang Xian said, no need. Oh, here's the login with fingerprint and facial recognition. This is for public feedback, for posting and checking tasks. And this is, about it.
The clerk explained in great detail.
Fang Xian said, thank you.
The clerk, a bit flustered, covered his mouth and said, no need.
If there's anything you don't understand, you can contact me, if you want. If not, you can still contact me.
He sounded a little shy.
Fang Xian didn't respond and immediately turned to leave.
Yan Fuyang followed happily, bumping into Fang Xian. Xian Ge, you really brought out his feminine side.
Why didn't you add your contact info? Fang Xian shot him a sideways glance. Should I give him your contact info?
Yan Fuyang turned around to glance at the somewhat pretty clerk, who looked like a delicate male. Well, maybe I could.
6. Stay away from me.
Fang Xian distanced himself by 2 steps from him.
Chapter 45, The Heart Power Refining Method.
Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang walked out of the registration hall, and Yu Qiuxing, sitting on a chair outside, stood up, saying he would take the 2 of them to the cafeteria of the special person registration office for lunch.
It was just noon, so Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang followed him to the cafeteria.
Oh, today there's even beast essence meat available, Yu Qiuxing laughed. A transformed beast, eating this is good for the body, very nourishing.
You're in luck today.
Yan Fuyang whispered to Fang Xian, we won't eat it, too fishy. Fang Xian pressed his lips together, and after a long while, he relaxed his expression and nodded in response to Yu Qiuxing's words. The beast essence meat was served on the table. The portion wasn't large, but it was full of fragrance, color, and flavor.
It looked quite good. Fang Xian took a small bite, but couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. It tasted a bit like chicken and a bit like lamb.
After swallowing it, it felt warm in his stomach, giving him a burst of strength. Indeed, as Yu Qiuxing said, it was good for the body. After the meal, Fang Xian returned home and found a document titled Heart Power Refining Method in the registration office app's mailbox, preparing to try practicing it. Heart Power, the skill bar name that Fang Xian had never quite understood before. Its method of practice wasn't complicated. To begin practicing, one just needed to produce a certain level of emotional fluctuation to extract heart power from the emotion.
Following the method provided in the document, Fang Xian turned on the TV and played a highly rated comedy film online. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the laughter coming from the TV, Fang Xian's face remained unchanged under the flickering light from the TV screen.
So boring, not funny at all. Click. He turned off the TV and began reading the document again. Heart power sounded easy to cultivate based on the description, but after trying it, Fang Xian found it quite difficult. First, one needed to create emotional fluctuation. But when people want to create emotional fluctuations subjectively, it's actually hard to make themselves feel any emotion. It's like sometimes when you want to laugh, but can't, and in a serious situation, when you don't want to laugh, you suddenly feel like laughing and can't hold it in. Also, the emotional fluctuations needed to refine heart power must be positive emotions like joy and happiness. Of course, anger and hatred can also work, but the document didn't recommend them, saying that heart power refined from such emotions was more violent and could harm oneself.
Emotions like fear, nervousness, and terror are completely unsuitable.
Although theoretically they can produce heart power, the heart power in such emotions is timid and hard to mobilize, making it harder to refine than when there's no emotional fluctuation at all.
Fang Xian searched for a few more funny videos online, but after watching them, he didn't feel like laughing.
So difficult.
He sighed. Ding dong.
The phone message notification sounded.
Yan Fuyang, Xian Ge, I refined my heart power. Fang Xian, thumbs up, amazing, how did you do it? Teach me, I haven't found the trick yet. Yan Fuyang, watching videos.
When this message popped up, Fang Xian almost lost his composure. He had to admit, in some ways, Yan Fuyang was really a genius. He had figured out such a tricky way to stimulate emotional fluctuations. Realizing he had experienced an emotional fluctuation, Fang Xian quickly followed the method in the document to refine his heart power.
Failed. This little emotion came quickly and left just as fast.
The first time refining heart power requires continuous emotional fluctuation, and the greater the fluctuation, the better it is for refining.
Ding dong.
The phone kept ringing, and Yan Fuyang persistently offered his successful experience to Fang Xian.
Yan Fuyang, Xiangu, I recommend you watch Pure Dance of Innocence, it's really powerful. I refined my heart power by watching it.
My fists were so stiff after watching it. After hesitating for a while, Fang Xian decided not to use Yan Fuyang's method, feeling a bit embarrassed. He thought he would try it on his own once more.
30 minutes later.
Fang Xian darkened his face as he checked whether the doors and windows were tightly closed, and pulled down the curtains. He put on his headphones, hid in his room, and clicked the link sent by Yan Fuyang.
Is this the power of the mind? Fang Xian felt the warm energy flowing from his heart.
It traveled through his blood and slowly spread to his entire body, nourishing each cell.
Fang Xian could sense his physical condition improving little by little.
Although the improvement was small, it was steady, like a slow and continuous stream. After figuring out what the power of the mind looked like, he began refining it again. Except for the first time, not every attempt to refine the mind power requires an emotional fluctuation. It can be done with a calm mind as well. This is because beginners don't yet have a clear understanding of how to refine it and need a strong stimulus to guide them. Fang Xian had great talent and remembered the feeling of refining the mind power after just one try, so now he no longer needed emotional fluctuations for refining it. Of course, emotional fluctuations would still be better, it would speed up the refining process.
About 2 hours later, Fang Xian felt a sense of unprecedented fullness in his body.
His heart was calm, like still water, and he found himself no longer interested in anything. It was as if he had entered a sage-like mode after taking off. This was the sign that the refining of the mind power had reached its limit. According to the document, the total amount of mind power a person can refine depends on their emotional threshold. The higher the threshold, the more mind power they can refine. The only way to raise the threshold is through emotional stimuli: anger, fear, joy, sadness. After each stimulus, the threshold would increase. It seems that to make progress in the mind power system, one cannot just practice in a quiet place like in cultivation novels.
It requires experiencing life and death crises.
Fang Xian looked at the document, which not only included the mind power refining method but also 2 ways to use the mind power. They were called opening the eyes and enhancement. Opening the eyes allows you to see the flow of energy, as well as things that others cannot see.
Enhancement strengthens physical fitness and greatly boosts defensive capabilities.
The difficulty was not high, and Fang Xian learned both techniques in no time. Afterward, he took a picture of the content from the document with another phone and sent it to Lu Shanyan, Jian Lianzi, and Lin Yuze, telling them to practice for self-defense. The mind power refining method is something that every person in the Special Person Registration Center has access to.
Since the center didn't emphasize confidentiality, it could be leaked, and he wasn't the only one leaking it. In a few days, it would likely be available online.
He only sent it to a few friends, so it shouldn't cause any issues.
Chapter 46, A Task with No Clue. After gaining a boost in strength, Fang Xian decided to get the task done.
Investigate the truth behind the Ming incident, investigation level, 0%. Not long after the strange and powerful attack on the campus, a group of people came to his class to call his name, clearly targeting him. Since that was the case, Fang Xian decided to strike first, not giving them time to prepare for a second attack.
The task was triggered when Fang Xian saw the portrait of Li Zhengrong.
He felt that this incident must be related to Li Zhengrong, so he could use this person as a breakthrough.
He searched for Li Zhengrong's name online.
The only results were news about him being involved in multiple sexual assault cases, and posts calling him a beast.
There was no useful information. After thinking for a moment, Fang Xian decided to ask Lin Yuze.
Li Zhengrong was a school board member at the first high school, and Lin Yuze had many connections within the school, with numerous friends.
He might be able to get some information through him.
He sent a message, but received no reply. After waiting for a while, Fang Xian called him, but no one answered.
Maybe he's helping his parents.
Lin Yuze would occasionally help his parents with preparing food, and sometimes when he was too busy, he wouldn't reply to messages.
After thinking for a moment, Fang Xian decided to try asking Yan Fuyang.
He remembered that not long ago, Yan Fuyang had mentioned he knew a very skilled hacker online.
Fang Xian wanted to see if he could ask Yan Fuyang's hacker friend to help him open Li Zhengrong's account.
Yan Fuyang, Xiangu, do you want the method to hack into a restricted website?
Fang Xian? I want to ask him to help me open someone's account.
Yan Fuyang, that idiot only knows how to do this.
I'll ask him and see if he can help. Fang Xian, alright, okay.
About 10 minutes later. Yan Fuyang, Li Zhengrong, 45 years old, owner of Minghao Security Company.
Xiangu, my friend found this info.
He told me to warn you not to act recklessly, and to listen to him. This Minghao Security Company seems to be a front for the Yunsheng Group, the top gang in Yun City.
They do the things Yunsheng Group can't do openly. Fang Xian, okay, I got it. Thank him for me. Yunsheng Group. Fang Xian muttered. The leading company in Jin City, its influence stretches across all industries, including the school Fang Xian attends, which was funded and established by them. Let's focus on Li Jingrong first. If I capture him, maybe everything will be clear. Fang Xian took out his phone, found the location of Minghao Security Company, and transformed into a streak of light, flying straight out the window. When he arrived outside Minghao Security Company, Fang Xian received some bad news. On the same day the rules were announced, Minghao Security Company declared bankruptcy. The building that had housed the company was now abandoned. Fang Xian had no choice but to fly to the Baiyun building, where Yunchen Group was located. Using his ghostly ability to pass through walls, he snuck in through a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. But after searching the entire building, he couldn't find any sign of Li Jingrong. Not even the top executives of Yunchen Group were there. All he saw were employees working with blank, expressionless faces. It was so easy for the higher-ups to avoid the rules. The restrictions on them weren't much at all. The rules were based on one's job, status, and daily habits. The more demanding a job was, the stricter the rules, while the less demanding, the easier it was. The higher-ups would never allow themselves to have a tough, complicated job. Their work was arranged for them. So, even with the rules in place, their situation was still far better than ordinary people's, though slightly worse than their previous status. Fang Xian didn't want to trouble these already struggling employees with questions. Even if he did ask, they probably wouldn't know anything useful. He quietly left the Baiyun building, the clues now completely cut off. Fang Xian didn't know where to start with this task anymore. After all, he was just an ordinary high school student with no experience in such matters. Forget it, I'll just wait for them to attack me. Fang Xian transformed into a streak of light and left. Yun City was at a high altitude, and the clouds above rarely dissipated, blocking out the sun all year round. So, even though it was already May and summer was approaching, the temperature still wasn't high, but it wasn't cold either. If you wore long sleeves, you'd feel hot, and if you wore short sleeves, the wind would make you cold. People on the streets were split into two groups, one wore short sleeves, the other long sleeves. Fang Xian was with the short sleeve group. He was young and strong, not afraid of the cold, especially with all his skills. It was dinner time, and he planned to go to Lin Yu's barbecue stall for something to eat while checking on Lin Yu's situation. He hadn't responded to any messages since noon. When he arrived at the usual spot for Lin Yu's barbecue stall, he was momentarily stunned when he saw that the stall wasn't set up yet. Looking at the time, it was 7:30. Lin Yu's barbecue stall opened every night at 7 o'clock. He and Yan Fuyam often came, so there was no way he could be mistaken. He couldn't have been late either, because after the rules were announced, being late for work became a strange thing. Has it turned into something eerie? Fang Xian glanced at the nearby food stall that had turned strange. Bye. The strange owner of the stall said stiffly, and then, boom. His head exploded like a watermelon, his body falling straight into the frying pan. Passers-by who heard the noise looked over, but their faces were full of indifference, not even a trace of surprise in their eyes, only curiosity and envy. Fang Xian slowly put his hand down. Even if it turned strange, this barbecue stall should still be running. Strangeness would continue the work it did in life, maintaining the same behaviors, just like the strange owner of the food stall just now. So there were only two possibilities left: 1, it turned strange and was killed; 2, it went missing. Fang Xian dialed Lin Yu's number again, and after stepping out of the passers-by sight, he turned into a streak of rainbow light and instantly arrived at Lin Yu's doorstep. The door was not closed, deeply caved in, showing the marks of being violently kicked open. He walked in expressionlessly, the furniture inside was scattered all over the place, and on the floor was a mobile phone with a shattered screen in the lower right corner, the screen still on and vibrating. It displayed, incoming call, Fang Xian. Fang Xian slowly crouched down, picked up the phone, and kept it safe. Is it because of me? He remembered that the special person registration office people had come to find him this morning before going to Lin Yu's. Lin Yu's was kind and gentle, just an ordinary high school student, with no enemies. Recently, he had only been helping collect information on the school's strange events, and the only possible reason for being kidnapped was that he was targeted by those who planned the high-level strange attack on the school. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Mirror of Bungee Village. Fang Xian took a deep breath and exhaled. As long as he moves fast enough, he could make it. But relying on his own strength alone, it was unrealistic to save Lin Yu's in a short amount of time. He needed to rely on the system. Only by drawing a skill related to finding people could he quickly determine Lin Yu's and his parents' whereabouts. Fang Xian took out his phone and opened the registration office app. From what he had learned about the system these past few days, apart from growth tasks, the system's tasks were all based on what he was about to do or the dilemmas he was going to face. As long as he found something to do, there was a chance to trigger a system task. Sure enough, as soon as he clicked on the public feedback, a system task popped up. Task triggered, select and complete a feedback in the Special Person Registration Office's app, 0/1. Task reward, random skill, green. It only required selecting a feedback and completing it, no difficulty was specified, so Fang Xian naturally chose the easiest feedback to complete. Soon, he found his target. Citizen feedback, there is a strange person following me on Yunlu Street. Hazard level, grudge level, non-D level and above special persons should stay away. Location, streets near Roren apartments on Yunlu Street. Victim's description, recently, when I return home from work, a strange person has been secretly following me. At first, I could take a detour to lose him, but I found he is getting closer to my home. Yesterday, he already followed me to the alley. Good Samaritan reward, 1 point. He confirmed the location on the map, and Fang Xian transformed into a streak of rainbow light, instantly arriving above the Roren apartments. He looked down at the street below, and the center of the pupil of his left eye, which was not covered by an eye patch, began to glow faintly. Open eyes. After using his mental strength to open his eyes, the world in his view appeared with thousands of colorful dots and hundreds of black-red dots. These colors represented emotions. One color represented one emotion. Humans have rich emotions, so the colorful dots represented humans. And strange beings only had 2 emotions, anger and hatred, so the black-red dots represented strange beings. Based on the information from the feedback, Fang Xian excluded the dots inside buildings, leaving only about 20 black-red dots. He randomly selected one of the black-red dots, and Fang Xian instantly appeared in front of the strange being. He grabbed his face and placed the phone next to it, comparing it with the strange image in the photo. Not this one. Fang Xian kicked the strange figure away, his hand shaped like a gun, shooting wildly at the still airborne strange being. Bang! 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 Savage blood holes appeared one after another on the strange figure. Before the strange being even hit the ground, Fang Xian had already transformed into a beam of rainbow light, soaring into the sky, searching for his next target. Boom! Fang Xian violently grabbed a Mediterranean strange figure by the neck and slammed it into a nearby streetlight. With his other hand, he lifted his phone, simultaneously twisting the Mediterranean's neck, ensuring the head always faced him. It's you! Fang Xian released his grip on the Mediterranean strange figure's neck, slapped the resisting figure to the ground, and then stepped on his chest, recording a video of the gunshot that would kill him, uploading it to the registration app. In no time, the review was passed, and the task was completed safely. From receiving the feedback to solving it, the entire process took Fang Xian no more than 2 minutes. Claim reward. Active skill, electronic device control, green. Can control electronic devices within a certain range. Without a moment's hesitation, after understanding the skill's effect, Fang Xian rushed to the vicinity of Lin Yu's house, searching for surveillance cameras. But unfortunately, the country of Tsang is not like Yen, where surveillance cameras are everywhere. Fang Xian searched for a while and finally saw a camera outside a nearby supermarket, using his electronic device control skill to retrieve the footage from the afternoon to evening. He fast-forwarded through it in 10 minutes, and aside from seeing Lin Yuza coming home after school, he saw no further trace of him or his parents. The lead was cut off again. The green skill was too low level. To know someone's exact location, the skill had to be at least above green. Fang Xian reopened the registration app and browsed through the public feedback. This time, he focused on the citizen feedback with a hazard level of ferocious. Citizen feedback, there's a mirror in Bungee village that can make people disappear. Hazard level, suspected ferocious, multiple B-level special individuals are recommended before considering going. Location, Bungee village, Jiyun town, number 7. Victim's description, on the afternoon of the 17th, my grandfather and I were cleaning the ancestral home when he suddenly disappeared. I suspect it was the mirror's doing. That mirror is incredibly evil, you'll understand when you see it. Heroic deed reward, 10,000 points. Discussion. Looking at this description, hallucinations? Who would fantasize about a mirror that makes people disappear? Mirrors are always linked to horror stories. This is clearly an eerie being. This kind of non-humanoid eerie being is the scariest. Bungee village, huh? I'm not going there again. Anyone want to organize a trip to Bungee village? Only B levels are required, travel guide and expenses can be negotiated. Add me to the group. In order not to be limited by the rules after accepting a task, special individuals generally do not openly declare that they are taking on a mission. Instead, they find various excuses to go to the task location. And tourism is one of the best excuses. After multiple tests by special individuals, this excuse is likely not to be restricted by the rules. Even if they are unlucky and the rules are applied, they only get simple tasks like taking pictures or checking in, which can be easily completed. This is the one. Task triggered, enter the replica domain of the eerie being and exit safely. Task reward, random skill, gold. Fang Xian paused for a moment. Based on his observations from completing so many tasks, task rewards somewhat reflect the difficulty of the task.
The reward for this task is a gold skill, which probably means the difficulty is at least as high as before, when a gold skill reward involved a dangerous level of eerie being. For safety and efficiency, he decided to work with other special individuals. Fang Xian, 1. His record of single-handedly killing eerie beings at school had raised his special individual level to B level. A few minutes later, he received a private message. Buddy, I saw your comment under the feedback for Bungee Village. Are you also planning to visit Bungee Village? Our tour group is already formed, just missing someone strong enough to fight. How strong are you? Can you fight? Fang Xian opened his profile. He was a B-class ability user with the wind blade power, named Fei Yutao. He wasn't the one who had sent the tour group invitation earlier. After a moment of thought, Fang Xian replied. I'm alright, how many people are there in your group? Alright? How strong is that? Buddy, how come your ability is marked as unknown? We have 6 people here, all B-class. Are you coming or not? We've already gathered the strategies and information. With your unknown ability, I feel like you're probably pretty strong. We'll divide the rewards based on effort, how does that sound? If you're in, we'll meet at the entrance to Bungee Village in an hour. Okay. Chapter 48, The Assassin Sent by Li Jingrong. At the entrance of Bungee Village. After finishing the private chat, Fang Xian directly transformed into a rainbow and appeared at the village entrance. He was slightly surprised to see the 6 people there. The 6 people also froze for a moment when they saw Fang Xian. One of them, crouching down, was holding a phone with the private chat window between him and Fang Xian still open. Fei Yutao slowly stood up, glanced at the phone, then at Fang Xian, and said, Hey, buddy, how did you get here so fast? Fang Xian gave a slight nod and said, Let's get started. What's your plan? Our plan, a man wrapped tightly in a black robe, only his face visible, walked out with a deranged laugh. He said nervously, It's simple. We lure someone over, then tie them up and throw them in front of that mirror and see what happens, huh? What do you think will happen, huh? Ha 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 ha. TSK, we were planning on a sneak attack, but this idiot blew it. A middle-aged man with a weathered face and a cigarette dangling from his mouth threw an iron chain to the ground. Hey, put it on yourself, don't make us do it. Fang Xian remained silent, his fingers twitching, but considering the tight time, he decided not to cause trouble and instead chose to persuade them with words. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp burning pain suddenly shot through his right cheek. He stared blankly for a moment, then raised his hand and lightly touched the long, thin cut on his face. Ha 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 ha, the man wrapped in black laughed loudly as he bent over. Old Fei, look at him, you scared him silly, he's not going to wet himself, is he? Ha 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 ha. Fei Yutao's face grew cold, no longer showing the same affable expression. Don't be careless, he did kill the corner, eh? He closed his mouth instinctively and pressed his lips together, suddenly tasting a metallic sweetness in his mouth, as though some liquid had splashed in. He quickly turned his head and saw the black-robed man's head crushed into a pile of minced flesh, that deranged smile forever frozen on his face. Put. A warm liquid splashed onto his back. Fei Yutao's palm trembled slightly, his head stiffly turned to the side, his pupils shrinking as he saw the middle-aged man hanging up by the iron chain, his limbs detached and only his torso held together by the chain. Fei Yutao's heart raced, his brain blank with fear. Just as the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, he saw his hands, feet, organs, and torso flying past his eyes, and then his vision rapidly dropped, and he lost consciousness. The other 3 looked at Fang Xian's broken, crimson glowing eye, their bodies stiffened and dared not move. Run! Everyone split up and run, shouted a plain-looking young man at the back, who was the first to move, charging into Bungee Village. The other 2 reacted a moment later. One ran toward the trees on the right, the other ran toward the deep mountains. Mission triggered, kill the assassin sent by Li Jingrong, March 6th. Mission reward, random skill, blue. Fang Xian ignored the system task in front of him. Without regard for the mental exhaustion, invisible hands, like dense webs, crawled all over his body, protecting him tightly. In the next moment, he turned into a streak of rainbow light, charging toward the enemy that had entered the woods. Bang! Fang Xian began with a strong start, then cancelled the rainbow transformation, his body using inertia to directly crash into the enemy, turning them into a cloud of blood mist. He adjusted his direction and, using the same method, crashed into the enemy who had fled into the deep mountains, turning them into blood mist as well. Then, he flew into the sky, his left eye's black pupil gleaming with light, locking onto the brightest colored dot in the village, transforming into a rainbow light and flying towards it. In an instant, he arrived inside an ancient house. Fang Xian saw the last enemy, who was mimicking their own movements in the mirror. The young man, who was mimicking his reflection in the mirror, glanced at Fang Xian from the corner of his eye, then immediately burst into arrogant laughter. You've been fooled. This is a mirror where you must mimic your own actions. If you make a mistake, your body will be broken. Now, you'll be trapped here with me.
Hearing this, Fang Xian stopped in his tracks, looking at his hand that was uncontrollably raised. The Fang Xian in the mirror was waving, and Fang Xian's hand uncontrollably followed, raising up as well. It seemed like such a simple action, but his arm felt the pain of crushing bone fractures. It was as if he were a wax statue with no ability to move, yet someone was forcing his joints to move. Fang Xian yanked his right hand back with force, hearing two cracking sounds, his arm twisted and blood seeped out, a frightening sight. However, he ignored this, forcing control over his body and looking at the young man who was still mimicking his movements in the mirror. Li Zhengrong, where is he? Oh? You figured it out, huh? The young man mocked. Don't worry, you'll meet him soon enough. Since so many people can't be contacted, Li Zhengrong must know what's happening here and will send reinforcements. Right now, you have no strength to resist. Enjoy your final moments of peace. Crack. 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 A long time passed without any response, but instead, a strange sound came. At just the right moment, the Fang Xian in the mirror turned his head, and the young man also looked over. Then, he saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. Fang Xian completely ignored the mirror, stepping forward toward his own reflection. His movements were slow due to the battle with the mirror. His bones cracked with each step, and blood constantly oozed from his body, staining his clothes red, but his pace never faltered. The young man stood frozen, staring dumbfounded, until he failed to keep up with the mirror's actions. Only then did the intense pain in his body snap him back to reality. Why are you crazy? You're going to fight the mirror just to kill me? He quickly said, Hey, you should stop for a second, doesn't this hurt? Actually, we don't have such a deep hatred, right? Li Zhengrong hired me, I'm just doing a job. We don't really have to do this, right? Listen, just tell me what you want, as long as I can do it, I'll do it. The young man was terrified, seeing Fang Xian getting closer, with no place left on his body that wasn't damaged. He was frozen in fear, unable to run, his voice rising in panic. Really? Really? You're looking for Li Zhengrong, right? I can help you contact him. I can even help you take him down, crazy. Crazy. Don't come any closer. Seeing the hand reaching toward him, the young man's eyes widened in fear, his terror so palpable it seemed to spill out of him. Ah! Fang Xian grabbed his face, crushing his head with his bare hands. Splat! Red and white substances splattered onto Fang Xian's hands, clothes, and face. He gently released his grip, quietly watching as the red and white substances dripped from his fingers. In the pitch-black room, the only sounds were the dripping of water and the cracking of bones. Nothing else could be heard. Suddenly, the bone-cracking sound stopped, the intense pain in his body disappeared, leaving only lingering, dull pain. He looked expressionlessly at the mirror, where the Fang Xian in the reflection was still mimicking his movements. It seems that because he could not be forced, the only option was to change himself. Crash! Bang! As the red pupil fragments in Fang Xian's right eye spread out, the mirror shattered into countless pieces of glass on the floor. Chapter 49, Laboratory, Knife, Murder. The light of the compassionate holy sun shone on his body, and his wounds were slowly healing. Fang Xian looked at the mission panel and whispered, Claim reward. Active skill open account, blue. Through conversation with others, you can open all of that person's information. After understanding the general effect of the skill, Fang Xian took the young man's phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and found the contact named employer Li Zhengrong before dialing the number. Beep beep, the phone connected. Hello, have you captured the person I wanted? A deep voice came from the phone. Fang Xian did not respond. The person on the other side also said nothing. After a few seconds, the voice on the phone sounded again, It seems you failed. You must be Fang Xian, right? Heh, it looks like you have quite a remarkable ability. I have reassessed you, I hope you can survive the next attack. Li Zhengrong, 45 years old, male, a local of Yun City, lives at number 13, Xianyun Mansion, Gaoyun District, Yun City. Beep. On a luxurious sofa, Li Zhengrong, dressed in an expensive silk robe, immediately hung up the phone, his eyes revealing a lingering shock. He hadn't recovered from the scare when the phone, which he had just hung up, suddenly emitted a crackling sound, followed by a calm, eerie voice. You can't escape. Bang! Without thinking, Li Zhengrong smashed the phone to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. He stood up, pacing anxiously around the room, not knowing what to do, suddenly stopping, quickly grabbing the coat on the sofa, and hurrying out of the room. But after just a few steps, his body froze, trembling uncontrollably. At the end of the corridor, a blood-soaked young man stood there, silently watching him. The young man's face was familiar to him, it was Fang Xian, whom he had just spoken to on the phone. Li Zhengrong's heart raced as he staggered back to the room, locked the door behind him, dragged the sofa to block it, and pushed over a nearby cabinet. Then he ran to the bedside table, anxiously pulling at the bedside light. Click! The carved redwood suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. Just as Li Zhengrong was about to run inside, Fang Xian, who was standing in the passage, instantly caused his heart to stop. The red glowing shattered pupil was the only light in the entire passage. Ah! Ah! Li Zhengrong trembled and backed up, crashing into the cabinet. His hand fumbled behind him, pulling out a black-handled tang knife from the shelf. He pointed it at Fang Xian, who suddenly appeared in the room, shouting to encourage himself. Ah! Don't come near! Put! Li Zhengrong's right hand, holding the knife, was severed at the root. He screamed as he fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm and howling in pain. Fang Xian said, I ask, you answer. Answer wrong, and I'll chop off a limb. Li Zhengrong's pale face weakly nodded. Where is Lin Yuze? In the laboratory, in the underground lab beneath the unfinished building at the crossroads of Baoshu Village, Low Cloud District. What is the laboratory used for? It's for conducting experiments on strange humans, as well as research on the human body and strange phenomena. Why did you bring a level 4 strange phenomenon to the school? I wanted a heart tool for self-defense, and heart tools have to be made by ability users. It takes a long time, and if the ability user dies halfway, the heart tool fails. So I wanted to use him to make your school take a break, giving enough time to make the heart tool, and also capture more people to meet the demands of the higher-ups. The higher-ups need ordinary people to make strange humans? Investigate the truth behind the event, completed. Fang Xian asked, who are the higher-ups? Li Zhengrong said, Li. Bang! Li Zhengrong suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood. Fang Xian, who had been prepared, protected himself with an invisible hand, avoiding the blood splattering on him. Li? Fang Xian was thinking. No need to guess, the Li in Li Zhengrong's mouth must be from Yunshen Group, but Yunshen Group is a family business, with the upper management mostly sharing the surname Li. He cleared his thoughts and said to himself, first, I need to save Yuze. Claim the reward. Passive skill super regeneration, purple. The moment the words vanished, the wounds that had been roughly treated with compassionate sacred sun immediately healed. He clenched his fist, and the pain and discomfort from before had completely disappeared. Bending down, he picked up the black-handled Tang Dao from the blood-stained floor. The blade, white as snow, reflected Fang Xian's black and red eyes. A light of compassionate sacred sun glowed from his palm, and the bloodstains on the blade turned into white smoke and vanished. He also took the pure black sheath from the shelf. With a clink, the Tang Dao was sheathed. Fang Xian flashed and appeared again, now standing in the underground laboratory that Li Zhengrong had mentioned. He glanced at the corridor paved with alloy and, with his unarmed left hand, suddenly hammered the nearby mechanical keypad switch. The exposed wires crackled with sparks as the tightly sealed alloy door was completely locked. Tonight, no one will be able to leave through this door. Mission update, destroy the laboratory. Mission reward, random skill, blue. Fang Xian walked forward calmly. Dozens of surveillance cameras suddenly appeared from the bare walls, all aimed at him. At the same time, the white lights on the ceiling flickered red, accompanied by a sharp siren. The next moment, the siren stopped, and the flashing red lights returned to a steady white, with all the surveillance cameras retracting into the walls. Active skill electronic device control, able to control electronic devices within a certain range. Having done all of this, Fang Xian continued walking forward, his pace neither fast nor slow. Step, step. Halfway through the corridor, the sound of heavy footsteps came from around the corner. Dozens of armed guards in bulletproof vests rushed out, and without saying a word, they pulled their triggers. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the hail of bullets, the ones shooting at Fang Xian were deflected by some invisible object when they were just a few centimeters away, causing no harm to him at all. The guards, seeing this, exchanged glances. Their actions were hesitating now. Suddenly, the lights above began to flicker. Each time the light dimmed, Fang Xian would vanish. When the light brightened, he would shift forward a little. Soon, he stood before the first guard. Clang, the Tang Dao was unsheathed, and a streak of blood sliced through the air. The guard fell to the ground as Fang Xian walked past him. The lights dimmed again, and Fang Xian disappeared. Now, every time the light came back on, another guard lost their life. Chapter 50, Tonight, it's a killing night. Soon, only one guard remained in the corridor. In the darkness, the guard desperately and crazily fired his gun, keeping watch in every direction where someone might appear. Suddenly, the lights came on again, but the light didn't bring a sense of security. Instead, it brought boundless fear. Ding, his hand was empty, and he collapsed to the ground, staring up with trembling pupils, his gaze fixed on the knife tip pointing at his throat. The cold, sharp pain made his whole body tremble. Lead the way, Fang Xian said indifferently. Why, yes. The guard quickly nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Fang Xian and carefully stepped back, trying to keep his neck away from the sharp tip of the knife. Who's been sabotaging the laboratory?
Who dares to cause trouble for Lord Liangji? A hearty yet angry voice came from the end of the corridor. Then, from the shadows, stepped out a rectangular man, about the same width as the corridor, standing roughly 1 meter tall. He had only a few sparse hairs on his head, his skin was a bluish gray, so transparent you could see the blood vessels and veins beneath it. His huge belly, too large to be hidden by his clothes, was wriggling as if something alive was inside. As he walked, the floor trembled, with a force comparable to an earthquake. Great! It's Lord Liangji, I'm saved. Watching Liangji suddenly disintegrate halfway through, splattering oil everywhere, the guard's hope shattered, and he obediently led the killing star behind him. Sir, this way, the laboratory is this way. He smiled obsequiously, imagining that if he performed well, maybe he'd have a chance to survive. Where are the captured people kept? Fang Xian asked. The guard's heart skipped a beat. He carefully replied, they are not locked up, the captured ones are dealt with and then directly taken for experimentation. Fang Xian fell silent. Following the guard through a maze of turns and passages, they passed a cart. Fang Xian stopped in his tracks. The objects piled high on the cart, with a large white cloth covering the top, hid what was inside. But from the curve of the cloth, it was clear that there were corpses inside. The guard whispered, these are used to stimulate the emotions of the experimental subjects. They are usually transferred to another lab for secondary use. Hearing this, Fang Xian walked forward, grabbed a corner of the cloth, and paused. After a while, he lifted the cloth. Upon seeing the 2 corpses piled at the top, his pupils contracted. It was Lin Yu's parents. From the manner of their death, it seemed they had suffered brutal abuse while alive. Fang Xian used an invisible hand to remove the 2 corpses, returned them to Lin Yu's home, then came back to cover the cloth again and sent the cart to the police station outside. After finishing all this, he returned to the passage, a fire burning in his chest. Let's go. The guard quickly led the way, not daring to say a word. Arriving outside an electronic door, the guard was about to turn back and mention that he didn't have a keycard, when the door suddenly opened. He froze for a moment and quickly followed Fang Xian, who had already walked inside. There was no one inside, perhaps they had run upon hearing the noise. However, the entire underground laboratory had already been sealed off by Fang Xian, and no one could escape. The laboratory was neatly arranged with dozens of glass columns, each containing humans submerged in strange body parts, tubes sticking out of their bodies. Looking at their closed eyes, Fang Xian asked expressionlessly, are they still alive? The guard glanced at the electronic display next to the glass column, it seems, they're all dead. The death rate of the weird person experiment is very high. Out of the ones who survive the initial fusion, for every 100, only 1 at most makes it. Having worked as a guard here for almost 3 years, he had picked up some knowledge about the weird person experiment. Fang Xian continued walking forward, observing each glass column. Although he had already mentally prepared, when he saw Lin Yu's, he was momentarily stunned. What about him? The guard looked at the straight line on the electronic display screen and cautiously said, he didn't survive the first fusion, he's dead. Fang Xian's eyes lowered, open it. I can't. Open it. The guard gritted his teeth and walked to the electronic display screen, scratching his head as he studied it. Occasionally, he glanced back at Fang Xian. After a few random operations, he finally managed to open the glass column. Put. Green liquid spilled from the gap, and when Lin Yu's fell, Fang Xian caught him and placed him next to his parents. He looked at the 3 corpses on the bed for a few seconds, then pulled the blanket over them gently. He returned to the laboratory, his face terrifyingly cold, and a burning rage in his heart, wishing to set the world on fire. The guard was already lying on the floor, lifeless. A light flickered in his black left eye as he caught sight of a cluster of colorful dots not far away. In a flash, his figure disappeared. For him, tonight was a night of killing. At another exit of the underground laboratory, dozens of researchers in white lab coats were gathered here, surrounded by a dozen armed guards. Why can't the door open? Could it be that the internal gears are stuck? Damn, are those maintenance workers just eating for nothing? Everyone move! The guard captain shouted, pushing the researchers blocking the door aside. A sticky bomb was placed on the door. Boom! After the explosion, the door, though a little scorched, remained mostly intact. How is this possible? The captain was stunned. An elderly researcher with a stern face, hands in his pockets, coldly said, the lab's door is made of rocket-grade armored alloy. It can't be blown open unless there's over 500 kilograms of explosives placed right up against it. He then frowned and said to the panicked researchers, what's there to be afraid of? This incident is nothing more than the enemies of the Li family attacking. They're targeting the lab because they want the Li family's experimental data on weird people. Just cooperate well, no accidents will happen, at most, we'll just relocate and continue working. Yes, Professor Yang is right. Who would kill highly skilled personnel?
Instantly, the researchers felt calm, even smug. If they abandoned their moral compass, with their status, they could still live well in the chaos of the world, and even be sought after by major forces. Thinking this, they couldn't help but look down on their colleagues who had been killed for refusing to conduct experiments on weird people for the Li family. After studying for so many years, they were still so foolish.
Fang Xian appeared out of nowhere in front of the researchers.
The guards were about to open fire when Professor Yang shouted, "Put down your guns." He straightened his clothes, put away his usual stern expression, and greeted him with a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum, ready to say what he'd been preparing. But then he saw Fang Xian walk past him without even glancing his way. He froze for a moment, about to say something, but then his vision suddenly dropped, and the light before him slowly dimmed. Bang! Ah! When they saw Professor Yang's head fall, the researchers screamed and scrambled away in panic like a flock of sheep, disrupting the guards' formation and preventing them from firing in time. Stand still! The captain of the guards shouted, aiming at the approaching Fang Xian, ready to fire, but suddenly his vision blurred. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Chapter 51, The Fierce Arrival of the Weird People. A pure white corridor with many doors on both sides. Hearing distant gunfire and screams, the weird people locked in the rooms began to grow restless. A very tall and thin boy, with side-like arms and legs, stood up, walking to the end of the iron chain with his shackled feet. He shouted towards the outside of the door. "Two. What's going on outside? Damn bamboo pole, stop barking." The boy, named Tutu, cursed habitually before moving his elephant-like ears, uncertainly saying, "It seems someone broke into the lab and is slaughtering people? Is that true? Is there any chance of survival?" The weird people locked in the room all became agitated. "Tutu, can you confirm?" A calm voice rang out, and the others fell silent. "Yes. Fourth-hand brother, I heard that bastard who made me kill my father scream. I'll never forget his voice." Tutu listened carefully for a moment, then said with both excitement and hatred, "What do you think?" Fourth-hand, a man with countless tentacles for hands and catfish whiskers, asked. "The escape plan is brought forward, let's go now, absolutely." The muscles on Fourth-hand's forearm suddenly swelled, breaking the iron shackles, then he punched the door into the wall, rushing straight to the room of the man with catfish whiskers and punched the door off to rescue him. The man with catfish whiskers smiled bitterly as he got up and stretched. "Fourth-hand, you almost hit me." Fourth-hand frowned, "No time for that, move quickly." The man with catfish whiskers stopped wasting time and yelled, "Duelator, I'm getting the keys." His tentacle hands grew wildly, reached into the room where Fourth-hand had punched the door off, and grabbed dozens of keys from the many layers of flesh on Duelator's stomach, then opened the doors on both sides of the corridor one by one. He rescued all the strange people. At this moment, the alarm triggered by the extreme with a transparent, bald head had just gone off, and the iron shackles on the floor were releasing high-voltage electricity. Fourth-hand's fists created afterimages, smashing all the hundreds of machine guns that had just bounced out of the wall, then lifted the exhausted extreme, using two hands to protect the body, smashing through the wall that the bamboo pole had been digging, leading dozens of strange people into the escape tunnel they had dug in advance. "Four hands! Someone's coming," the extreme suddenly shouted. "How long until they arrive?" "They're here." The extreme's eyes were vacant. Four-hands quickly stopped, his tall body protecting everyone behind him, his eyes warily watching the strange-eyed boy blocking the way. Looking at their uniforms, all of which had numbers, Fang Xian's pupils expanded and then contracted back into circles. He exchanged glances with Four-hands and asked, "You escaped?" Yes. The extreme, held in Four-hands' grip, nodded repeatedly. Fang Xian fell silent for a moment and stepped aside. Although there was a great fire in his heart, he wouldn't let innocent people get caught in it. Four-hands, who had originally clenched his fists and was ready to act, froze for a moment. His lips moved, and then, suddenly, he knelt and bowed heavily, leading the strange people forward again. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Benefactor." The strange people passing by expressed their gratitude, with a few of the younger, more emotional ones even crying. Fang Xian didn't respond, just watching the group of strange people, making sure no one tried to slip away under the chaos. After the strange people who had escaped the lab left, he looked to the other side, where more than 50 colorful dots were rapidly approaching. His figure flashed, and he appeared on the supporting column of the top floor of the unfinished building, looking down at the approaching strange people. Without saying a word, Fang Xian fully activated his fragmented eyes. In the midst of the darkness, the red pupil fragments were disordered and began to spin rapidly. Everything he saw was shattered into pieces. The broken flesh and stones mixed together, and the soil plowed from the ground turned a vivid red. The scene was incredibly bloody. The majority of their combat strength was wiped out just after the encounter, and the strange people were stunned, their insults stuck in their throats. A stinging sensation spread. Fang Xian closed his right eye, blood flowing from his eye. He took a deep breath and forced his eyes open. In a flash, he appeared in front of one of the strange people, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Where are the Li family members? After waiting for a second without an answer, Fang Xian directly activated his fragmented eyes, removed the man's head, and shattered it. He then flashed to another strange person, about to grab his neck, but the strange person seemed to be prepared. A round mouth opened and shot a high-temperature ray. Fang Xian didn't dodge or move, but swapped the position of the high-temperature ray's fragments with those of the other pupils. The high-temperature ray that was originally coming towards him disappeared, reappearing behind the round-mouthed strange person, piercing his brain. As the round-mouthed strange person fell, Fang Xian leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a bone-like tail sweeping towards him. Boom! 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 Several supporting columns of the unfinished building behind him were broken, causing the building to lean to one side. Before hitting the ground, Fang Xian once again used his fragmented eyes to intercept the high-temperature ray, placing it in front of the strange person charging at him. Whoosh! The strange person, curled into a ball, had a charred hole in his head, and his body, still at full speed, was used by Fang Xian as a weapon. The fragmented eye swapped positions quickly, crashing into and destroying several strange people who had attacked him, before the body burned out and fell to the ground. Already back on the unfinished building, Fang Xian exhaustedly used his invisible hands. Hundreds of invisible hands pinned down the remaining dozen strange people. The few that resisted were burned by the mercy holy sun on the invisible hands, screaming in pain and losing the strength to fight back. Fang Xian arrived once again on the surface, walking up to the first eerie figure, staring at the face that was lifted by an invisible hand, and asked once more. Where are the Li family members? After waiting for a second, seeing him lower his head in silence, Fang Xian formed his left hand into a gun shape, the power of the finger gun fueled by drained energy, as strong as a cannon, directly blasting that eerie head and half of the body out of sight, leaving a large crater in the land behind him. Approaching the second eerie figure, before Fang Xian could speak, the figure stammered, I can't say. Then go die. Fang Xian used the invisible hand to twist his head off like a bottle cap. In. Before Fang Xian could move, the third eerie figure spoke a single word, and then exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing no answers, Fang Xian directly killed them and then turned around, breaking the last few supporting pillars of the unfinished building. Boom! 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 The collapsing building kicked up a large cloud of dust, completely burying the underground laboratory. Destroyed laboratory, completed. Mission update, expel the Li family from Yun City. Mission reward, random skill, purple. Chapter 52, Li family, will. Claim reward. Passive skill, transcendent body, blue. The moment the text disappeared. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Xian's heart began to beat powerfully, the dull sound like thunder drums. At the same time, blood flowed rapidly through his body, sending pure energy to every cell, causing them to continuously divide and form a massive number that crowded together. The external manifestation of this was that Fang Xian's muscles began to swell, then compress inward. The two processes repeated back and forth, with muscle density and strength constantly increasing, body temperature rising, and the dissipated heat forming white smoke outside his body. In the end, Fang Xian's physique stabilized at its original appearance. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his body. This time, it was not just the physical body, but his vision, hearing, and neural response speed, all aspects had been enhanced. For Fang Xian, this skill filled in his gaps, although he had the mechanism, his numbers were a bit low. However, it was more than enough to deal with the Li family, though he still didn't know where they were hiding. Skill, open box. Others need a medium, must first converse with the person to extract their information. The conditions are not met, so it cannot be used. Just as Fang Xian was about to go to the Biyun Tower, a drone flew towards him. At the same time, a voice full of authority and rage came from the drone. Did you destroy my laboratory? Do you know what the consequences of this are? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little strength? Fang Xian quietly stared at the drone, not speaking. I'll tell you, there's no chance. You're dead for sure, let me tell you. I, Li Badian, swear as the head of the Li family. I don't care who you are, what identity or status you have, from now on, the Li family of Yun City will be at odds with you. No matter where you hide, my Li family will. Will what? Fang Xian stood behind Li Badian, asking. We'll treat you as a guest of honor. Li Badian's tone suddenly turned sycophantic. Although his legs were trembling, his smile was brighter than a flower. I was just being foolish earlier, hey, and I was joking with you. Oh, you've come in person, please sit, I'll get up. Hey, he looked at the tang knife near his neck and kept shifting his head toward the armrest. Bro, this is dangerous, you better put it away. Look at how rushed you were, He slapped his hand in frustration. See, I didn't prepare anything. What do you want? I'll get it ready, I'll make sure you're satisfied. No need, I'll get it myself. Put. A head, frozen with a look of terror, flew into the air. Fang Xian flew into the sky, his red pupils shattering outward, looking down at the valley below that had been turned into a paradise, and coldly said, "The good days are over." Boom! The towering building with the Li family crest collapsed with a loud roar. Gurgle, cough, damn it. Li Yufeng, knocked into the water by the wave, grabbed the floating board and climbed back up, cursing non-stop, "Who the hell is messing with things here? If I find out, I'll make sure to kill them." Alright, stop swearing. Xiaofeng, hurry up, Grandpa told us to head to the shelter. Li Yushu walked over quickly and called out to her younger brother in the pool. She wore a classical black and white dress, the waist tightly cinched, her slim waist and tall frame made her look even more graceful. Beneath the skirt, her long legs were faintly visible, and despite the sudden chaos, her beautiful face remained calm and composed. "Got it, sis. What happened? Something weird came, huh? Even the well-built Ani Valley my dad spent a fortune on isn't safe, and now he won't let me go out to play." Li Yufeng grumbled as he swam ashore, grabbed the towel handed to him by a young, pretty maid, wiped his body roughly, and tossed it aside. "Not sure, maybe. Hurry up and put on your clothes, don't catch a cold. Go check it out? Are you crazy?" Li Yushu rolled her eyes with a graceful motion. "What's the big deal? Can something happen to me here?" Li Yufeng smiled and patted the face of a tall man with horns and dark skin. "Right, Xianyo, if anything happens to me, you won't survive either. You'd better protect me well." The tall man with horns kept his head down, his expression unchanged. Bored, Li Yufeng finally slapped the man hard, turned, and took the bathrobe from the maid who had been following him, putting it on. "Go tell the Weird People's squad. Make sure you catch the troublemaker alive. Don't kill him. I want to treat him well. If you don't do it properly, I'll use all my strength on you." Li Yufeng arrogantly walked forward, but after just a few steps, he slipped on the water gathered on the floor. "Damn it! Who the hell cleaned this floor?" He angrily looked around and finally locked eyes with a maid holding a mop. The maid's hand shook, dropping the mop on the ground. She panicked as Li Yufeng approached and explained, I just cleaned it. The building collapsed just now and the water splashed back, I swear. Look. I didn't turn into something weird. The rules can prove that I cleaned it really well just now." The maid brightened as she found her reasoning. "It's just that the water." "Do you think the rules are bigger, or am I bigger?" Li Yufeng interrupted. The maid shrank, staring at Li Yufeng in front of her, stammering, You still have the nerve to talk about rules in front of me." Li Yufeng suddenly exploded, kicking the maid to the ground, stepping hard on her body. "Rules. Rules. 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 Damn the rules." Exhausted from stepping on her, he spat and looked around. "Get me a knife. The rules weren't finished today. I'm going to kill her here. As a violent and spoiled young master, you have to do one annoying thing every day to cement your bad reputation." This was the rule Li Yufeng received, and it was the reason he hated the rule. What's this about being a violent, spoiled young master? Damn it, am I that kind of person? Li Yushu frowned and said, "Alright, Xiaofeng, Dad already said, no killing here." "Fine." Li Yufeng kicked the maid one last time, clicking his tongue. He had realized long ago that this rule seemed to have no effect on him. He didn't care if he didn't do the annoying thing today. It didn't matter. He didn't think the things he did before were the annoying things. The maid, aching all over, looked at Li Yushu, a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes, but soon, Li Yushu's next words made her fall into complete despair. "Drag her out and deal with her." Li Yushu casually instructed the strange people's guards behind her. "It's been too long. Let's go, Xiaofeng." "Xiaofeng?" Li Yushu froze for a moment, then turned around to see her brother cosplaying as Xing Tian, though it didn't quite resemble the character, because Xing Tian's neck would not be spraying blood. Ah! Xiaofeng! Brother! Brother! Li Yushu screamed, kneeling to the ground, helpless for a moment, before she actually grabbed her brother Li Yufeng's head, trying to put it back together. "Is this your brother?" Li Yushu's vision blurred. Li Yufeng's headless body vanished, replaced by a blood-stained boy with different colored eyes. Li Yushu subconsciously nodded. Good. "Raise your head a bit." "Yes," Fang Xian said, shaping his hand into a gun, pointing it at her forehead. Chapter 53, The Destruction of the Li Family. Bang! Li Yushu still remained in a kneeling position, but her upper body had already disappeared. Fang Xian turned into a streak of light and shot off in another direction, leaving behind the dazed Li family servants, still unsure of what had just happened. In a spacious room filled with plush toys, the laughter of children echoed. 5 or 6 young girls, all no older than 10, were playing a game of tag with a man in his 50s with a receding hairline. The middle-aged man had his eyes covered. Following the sounds, he reached out with a grin, trying to grab the surrounding girls. Don't run, don't run. Whoever gets caught will become Uncle's little snack for tonight. Ah, got one.
The middle-aged man grabbed a girl's arm, excitedly took off his blindfold, pouted to kiss her, but froze when he saw the face of the one he grabbed.
Who are you, if not her? A little snack for tonight. Fang Xian grabbed the middle-aged man, using an invisible hand to cover the girl's eyes and ears.
Have a bullet, he said, pulling the man outside the room to execute him.
Inside the shelter.
The elderly head of the Li family, Li Qingwei, sat at the head of the table, frowning as he looked at the Li family members who had only arrived halfway, slamming his hand on the armrest in anger.
Bang! This is outrageous. It's one thing to be loose on normal days, but to be this sloppy at a critical moment. After this is over, I'm going to properly reform the family ethics of the Li family. Dad, don't be angry. It's just a small attack. With the secret forces, nothing will happen.
We might even hear the news of the enemy's defeat soon, Li Qingwei's second son, Li Bahai, said with a bright smile, offering tea to his father.
I hope so.
That vicious person destroyed the laboratory not long ago, and now we can't even get in touch with Ba Tian. This time, the Li family has suffered greatly, Li Qingwei said, worry etched on his face.
The elder brother can't be reached?
Li Bahai's eyes flashed with a strange light.
He died by my hand.
Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Li Qingwei shook violently, then suddenly looked at the strange-eyed boy standing in the shadow.
Help!
Help! Li Bahai shouted a few times before clutching his throat, blood pouring out, his eyes wide open.
Ah!
The Li family screamed. Li Qingwei tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, trembling for a moment before slowly letting go, speaking in a soft tone.
You came because of the laboratory incident, didn't you?
I am guilty, this was all planned by me.
If you want to kill someone, kill me alone. They are all innocent, they didn't know anything. Now, don't they all know?
Fang Xian's right eye glowed with a red light, his pupil fragments spreading outward.
He could not let any member of the Li family go.
He had watched countless tragic stories in novels and TV dramas where people took revenge but failed to eradicate the entire family. Anyway, he would not make the same mistake again that he made with the Lin family. Li Qingwei had just spoken one word when a warm stream of blood drenched him. He froze for a moment, wiped the blood from his face, and looked at the body parts of his family scattered across the room.
His eyes suddenly widened, and he let out an incomplete ah
sound, gasping for air, almost passing out.
Fang Xian was slightly surprised to see that Li Qingwei was still alive.
Just as he was about to kill him again, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger and immediately retreated.
Boom!
The wall was shattered, and the spot where Fang Xian had just stood was filled with large shards of stone.
A big man squatted there, sighing and moaning.
So close, if only I had come a little later.
Fang Xian? He squinted, not understanding what the big man was playing at.
Kill him, ah! Li Qingwei lay on the ground, like an old dog with rabies, roaring hoarsely at the top of his lungs.
The big man clicked his tongue, looked at Fang Xian, and said, Young master, I will do my best to control myself from attacking you. You find a chance to kill him, can you still use the attack from just now?
Seeing Fang Xian confused, he smiled faintly and explained, the Li family has an illusion object that can control people. I was enslaved by the Li family for 7 years because of it. Only when the Li family is completely dead can I gain freedom, so I will tell you how to defeat me. First let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Wu, a strange person implanted with a fierce-level bizarre organ.
I'm telling you, kill him. Li Qingwei roared again. Dodge.
Zhou Yong uncontrollably charged at Fang Xian, then threw a punch.
Bang.
The punch hit the floor, creating large cracks. Zhou Yong looked at Fang Xian jumping in the air, not yet landed, and shouted again.
Use all defensive methods, focus on your right side. Don't hesitate.
No sooner had he spoken, a big mouth split open on his back, tearing his clothes, and a long tongue shot out toward Fang Xian. Sensing a huge danger instinctively, Fang Xian without hesitation overexerted his mental energy, summoning a giant invisible hand formed by 100 invisible hands to block the side.
Smack!
The tremendous force from the tongue was too much, even the giant invisible hand with 100 Fang Xian units of power couldn't hold it, and Fang Xian was pushed at high speed. Just as he was about to collide with Li Qingwei, sensing a strong danger, Fang Xian summoned an invisible hand to pull himself and change his flight trajectory without hesitation. Smack, a tongue swept through the original flight path, smashing the nearby wall into pieces, sending debris flying, and the sunlight entered the cave refuge from this strike.
Zhou Wu grunted.
Because he tried to use Fang Xian's body to hurt Li Qingwei, he was countered, blood seeped from all 7 orifices, and his body fell into a brief stalemate. Seizing this chance, Fang Xian without hesitation disrupted the pupil fragments, disintegrating Zhou Wu and Li Qingwei within his visual range.
Drip, drip. 2 more puddles of shredded flesh appeared on the ground. It was over. After taking revenge, Fang Xian didn't feel joy, only a sense of emptiness. He lowered his head, planning to leave the refuge. At that moment, loud laughter came from behind. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I am free. I am finally free. Each piece of Zhou Wu's flesh grew a mouth, laughing, then devoured each other. The piece that ate the most grew bigger, gradually forming a human shape, finally restoring Zhou Wu. He looked at Fang Xian gratefully. Benefactor, thank you. If I can ever help, just find me. Fang Xian said, no need, I only wanted to destroy the Li family, I had no thought of saving you. Zhou Wu shook his head. Even so, you still gave me freedom. I will remember this favor. Farewell, benefactor, maybe we will meet again. Ha ha ha, he laughed loudly and jumped out of the refuge. Chapter 54, Power Increase, One Punch to Blow the Mountain. Fang Xian didn't take his words seriously. This person was very sneaky. At first he said he would control himself and let Fang Xian have a chance to kill Li Kuangwei, but when the fight began he acted, trying to use Fang Xian's body to ram Li Kuangwei to death. Saying one thing and doing another, such a person's words are only for listening. Fang Xian walked out of the refuge through the main gate. The relaxed patrolling strange men outside froze for a moment when they saw him. Not only did he not make a move, but his expression seemed subtly excited. Fang Xian also had no intention of making a move against them. He didn't like killing people, unless necessary. He truly didn't want to kill anyone. Everything he did today was all forced by the Li family. Now that the Li family was gone, the source of his conflict with the Guerran had disappeared. Without a reason for hostility, there was naturally no need to draw swords. But the Li family members were different. They could absolutely not be spared. Because the Guerran were the cruel creations of the Li family, forcibly enslaved by imaginary things, their hatred for the Li family was no less than his own. In some ways, they were part of the same camp, and letting them go would have no impact. However, the hatred between him and the Li family was one of complete annihilation. It was a blood feud that could never be forgotten. Sparing one could mean they would return to seek revenge in the future. The cultivation system of mind power was far more dependent on emotions than talent. Any surviving Li family member could potentially become a strong enemy. Although he wasn't afraid, the people around him, his family and friends, were different. Rather than guarding against them day and night, it was better to kill them all and end it once and for all. Under the guidance of the Guerran, Fang Xian cleaned up all the Li family members in the valley and a few die-hard Li family loyalists who had been brainwashed too deeply, then, together with the Guerran, patrolled several rounds, confirming that there were no omissions. The task finally showed as completed. Claim your reward. Active skill mountain moving power, purple. The skill's effect, as its name suggests, grants the power to move mountains and stones. But it is not a body-enhancing passive skill. It's similar to the magical powers in cultivation novels. After activation, it boosts strength, and when turned off, it disappears. The body itself doesn't change. Fang Xian flew to the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountains, planning to try out the newly acquired skill. Mountain moving power, he silently muttered in his mind, and a mysterious, profound sensation spread throughout his body, an inexplicable feeling of I can smash the heavens with one punch filling his heart. With strength came the desire to destroy something. Fang Xian threw a punch at a nameless small mountain. Boom! Before the punch even reached the mountain, the howling wind of the punch tore through the clouds to the end. The grass and trees on the mountain danced wildly, and countless large trees were blown away by the fierce wind. The punch landed on the mountain body, and at the point of impact, a crater the size of a meteor appeared at the center. The destruction didn't stop there. The shockwave from the punch acted like a massive light beam, rapidly expanding the meteor crater and ultimately engulfing the mountain top, with the intense heat turning the scattered debris into ash. With one punch, he flattened the entire mountain. Moreover, the shockwave spread far and wide, shattering all the glass in the Li family's Peace Valley, more than 10 kilometers away. Fang Xian looked at the destruction he caused and thought to himself, if I were to compare strength with Zhou Wu now, I should win, right? He was still somewhat bothered by the previous battle, but it also made him realize how great the gap in numbers was between him and the level 10 cultivators. Zhou Wu's casual flick of his tongue possessed far more power than a huge invisible hand consisting of 100 of Fang Xian's units of strength. That was quite frustrating. Luckily, mountain moving power now made up for his numerical shortcomings. However, mountain moving power consumed a lot of both the body and mind power. One punch had exhausted all the mental energy Fang Xian could muster, and he was left with a significant debt. But Fang Xian didn't care about whether it consumed a lot or a little. The consumption of the rainbow transformation was far greater, several times that of mountain moving power. In theory, with his current level, he shouldn't be able to use it at all, but he still used it as a regular means of travel. Similarly, as long as he wanted, he could also use mountain moving power as a basic attack. Having an unextinguishable inner flame allowed such indulgence. Crash. Ah! The Guerran and Li family servants, who were dividing up the Li family's property, were all startled by the sudden earthquake. Zhou Wu, who was in Li Kuangwei's room searching for the imaginary item Absolute Obedience, walked to the window. Through a distance of more than 10 kilometers, he saw the mountain that had been flattened by someone. Deeply shocked, I had heard for a long time that the Li family had connections with the registry, but I never imagined that they could even hire an S-level extraordinary person. Sigh, I hope the benefactor can survive. He crouched down, lowering his life signs to the minimum, summoned a mouth to swallow his body, and silently explained to himself in his heart. Benefactor, it's not that I don't want to save you and repay your kindness, but the truth is, if I go, I'll only add another life to the pile. If you survive, this kindness will certainly be repaid by Zhou Wu in the future. His strength, according to the evaluation standard for extraordinary people, was only at the upper end of Class A. An S-level extraordinary person, who could strike down a mountain with a single punch, would treat him like he was nothing, just like they did with Fang Xian. It would be child's play. He had just gained freedom, so he couldn't let himself get dragged into death by such a small favor. Fang Xian returned home, changed into a clean set of clothes, sat on the sofa, sighed, and stared absent-mindedly at the ceiling. He came alone to a foreign country to study. Without family, just a few good friends had always stayed by his side, preventing him from feeling lonely. But because of his own actions, he caused the Lin family to die. Although he had avenged them, it didn't help, they were gone, and nothing could bring them back. He sat quietly, adjusting his emotions, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He opened the door to find Jian Lianzi standing outside. I heard you came back, so I thought I'd come over and check on you. I couldn't get through to you earlier and was a bit worried. Do you want some supper? I made chicken soup. Jian Lianzi raised the pot in her hand. Couldn't get through? Fang Xian glanced at his phone, it was dead. It's so dark. Why didn't you turn on the lights? Jian Lianzi placed the pot on the table, walked over, and turned on the light. Come, eat something. You must be starving after being out all day. Thanks. Fang Xian was indeed hungry. He had been busy from morning till night, his body was exhausted, and he hadn't had dinner. Jian Lianzi sat next to Fang Xian, watching him drink the soup, smiling as she asked, So, how is it? The taste should be good, right? Fang Xian nodded, Jian Lianzi didn't speak again, just quietly sat beside him, keeping him company. After Fang Xian finished, she picked up the pot to take it home. At the doorstep, she suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Xian seriously. Fang Xian, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. If something makes you unhappy next time, you can come to me, anytime. She smiled, although I may not be able to help you, I'm always here to listen if you need someone to vent to. Fang Xian froze for a moment, then smiled, Thank you, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Rest early. Chapter 55, Top Combat Power of Yun City assembles. After sending Jian Lianzi off, Fang Xian glanced at his phone. 99 unread messages. 23 missed calls. Several flight tickets to Yen country were about to expire. Fang Xian roughly glanced at the messages and missed calls. Most of them were from Yan Fuyang. He called Yan Fuyang back, and it was picked up instantly, but no one spoke. He could vaguely hear nervous breathing. Fang Xian spoke first, What's going on? Why so many calls? Yan Fuyang let out a long breath, Damn, Xiangu, you finally picked up. I thought you had been captured. I was even thinking about how to rescue you. Fang Xian frowned, Someone tried to capture you? Yeah. I was just taking a shit when suddenly a bunch of people burst into my house. Luckily, I ran fast. Xiangu, I suspect the registry group did it. Otherwise, how could I have just registered my info in the morning and by evening, someone's coming to attack? Fang Xian asked, Where are you now? Yan Fuyang replied, I'm in Yen country. Fang Xian said, I'll come find you? Yen country? Yeah, I was going to wait for you to come with me, but I couldn't get through, so I just left first. Yan Fuyang said, Xiangu, I've already bought the ticket for you. The next flight leaves in an hour. You should hurry and take a taxi to the airport. The Tsang Kingdom is not safe, damn those beastly officials, they actually dare to openly arrest people with abilities. Fang Xian felt a bit helpless, it should be the Yuncheng group, don't worry, I've already solved it, just need a little more to wrap it up. You stay in Yen country for a few days, and come back when everything is finished. Oh, I see, damn Yuncheng group, those beasts. Fang Xian said, Fuyang, I need you to do me a favor in Yen country. Sure, what's the favor? Go check on my family and confirm their situation. I'll send you the address. Yan Fu didn't think twice and directly agreed, alright, once I confirm there are no pursuers, I'll go check on your family. Alright, I'll hang up now, I need to find a place to stay. Hey, Xianji, you wouldn't believe it, Yen country is really quite safe. I haven't seen many strange occurrences along the way, unlike in Song country, where they're everywhere. If it weren't for needing to come back for school, I'd want to settle here. Xianji, what made you decide to come to Song country for school alone? Yun City Special Abilities Registration Office. Early in the morning, Director Chao Debing invited all of Yun City's A-level special ability users to a meeting.
Sitting in the first seat was Yi Xinyan, a superpowered girl who had just returned from the Heart Academy in Yin Country for further study, with a lowly appearance but the heart of an older sister. The second seat was occupied by Su Jin, a former top-level handler of the Tsang Country Disaster Response Bureau, who had once met Fang Xian at the Miao Bay. The third seat was taken by the Thunderman, who had eaten the fantasy fruit Thunderfruit, known as Thor, Lu Wuai. The fourth seat was the abbot of Yun Mountain Temple, Master Mokon, who had vowed, "I will not return to the temple until all the strange occurrences in the world are eradicated." Chao Debing glanced around at all of Yun City's top-tier combatants, leaning on the table and speaking in a deep voice. "I'm sure all of you know why I've invited you here. This incident is simply too horrible. It can be said to be the largest tragedy in Yun City's history." Lu Wuai, with his legs propped on the table and chair tilted back, lazily said, all right, Xiao Chao, stop with the unnecessary words. I just want to know who the killer of the Li family is." Yi Xinyan, arms crossed, coldly said, "Get to the point, I'm very busy and don't have time to waste here." Chao Debing, interrupted, showed a flash of anger on his face, took a deep breath, and then displayed a photo on the projection screen. The killer is a student from Yun City No. 1 High School named Fang Xian. His ability is unknown, suspected to be spatial abilities. The power level is tentatively assessed as peak level of Fierce class. Here are 2 video clips from the scene, take a look. He divided the projection screen into 2, showing one video of Fang Xian slaughtering 50 strange beings in an unfinished building, and another showing his fight with Zhou Wu in the shelter. Interesting. Lu Wuai raised the corner of his mouth. If I didn't know his information, his spatial strangling ability could unexpectedly kill most A-levels. Too bad, this doesn't include me. Yi Xinyan said, "You invited me here just to watch these 2 videos? Very average, apart from his spatial abilities, there's nothing special." Chao Debing said solemnly, "I've invited all of you here to eliminate him. He awakened his ability only a week ago and already has this kind of power. His nature is so brutal, acting without considering the consequences. Once he grows, he will definitely become a great disaster for Yun City and even the entire Tsang country." Ha! Yi Xinyan sneered. "You want me to avenge a bunch of scum who do human experiments?" Master Mokon, hands clasped, shook his head. "He's just a child. The word eliminate is too much, he just lacks proper guidance." Su Jin said, "I've met this young student, he's not the kind of person Director Chao is describing. There may be some hidden truth behind this matter." Chao Debing, in a fit of anger, slapped the table hard. "You all don't understand the seriousness of this. We're raising a tiger in the house." "What's the matter, Xiao Chao, did you take money from the Li family?" Lu Wuai laughed. "The Li family was too arrogant, if they're gone, then they're gone. But before taking action, they should have come to say goodbye to me, really clueless. They need to be taught a lesson." Knock knock knock. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded, and a boy wearing an eye patch stepped inside. "Sorry, everyone. Please pause whatever you're doing for now. Who let you in?" Chao Debing was about to scold, but when he saw the boy's face, his eyes widened, and he quickly compared it with the face on the projection screen. He turned to the boy again. "You are Fang Xian? How dare you show up here?" Lu Wuai leaned back, smiling as he looked at the boy. "This is interesting." Fang Xian replied, "I can appear wherever I want." He walked up to Chao Debing, extending a document with one hand. "Sign it, Director Chao." Chao Debing frowned and glanced at the document, seeing the title application for the extermination of the Li family. He immediately said, "What do you mean by this? I can't sign this." Fang Xian casually threw the document onto the table. "I'm just notifying you, not asking for your opinion. If you don't listen, I'll find another director who will." "You dare!" Chao Debing shouted angrily. Fang Xian said calmly, "You can take a look at the fate of the Li family." "Ha ha, interesting. I've never met someone as interesting as you," Lu Wuai said, looking at Fang Xian with curiosity. "How about joining me? I'll take care of the Li family's matter for you." A long silence followed. Yi Xinyan chuckled softly. Lu Wuai was both embarrassed and angry. "Fang Xian, are you ignoring me? Don't get too cocky." Fang Xian finally turned his head to look at him. "Who are you?" Chapter 56, Only I am qualified to be the savior of the world. "You." Fine. Lu Wuai laughed in anger. "Do you think just because you have spatial abilities you can look down on everything? Heh, today I'll shatter your delusion. Your spatial abilities probably only work within your line of sight, right? I've eaten the Thunderfruit, the same one from One Piece, yes, the Thunderfruit from One Piece. Do you think your eyes can catch up with my speed, which is faster than lightning?" He stared coldly at Fang Xian, slowly standing up. But just as he was about to move, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his trembling eyes moved back in disbelief. Fang Xian was standing right behind him.
The eye patch was gone, and his shattered red eye was fixed on the back of Lu Wuai's head. I don't know, but I can give it a try. He placed his hand on Lu Wuai's shoulder. In One Piece, the fruit ability of a deceased devil fruit user randomly transfers to a nearby fruit. I wonder if the same happens in reality, or if it just falls out of your stomach. Hey, can I give it a try? Lu Wuai shuddered. The very thing he was most skilled at was completely crushed by Fang Xian, leaving him in boundless fear. The other four were also shocked by Fang Xian's speed. Master of the Visionless bowed his hands together and muttered, "Umatba." Sujin looked at Fang Xian with a complex expression. We meet again, little classmate. I thought you had great potential the last time we met. It's a shame I didn't manage to invite you to walk the right path. Fang Xian said, the path I'm on is the most correct one. Your level of understanding is too low, don't try to lecture me. Yi Xinmian snorted. A mere B rank, don't be too arrogant. Fang Xian glanced at her. You don't even have a B rank. Don't get too cocky. Yi Xinmian froze for a moment, her face flushing red. She clutched her chest, furiously shouting, I'm going to kill you. Sujin tried to stop her, but Yi Xinmian was already in front of Fang Xian. However, in the next moment, she stopped moving. It was as if an invisible giant hand was holding her back, and even though her ability was making her hair float, she couldn't break free. Children should be in kindergarten. A meeting of this level is not something someone your age should attend, Fang Xian said, walking toward the window. Yi Xinmian, still trapped by the unseen hand, followed him helplessly. He opened the window and threw Yi Xinmian out. Whoosh! Wait for me. You're dead for sure. Absolutely. Master Moku folded his hands and lowered his head, saying, Umatba. Fang Xian walked toward Chao Debing. Chao Debing, eyes filled with shock, instinctively took a few steps back, colliding with the wall. No need to be so nervous, have you thought it through? Chao Debing lowered his head, gritting his teeth, and said, I still stand by my words. I will not assist in harming others. Someone like you is too dangerous. My compromise will only encourage your arrogance. Fang Xian calmly said, it seems you think too highly of yourself. In reality, I don't need your signature to settle things. It would just be a bit more troublesome, or I might not settle it at all. With my abilities, I can go wherever I want. It's not that I need Yun City, it's Yun City that needs me. Without me, the greatest loss will be for Yun City. Chao Debing sneered, what, the loss of a big disaster? You only gained power a few days ago and already wiped out the largest family in Yun City. Who knows what will happen in the future? As expected, people like you should have been restricted by the country's rules from the start. Fang Xian said, so, you think the Li family should exist? Chao Debing immediately retorted, the Li family is also a disaster for Yun City. But you have no right to personally judge them, it must be handed over to the law. His voice grew quieter. Fang Xian immediately smiled, you've realized it, haven't you? This world needs me more, and only I can be your protector. If he hadn't been the one to eliminate the Li family, they would still be in Yun City, ruthlessly kidnapping people for their twisted experiments, wreaking havoc. Chao Debing realized this and felt a deep sense of helplessness. Fang Xian said indifferently, my patience is running out, you have one last chance. Chao Debing took a deep breath, trembling as he picked up the pen, his voice hoarse, I only have one condition, don't harm innocent people, and save as many people as possible. You have no right to tell me what to do, I know better than you what needs to be done. Seeing Chao Debing sign his name, Fang Xian smiled faintly, not bad, there will be plenty of places where I'll need you in the future. As long as you keep being obedient, I will naturally ensure Yun City remains safe. With that, he directly transformed into a rainbow and flew away. Chao Debing collapsed onto the ground, defeated. Master Moku silently left. Sujin watched the whole scene and shook his head, helpless in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Wei curled up in his chair, his gaze vacant, his body trembling, completely overwhelmed by the blow and retreating into himself. Bang! She hadn't expected Fang Xian to actually leave her in the kindergarten. The thought of the curious stares from the children made her feel utterly embarrassed. He just left a few seconds ago, Sujin said quietly. He actually ran away. Ah! Damn him! Yi Xinmian, filled with fury, had no place to release her anger. She leapt out of the special person registration office, looking for somewhere to vent. Chapter 57, The Deceased. Yen Country, Gu City. Yen Fuyan was walking down a street in an old district, tugging at his collar to get some air, drenched in sweat from the heat. Wow, it's so hot. It's only May, and it's evening already. Is it always this hot in Yen Country? As he walked, he searched for the house number, mumbling to himself, number 29, what's 29? 30, past, eh? Why does every street look the same? Just then, an old lady passed by. Yan Fuyang immediately called out, "Hey, Grandma, do you know where number 29 is? I'm looking for my classmate."
The old lady ignored him, continuing to walk ahead, as if she didn't see him.
Yan Fuyang muttered under his breath, "Is she hard of hearing?"
He had no choice but to keep searching, walking back and forth several times. He saw number 28, saw number 30, but couldn't find number 29.
At that moment, another person, around 8 or 9 years old, appeared. A 9-year-old girl rode her bicycle with training wheels past Yan Fuyang. He immediately shouted, "Hey little sister, do you know where number 29 is?"
Hearing the voice, the little girl immediately stopped, looked around, and after searching for a moment, saw Yan Fuyang behind her.
Her voice was a little surprised. "Brother, why are you behind me? Were you talking to me?" "Aha, I'm asking for directions. Where is number 29? Number 29. The little girl turned around and pointed behind her. "Isn't number 29 right there?"
Yan Fuyang followed the direction of the girl's finger and saw a doorplate marked number 29. He froze for a moment. He had just walked back and forth at least a dozen times here and never saw a number 29.
How did it suddenly appear? Is my eyesight bad? Tuanchuan, who are you talking to?
A little boy stood on a stone pile in the nearby open space and asked.
Don't call me Tuanchuan. A brother was asking me for directions. Hey, where did he go?
The little girl scratched her head as she looked at the empty street, then continued to ride her bicycle forward.
Phew, it's so hot.
Yan Fuyang tugged at his collar and looked at the black door with red couplets stuck to it.
He hesitated, not knocking. What should I say when I knock? Hey, uncle and aunt, hello, I'm CNG's classmate, he asked me to come by. Should I bring fruits when visiting? I forgot to buy them, would that be rude? Should I buy them and come back later?
While he was thinking, the elevator next to him suddenly made a sound and opened. A girl in a school uniform, with a shoulder bag, high ponytail, tall figure, a cool aura, and delicate features walked out. When she saw Yan Fuyang standing at her doorstep, she immediately froze, then showed a look of wariness.
What are you doing standing at my door? This is your house.
Yan Fuyang saw the girl's face clearly and immediately understood, because she looked very similar to Fang Xian, only a bit softer, with less coldness in her expression. Wow, Xianji's sister is so beautiful, he never mentioned her. If it's not my house, then whose house could it be? The girl, who resembled Fang Xian, spoke coldly.
No.
Yan Fuyang took a few steps back and hurriedly explained, I'm a classmate of Fang Xian, Before he could finish, the girl's expression immediately changed when she heard the name, becoming even more vigilant, with a hint of aggression. She suddenly opened the door and, before Yan Fuyang could react, ran inside, slamming the door shut behind her.
Bang!
Yan Fuyang was startled, his expression awkward.
Yang, you're back. Is there someone outside? I thought I heard your brother's name.
A gentle middle-aged woman with a face that still showed traces of her past beauty walked out of the kitchen and asked.
Mom, no. Someone knocked on the wrong door.
Fang Yang took off her shoes, walked barefoot into the living room, threw her backpack, and collapsed on the sofa.
Ha!
On the other side of the sofa, a serious-looking middle-aged man saw this and immediately furrowed his brows.
Put your bag in your room, lounging around like that. What kind of behavior is that for a girl? Alright, I know.
Fang Yang lingered on the sofa for a while before reluctantly getting up, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, and heading to her room. As she passed the memorial tablet in the hallway, she paused for a moment, stared at it, then walked over, took the incense that had burned out from the stove, and replaced it with 2 new sticks. Yang, the mom, who was still cooking in the kitchen, called out.
Remember to burn the paper money from the cabinet for your brother later. The month is almost over, and he'll need some living expenses.
I'll make some dumplings too, you should send those to your brother, he loves them.
Meichem, I know. The mom smiled and said, your brother said he's coming back after the college entrance exam. Are you happy, Yang? I remember you used to cry every day wanting to find your brother. Mom! Did you answer that phone call again? Fang Yang angrily asked, didn't I tell you not to pick it up?
Taoist that is Xian, how could mom not answer? Alright Yang, don't throw a temper with your brother, mom today made the you love to eat.
That is not my brother. I already told you how many times. That is a liar.
Especially using brother's name to call and cheat money.
My brother Enough.
Dad sitting on the living room sofa said with a hoarse voice, that after all is your brother.
That is not my brother at all.
Fang Yang's eyes were blood red, my brother already died for almost 10 years.
Why are you still not willing to accept reality?
After the shout, inside the house was completely silent. Fang Yang sobbed 2 sounds, wiped the tears, without turning his head walked into the room and heavily slammed the door shut.
Bang! AI mom walked out of the kitchen, worriedly looking at Fang Yang's room, deeply let out one breath. Dad looked at Fang Xian's memorial photo, silent without words. Brother Xian, I found your home, all quite good, your younger sister's character is quite alert, did not let me enter the door. My sister did not let you enter the door? Fang Xian listened to Yan Fuyan's voice inside the phone, a little surprised said, didn't you mention my name to her?
Yan Fuyang said, mentioned, she became more alert, directly ignored me and entered the house.
Fang Xian helplessly said, maybe it is because I too long did not return home, she is angry, you go to the bakery 2 alleys outside my home buy a small cake for her, she will let you enter the door, when you come back I treat you to eat.
Ah?
Can it work?
Yan Fuyang a little shy said, Brother Xian, your sister too beautiful, I embarrassed ah.
What embarrassed Abu? Fang Xian paused a moment, silent for a while, tone long and deep said, Fuyang ah, my sister only 11 years old. She almost same height as me, only 11 years old?
Yan Fuyang unbelievable said, impossible right, now children all grow so fast?
Almost same height as you?
Fang Xian also a little unbelievable, 3 years ago she clearly only reached my waist, how grow so fast?
He only 3 years did not go back, not 10 years did not go back right. So, what exactly did he miss? Chapter 58 Dragon Saliva Fragrance.
Yan Fuyang said, then she should be your other younger sister or older sister, looks like 17, 18 years old, not like 11.
Fang Xian said, I only have one biological younger sister. Still have several love younger sisters, Yan Fuyang cut in. Don't interrupt.
Fang Xian felt a burst of headache, rubbed the temple to ease a little, said, maybe have relatives come to my home, or I remembered wrong address.
Since that accident after, his memory then missing many.
Remember wrong, remember mixed things happen from time to time, seriously recall then will headache, see some familiar scenes also will headache. This also is why he alone came to Tsang country 3 years did not return Yin country reason, except parents did not agree return, also as one stay away from will make himself feel familiar scenes, help symptom treatment.
Fang Xian said, Tsang country matters I already handled well, you want return can return.
Okay, I take tomorrow morning plane return, wait to welcome King's arrival. Hesitated for a while, Fang Xian did not in the phone tell Yan Fuyan, Lin Yuza already died news, decided wait he tomorrow return then tell him.
Talked a few more sentences, Fang Xian then hung up the phone.
Looked one eye time, he thought, decided give parents make a call, but just open contact list, then received one message from Note Mom. Fake goods, I warn you, dare again pretend my brother give my dad mom call, I then will call police.
Fang Xian eyebrow raised, typed reply.
Mom, don't let Xiaoyang go too much internet, child no ability judge, easy be network poison harm thought.
Xiaoyang, I tomorrow send you 3 exercise books, remember let dad take for you. Are you mental illness? Pretend my brother pretend addicted?
So like pretend my brother why not instead my brother go die. Even can curse people now, this is by which classmate lead bad Fang Xian slightly frowned. Send you 3 more, summer vacation I will return home check, if let me know you did not write consequence you know, smile. After sending the message, an exclamation mark appeared at the end.
He had been blocked. Fang Xian laughed bitterly.
He tried a few other contact apps, but the result was the same, he was blocked everywhere. Finally, he had no choice but to go to his sister's favorite egg party game to leave her a message. This time, he wasn't blocked, but the other person had been offline for a long time. He really had to get a beating this time. Fang Xian could only wait for his parents to discover it and unblock him. The next noon, Yan Fuyan, who had returned to Tsang country, came to Fang Xian's house.
Upon hearing the news of Lin Yu's death, Yan Fuyan fell into silence for a long time.
After discussing it with Fang Xian for a while, they decided to hold a funeral for Lin Yu's family. On the day of the funeral, only Fang Xian, Yan Fuyan, Jian Lianzi, and Lu Shanyan showed up. As for Lin Yu's other friends and relatives, half of them turned strange, while the other half were too scared to come. Our trio of swordsmen from Yun City will never reunite again. Yan Fuyan hung his head as he looked at Lin Yu's tombstone and said with a weak tone. Lu Shanyan, dressed in a dark Lolita outfit, secretly glanced at the silent Fang Xian, pinched his palm, and whispered.
Fang Xian, aren't you sad? Fang Xian glanced at her and said, why do you think that? I see that you haven't cried.
On TV, those who are sad cry really hard, Lu Shanyan asked curiously. Fang Xian's voice was very soft, crying is not the only way to show sadness.
Oh. Lu Shanyan nodded, half understanding, then if I die, would you cry for me? Not sure, but probably not. So heartless. Lu Shanyan was not happy with this answer.
She hummed, if you die, I will definitely cry really, really sadly.
I won't die. Fang Xian shook his head. Then I won't die either.
Lu Shanyan said, even if I die, I'll turn into a ghost and stay by your side.
That probably won't be possible. Ah, why?
Fang Xian said, because I'll kill you, even as a ghost.
Lu Shanyan shivered, no. Even if I'm a ghost, you can't kill me. She grabbed Fang Xian's hand and shook it, acting coquettishly. Hey, Fang Xian, don't kill me, okay? Even as a ghost, I don't want to be killed, please? You won't die. Fang Xian looked at Lin Yu's tombstone and said, as long as I'm here, none of you will die. After the funeral ended and another day passed, Fang Xian's request to Chao Debing was completed. With the achievement of removing the Li family, Fang Xian was directly promoted to become the 5th A-class special person in Yun City, also earning a large number of points. He opened the registration app's exchange section, and after a bit of selection, he exchanged all his points for dragon's saliva, which helps with mental energy cultivation. Each stick cost 100,000 points, the top material in Song country for assisting mental energy cultivation. At the current exchange rate, 1 point equals 10,000 Song yuan, Song country's currency, so one stick of dragon's saliva would be worth 10 billion in the outside world. The special person's registration office worked quickly. In less than half an hour, staff from the registration office delivered the 3 sticks of dragon's saliva Fang Xian had exchanged. Fang Xian took one out of the metal safe, placed it in the burner, and lit it, preparing to test whether dragon's saliva was worth its price. In the sealed room, the faint smoke settled on the floor, slowly flowing like clouds or mist. Fang Xian gently inhaled and immediately felt his emotions stir. This restlessness felt a bit like desire? His expression became strange. Clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts, Fang Xian began refining his mental energy. Mental energy surged like a stream from his emotions, flowing into his heart. In no time, he had refined his mental energy to its limit. Normally, he would feel a sense of listlessness now, unable to take any interest in anything, and it would be hard to squeeze any more mental energy from his emotions. But this time was different. His mental energy still surged like a stream, wave after wave, from his emotions. It is still far from reaching its limit. Fang Xian carefully sensed the difference now, compared to the usual. It seems that dragon's saliva fragrance not only stirs emotions but also raises the emotional threshold, continuously increasing the total amount of mental power that can be refined from emotions. The effect of increasing the blue bar's upper limit, this price seems reasonable. Fang Xian made a preliminary assessment. He refocused on the task of refining mental power. After the dragon's saliva fragrance was completely burned, Fang Xian's mental power threshold was raised 5 times. Of course, besides the excellent effect of the dragon's saliva fragrance, the reason for such a big increase is also that Fang Xian's original mental power threshold was low. With the support of his 2 major skills, Rainbow Transformation and Mountain Moving Force, his speed and strength had reached the level of an S-class extraordinary person, but the length of his blue bar was only at the level of a C-class or B-class extraordinary person. Fang Xian lit the other 2 pieces of dragon's saliva fragrance one after another. When they were all burned out, his mental power threshold had increased 10 times compared to the beginning. Chapter 59, There are still many good people in the world. After digesting the rewards from eliminating the Li family, Fang Xian opened the task panel. Growth task, kill fierce level oddities, 0 out of 10. Task reward, random skill, blue, random resistance plus 20%, system permission unlocked. Sudden task, enter the strange domain of the replica mirror and safely exit. Task reward, random skill, gold. Currently, there are 2 tasks on the task panel, and the best reward is the sudden task. However, the replica mirror was shattered by Fang Xian before. Although he later went to the Bai village to check, the replica mirror, which had shattered into glass shards, had been restored. After trying several times, he couldn't find a way to enter the replica mirror's strange domain, so he shattered it again. With no clue on the sudden task, the only thing Fang Xian could do now was the growth task. Fang Xian opened the registration app, selected a feedback with a dangerous level of fierce, and then contacted Yan Fuyang, preparing to set off. A small mountain village on the outskirts of Cloud City. Yan Fuyang stopped Fang Xian, who was about to enter the village, and said seriously, Brother Xian, wait a moment. With my logic and experience cultivated from reading over 1,000 novels, this village definitely has a problem. Fang Xian asked, oh? What's the problem? I don't know, it's just a guess, Yan Fuyang said. But, like in those novels, when the villagers say there are monsters eating people in the village, the villagers and monsters are definitely in cahoots. It's almost always like that in the novels. Fang Xian said, the novels write that for drama. Oddities killing people don't care whether they're inside or outside the village. Although he said that, to be safe, he still used his mental power to open his eyes and observe the small mountain village below. Apart from about 10 black-red dots, the rest were all colorful dots. Don't worry, the distribution of oddities in humans is reasonable, there is no anomaly. Yan Fuyang looked at the light shining in Fang Xian's left eye and curiously asked, Brother Xian, are you using your eyes? How do you open the eyes with mental power? I still haven't figured it out. Fang Xian taught, when a person is in fear, their instincts will open their mental power eyes to help see the dangers ahead. You can try putting yourself in a fearful state and let your mental power open the eyes. After a few tries, you'll naturally grasp the feeling. Yan Fuyang nodded thoughtfully, closed his eyes, and induced a beautiful dream to pull himself into the dream world. He opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a classroom, with a large blank exam paper on the desk in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he was taking the college entrance exam and quickly picked up his pen to answer the questions. The first big question, he didn't know; the second, still didn't know; the third, still didn't know. Damn, didn't they say the difficulty of the college entrance exam would be lower? Why is this so hard? Yan Fuyang was sweating anxiously in his palms. At this moment, the pen suddenly ran out of ink. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly grabbed the draft paper and scribbled on it. Just as the pen started to flow ink again, he let out a deep sigh of relief, and the harsh whistle from the corner speakers rang out. The exam is over, please stop answering the questions. Thud. The pen dropped onto the desk. Looking at the large empty spaces on the test paper, Yan Fuyang felt a chill all over his body, and his heart sank to the bottom. Ha! He suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. It was too scary, really too scary. Luckily, the world had already ended, so things like the college entrance exam didn't matter anymore. Don't daydream, remember the current flow of energy and the feeling. Fang Xian reminded from the side. Oh. Yan Fuyang then noticed that the world in front of him was different, with large colored dots, almost like light pollution. Fang Xian explained, the colored dots represent humans, while the black-red dots represent the strange. Hearing this, Yan Fuyang began calculating the number of humans and the strange in the village. It was normal, there was no extreme situation of all humans or all strange, so the villagers probably had no problem. Fang Xian said, let's go, we're entering. Yan Fuyang quickly followed, and the two entered the village. After asking for directions, they headed straight for the village head's house. Fang Xian said, hello, village head, I saw your feedback in the registration app. Can you tell me where the strange temple you mentioned in the feedback is after entering? The village head, with dark, rough skin, said indignantly, finally, someone has come. Several people in our village have suffered, last time someone from a sea-level group came, and they suffered too. Young man, what level are you? If it's too low, I can't take you there, it would harm you. A level. The village head's eyes brightened. A level? A level is great, 3 levels higher than C. Come on, I'll take you to the hall. Or do you want to rest for a while before we go? But if it gets too late, I won't be able to lead you, after noon I have to follow the rules and go to the fields. Fang Xian said, let's go now, we won't bother you. Of course not, you are here to help our village remove the danger. The village head no longer said anything unnecessary and picked up the nearby hoe, slinging it over his shoulder. Alright, if you're ready, let's go. In the village hall. 2 men wearing white crowns and dressed like followers were looking toward the village head's house from a distance through the window. One of the tall men frowned and said, you're overestimating yourself. This is a task given to us by the elder. Why didn't you have the audience drug those 2 from the registration app and take them straight to the temple? What? I didn't. The other man, with thick eyebrows, said in shock, I never gave him the order. Why did he act on his own? Oh. The tall man furrowed his brows deeper, then relaxed. Forget it, with our arrangement in the temple, even if the audience didn't drug them, we can still handle them. It will just be a little troublesome. Let's go, prepare first. Something's wrong, something's wrong. The man with thick eyebrows mumbled, his eyes full of shock, the control completely failed? Why can't we control them anymore? This is a teaching passed down personally by the elder. There's no way it would go wrong. You should think about your own reasons. Damn. Stop talking. How did the audience bring them here? The man with thick eyebrows looked at Fang Xian and the others, who had already reached the bottom of the hall, his eyes nearly popping out. Run, quickly. Bang. He had only taken 2 steps when the door flew at him and crushed him flat. Fang Xian walked into the room, glanced at the trembling tall man, and said indifferently, so it was human interference. The tall man took a deep breath, clasped his hands over his chest, and lowered his head, Qingshi. The sound of raindrops. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a pile of flesh on the ground. Fang Xian pulled down his eye mask and said, solved. Eh? It was that simple? Yan Fuyang said, peeking out curiously. The fierce level is actually not difficult. You were just overthinking it. Yan Fuyang sighed, it still feels too surreal. At first, when I saw where the old man led us and the feedback he gave, I thought he was going to harm us. I was ready to fight him. Sigh, I really wronged him. Fang Xian smiled and said, don't always think the worst of people, you're suffering from paranoia. Let's go, we're heading back. Chapter 60, The Pure World Sect. Mission trigger, destroy the Pure World Sect setup in Yun City, 1 out of 100. Mission reward, random skill, purple.
Fang Xian looked at the sudden task prompt and recalled the two men in religious robes and white crowns he had seen in the village hall earlier. He took out his phone, opened the registry app, and used his A-rank special ability status to search for information about the Pure World sect. He learned that this cult was established 15 years ago, shortly after the strange resurrection, and its influence was widespread, almost reaching every country in the world. They believed the world itself was pure, and humanity was dark. It was humanity's pollution of the world that caused the strange events to appear. Their god, Minghao, would one day descend upon the world, purify all darkness, and restore the world to its original purity. In short, it was a super evil cult aiming for the extinction of all humanity. Fang Xian thought to himself, letting the Pure World sect run rampant in Yun City is too dangerous. I'll put the growth task aside and prioritize this mission. Yan Fuyang asked, Xian Gu, where are we going later? Fang Xian put down his phone and said, let's just wander around, and tonight I'll take you out to grab a free meal. Where are we grabbing it? A few companies need to talk to me, so they've set up a dinner meeting. The reason for the dinner was that the mighty Li family, which had been the towering giant in Yun City, had fallen. Several companies in Yun City wanted to take over their assets but were afraid Fang Xian would disagree, so they organized this dinner to gauge his opinion. Fang Xian had no objections to this. The Yun Shang group of the Li family was involved in every industry in Yun City. If no one took over their businesses, many people would lose their jobs. Now that the rules had arrived, society's order had not collapsed but had instead become even stricter. If these unemployed people ran out of savings, under the current circumstances, they would likely face a fatal outcome. This was the result caused by Fang Xian, so he had to take responsibility. He agreed to attend the dinner as a supervisor, to prevent these companies from causing chaos in Yun City in their attempt to seize the Li family's industries. As for taking over the Li family's businesses, Fang Xian found it troublesome, time-consuming and exhausting. He preferred to complete a few more tasks to strengthen himself. As the saying goes, when the neighbor stores food, I store weapons. The neighbor is my food warehouse. Strengthening oneself was the most important thing. Once he had power, he could get whatever he wanted. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The phone suddenly rang. Fang Xian picked it up and saw that it was Chao Debing. This is very serious. There have been signs of Pure World sect activity in Yun City recently. If we don't quickly wipe out these cultists, Yun City will face a disaster of total destruction. I understand. Hearing Fang Xian's calm tone, which seemed to lack concern, Chao Debing furrowed his brow. What do you mean, I understand? Yun City is in grave danger of being destroyed. I mean exactly what I said, I understand. Chao Debing, now furious, slammed the table. Fang Xian. You have no idea how serious this is. Do you know how many towns the Pure World sect has destroyed over the years? How many people they've killed? If we don't start reinforcing defenses right now, Yun City will end up the same way. I've already informed all special individuals in Yun City about this. Everyone is working hard to defend against the Pure World sect. As an A-rank special individual and one of Yun City's top experts, you should be shouldering the responsibility to protect Yun City, not sitting idly by and doing nothing. Go and wipe out all the cultists in Yun City as soon as possible. Don't delay, understand? After lecturing Fang Xian for a while, Chao Debing became a bit dry-mouthed and stopped, intending to grab a drink of water. He glanced at his phone screen and realized that Fang Xian had already hung up the phone, meaning all his words had been said into the void, and Fang Xian hadn't heard a single one of them. Chao Debing was so angry that he jumped like thunder, and called Fang Xian again, but found that he had been blocked by the other side. This guy, he is simply impossible to reason with. Fang Xian looked at the strange number calling in, hung up without hesitation and blocked it, then turned off the phone. Not shopping anymore, go home, he said to Yan Fuyang. Fang Xian originally wanted to go manage the Pure World sect in the afternoon, but hearing Chao Debing speak in such a tone, he did not want to manage it now. He wanted to go home to cultivate mind power. Within the range of his ability, if Yun City had danger he would naturally go manage it, but it could not be others forcing him to manage it. As for the mission, anyway, with Chao Debing's kind of personality that makes even a small matter sound extremely serious, he would definitely let other A-level special persons go destroy the Pure World sect's arrangements in Yun City. The system mission would not divide whether this matter was done by others or done by Fang Xian. As long as someone destroyed it, it would count as mission completion. Just sit and enjoy the success. On the elevated bridge from Fog City to Yun City, more than a dozen severely damaged cars, with engine hoods on fire, collided with each other, blocking the road so tight that not a drop of water could pass. Among more than a dozen masked men lying in all directions, one masked man covered in blood half knelt on the ground, clutching his heart, his face ugly as he looked at the man standing on the car roof, wearing a black robe, face unclear. Who is your excellency? We have no grievance and no hatred with you, right? Why do you want to destroy the action of our strong plunder group? The black-robed man looked down at him and did not speak. Wild wind roared, lifting his clothes hem and hat brim, faintly revealing one eye wearing a white eye patch.
The masked man's pupil shrank. You are Yun City's newly promoted A-level special person, the Fang Xian who by one person's strength destroyed the Li family of Yun City.
The black-robed man still did not respond, only slowly placed his finger on the eye patch, and slowly lifted it upward.
The masked man's heart tightened.
According to rumor, Fang Xian was born with strange pupils. His right eye can shatter everything it sees, because it is too powerful, so he has always used an eye patch to seal it. Until now, no one who saw his right eye has survived. Cannot let him use the right eye to look at me. The masked man hurriedly took out all the smoke balls on his body and smashed them onto the ground. Bang! Thick gray smoke instantly covered half of the elevated bridge. Everyone's visible range became 0. About a few minutes later, the thick smoke slowly dispersed a little. The masked men all disappeared, including those lying on the ground. Chen Xiaoli, wearing a black robe and posing on the car roof, raised the corner of his mouth. The name of my schoolmate is really useful. Even the always arrogant strong plunder group was scared and fled in panic. He leaped down and came to the middle of a group of corpses wearing suits. Looking at the girl lying on the ground unconscious, brows tightly knitted, even with her side face stained with dust, very embarrassed, still beautiful enough to make people feel pity, his heart could not help but become hot. Succeeded, by relying on the favor of saving the Chen family's palm princess, obtain the Chen family's help. In the later great chaos of Yun City I will definitely grab many benefits. If everything goes smoothly, getting that rule item is not impossible. The key is Chen Yunqi is also a famous beauty in Yun City. Right, must let her know it was I who saved her. Chen Xiaoli tore off the hem of his black robe and threw it on the ground, listening to the movement of the Chen family people rushing from afar for support, turned and quickly left. Not long after he left, Chen Yunqi's eyelashes trembled. She slowly opened her eyes, her blurred vision looking at Chen Xiaoli's departing back, her mouth softly murmuring the name she vaguely heard when she was unconscious.
Fang Xian. Chapter 61 The Girl Who Repays Kindness. Night.
Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang came to Yunding Grand Hotel. Before the two entered the door, a large wave of people surged out to welcome them. Oh my, Mr. Fang has finally arrived. Your arrival truly makes our humble house shine with glory. A middle-aged man with short height and thick body ran to the very front of the crowd, with a flattering smile on his face. His name is Su Yukai, the leader of the Su Kai Group. Su Kai Group is the wealthiest enterprise in Yun City after the Li family's Yunsheng Group.
Fang Xian nodded slightly. Sorry, I'm late. No, you're right on time.
It's actually us who arrived too early. As they say, it's better to be timely than early.
Mr. Fang, your arrival is perfectly timed.
Su Yotsai's eyes squinted into slits as he smiled, then turned around and waved his hand, signaling everyone to step aside, bowing and following Fang Xian closely.
Mr. Fang, this is my little daughter, named Su Rong. Ronger, come over and greet Mr. Fang.
Su Yukai reached out and pulled a pretty girl from the crowd, pushing her toward Fang Xian. The girl's large, soft body lightly bumped into Fang Xian's arm, and she shyly lowered her head. Fang Xian took a few steps to the left, increasing the distance between them, and said, "Let's get straight to the point." Su Yukai silently gestured for Su Rong to return and responded, "Yes, let's get to the point. We'll discuss the rest after finishing the important business." No wonder Mr. Fang has such great achievements at such a young age. I, Su, should learn from your swift and decisive approach. After reaching the top floor of the Yunding Grand Hotel, Fang Xian sat at the main seat, remaining silent. This meeting, concerning the division of the Li family's assets, lasted for more than an hour. It was so long that during his days, Fang Xian thought to himself, if only I had a skill to speed up time. Alright, then it's settled. Su Yukai slowly stood up. I'll make it clear, this business agreement was established under Mr. Fang's witness. If anyone dares to break it, don't blame me, Su Yukai, for being the first to take action. After the Li family, the head of the most influential family in Yun City, Su Yukai, also stood up. Of course. He slightly bowed to Fang Xian and said, Mr. Fang, we've discussed and would like to hold an auction in Yun City. I wonder if we could have the honor of inviting you. It depends on the situation. After speaking, Fang Xian, who had been waiting for the meeting to end, couldn't wait to leave. He went downstairs to the lobby, looking for Yan Fuyang. Yan Fuyang was holding a tray full of food, eating non-stop in a secluded corner. Delicious, so good, this is tasty too. Yan Fuyang? I saw someone from afar who looked like you, didn't expect it to really be you. Ah, remember me? A familiar voice came from the side. Yan Fuyang turned his head and saw a young man in a black robe smiling as he walked over. Yan Fuyang swallowed the food in his mouth and smiled, how could I not remember? Chen Xiaoli, hey, you're here too. Chen Xiaoli explained, a friend invited me, so I came here to join for a meal. Just as Yan Fuyang was about to say something, he suddenly spotted Fang Xian walking among the banquet tables. He waved and quickly sent his location to him via text. Fang Xian came over, took a piece of fruit from Yan Fuyang's tray, and said, I'm starving. They could talk about such trivial matters for so long. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Yan Fuyang said, old men are always like this. They talk more than they move, and the words don't flow easily. Here, try this, the crispy meat here is quite good. Oh, I'll try it. Fang Xian, remember me? We played ball together in the schoolyard back in our second year of high school. Fang Xian stopped chewing and looked at the person talking to him, quickly processing in his mind. No impression. Yan Fuyang quietly introduced, he's from our school, I think he was in class 7 or something. Oh, it's you, I remember now. You played well in basketball, just didn't know your name. Fang Xian said politely. I can't believe you remember me. I'm honored. My name is Chen Xiaoli. Chen Xiaoli laughed freely. The three of them continued to eat and chat. Not long after, hearty laughter came from not far away. The three of them looked over and saw a refined middle-aged man, accompanied by a young girl in a white ceremonial dress. The girl had milk-like smooth skin and a sweet, charming appearance. He walked this way. Chen Xiaoli looked at the young girl's bright, sparkling eyes as she kept staring at him, unable to stop the smile from curling at his lips as he lifted his leg to walk towards her. Fang Xian, Fuyang, I must excuse myself. Brother Fang. As he watched the girl brush past him, Chen Xiaoli's smile froze on his face. Chen Qingxiao chuckled, ha, Mr. Fang, this is my daughter, Chen Yunqi. She has been begging to see you since this afternoon. I hope it's not bothering you. Thank you so much for saving her life. If you hadn't, I would have lost my beloved daughter. Fang Xian, huh? Dad, Chen Yunqi shyly said. Alright, I'll go first. You should properly thank your savior. Chen Qingxiao smiled, Mr. Fang, I'll take my leave. Dad, please go quickly. Chen Yunqi pushed Chen Qingxiao away, then returned alone. Brother Fang, thank you for saving me. Fang Xian said, I saved you? Yes, at that time. I overheard everything. Brother Fang wanted to be an anonymous hero, but I won't let you get away with it. Chen Yunqi playfully smiled. Did I save her? These past few days, I've only been killing people and killing strange creatures. Did I save her without realizing it when I was killing the strange creatures? Fang Xian asked, when did this happen? It was this afternoon. Chen Yunqi's eyes sparkled, her body and expression moving together as she vividly described, at that time, the bandits attacked our Chen family's convoy. I thought I was going to die, but just then, Brother Fang suddenly appeared. He drove all the bad guys away. Brother Fang is Yunqi's hero. The girl's description sounded so real, as if the event had actually happened. But Fang Xian knew he hadn't saved her because he had been playing games with Yan Fuyang that afternoon. It was me. I saved you. Chen Xiaoli watched the gratitude and affection in Chen Yunqi's eyes as she looked at Fang Xian, clenching his fist in frustration, his eyes filled with anger. Chapter 62, She would resist the strange creatures. Fang Xian shook his head and said, I didn't save you. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoli's hope reignited. He subtly swayed the torn black robe's hem. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the one who saved you. I'm your real savior. I heard everything. Brother Fang is still denying it. I get it. Chen Yunqi gave a knowing look, her little face serious. Not Brother Fang who saved me, Brother Fang is Yunqi's hero. Fang Xian frowned and said, I really didn't save you. I know, I won't tell anyone, my lips are sealed. Absolutely confidential. Watching Chen Yunqi and Fang Xian getting more and more lively in their conversation, Chen Xiaoli felt like an ant on a hot pan, a sense of being betrayed, and it was like being openly humiliated while tied to a chair. He had the urge to explain that it was him who saved her, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Back then, in order to avoid retaliation from the bandits later, he had impersonated Fang Xian's identity to save her. If Fang Xian found out, it would be over for him. Helpless, Chen Xiaoli could only keep waving the black robe's hem, hoping that Chen Yunqi would see the torn robe and understand that it was him who saved her. Yan Fuyang covered his plate with his hand. Hey, stop waving it, the dust is blowing into my plate. What a great assist. Seeing Chen Yunqi look at him because of Yan Fuyang's words, Chen Xiaoli felt hope again. But in the next moment, as Chen Yunqi turned back to talk to Fang Xian, his hope was completely crushed. She might have just forgotten for a moment. If I remind her, she'll definitely remember. Chen Xiaoli coughed twice, pretending to look at his robe hem, letting out a slight exclamation. Eh? How did my robe get torn? Did it get caught somewhere this afternoon? Yan Fuyang, eating melon seeds, glanced over and replied, this robe's hem is designed like that, right? Even in its damaged form, I still have one. Don't interrupt me. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, letting all his resentment pour onto Yan Fuyang. Chen Yunqi said, Brother Fang, would you come to my house later? I want you to meet my mom. Fang Xian said, I'm not going. He was already tired of explaining, but this woman just wouldn't believe him. Yan Fuyang said, Brother Xian and I are going to hunt anomalies soon, we don't have any free time. Wow, Brother Fang is truly a hero, Chen Yunqi said in admiration. Speaking of anomalies, something really scary happened around me. A friend of mine suddenly became, well, I don't really know how to describe it, but she became strange, and anyone who stayed around her for a while started acting strange too. Recently, she keeps trying to get me to go out with her, but I'm scared, so I've refused. Oh? Fang Xian, who was about to leave, paused for a moment. From Chen Yunqi's description, that strange friend seemed to be somewhat like a powerful anomaly. And the growth task he had to complete recently required him to hunt powerful anomalies. What's your friend's name? Ha? Brother Fang, are you worried about me? Chen Yunqi said, a little touched. No need, I can handle it. I'll just stay away from her, I don't want you to get hurt because of me. You're overthinking. I just want to kill the anomaly. I understand now. Fang Xian. What do you understand, idiot? Seeing Chen Yunqi's shy expression, he took a deep breath. Lead the way. Ah. Shelly, we're leaving now, Yan Fuyang said, taking a couple of bites before placing the plate on the nearby table and quickly catching up to Fang Xian and Chen Yunqi. Chen Shelly didn't respond, staring blankly at Chen Yunqi, who was clinging to Fang Xian like a little bird, her figure more desolate than a falling leaf. It was clearly him who saved her, he saved her. At Xian Yun Manor, Villa number 7. Chen Yunqi, a little scared, hid behind Fang Xian. This is it, Brother Fang. If it weren't for us, let's go back, I'm worried about you getting hurt. Fang Xian's left eye flickered, scanning the entire villa. There was only one colorful dot, and he didn't see the black and red glowing points that symbolized anomalies. But after carefully observing the only colorful dot in the villa, he found something strange. The black and red colors in this dot were much stronger than the other colors. Without hesitation, Fang Xian kicked open the villa door, walking into the darkness inside and heading straight for the location of the colorful dot. Then, he kicked open another door. Ah! The girl lying on the bed screamed, and when she saw Chen Yunqi hiding behind the door, her fearful expression softened a little. She sharply questioned, Chen Yunqi. What are you doing bringing people into my house? Chen Yunqi didn't respond, hiding behind the door and playing the role of an invisible bystander. What? What do you want? The girl looked at Fang Xian walking toward her, shrinking into the corner. How much do you want? It's in the cabinet, take it yourself, don't hurt me. The fear on the girl's face didn't look fake, and for a moment, Fang Xian hesitated. Sorry for the interruption. He suddenly made his move, his fist hovering in front of the girl's face. The girl looked dazed, not realizing what had happened. After a while, she tightly shut her eyes, her feet kicking wildly as she screamed loudly. Fang Xian withdrew his hand. Fuyang, what do you think? Call me Yuan Fang. Yan Fuyang thought for a moment and said, Maybe we could tie her up with a rope. If she's an anomaly, she'll definitely resist. What if she's not, what do we do? Chen Yunqi said, shrinking back. The girl's behavior made her a bit unsure whether she had misjudged. Maybe the pressure from the rules coming down was too much, making everyone look like an anomaly? Yan Fuyang sighed, then she would die. Fang Xian said, good idea. Wait. Seeing the two of them getting ready to act, Chen Yunqi hurriedly tried to stop them. But at that moment, the girl, who had been choked, suddenly exploded. Sharp, blade-like tentacles shot out from beneath the rising head. After two piercing sounds of the air breaking, Fang Xian and Yan Fuyang's heads fell to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. Ah! Chen Yunqi was stunned, terrified, and collapsed onto the ground, temporarily losing her ability to speak. Chen Yunqi, my good friend, why did you bring harm to me? The girl slowly walked towards Chen Yunqi. Her neck was long and tilted to one side, and when she moved, the tentacles making up her neck still wriggled, adjusting the position of her head little by little. Xiangu, isn't my method really effective? It tricked it out in an instant. Is this the beautiful dream? It's so realistic. No, that one isn't real, it's using memories as material. I haven't used the real one. In the dream, it's silicone. Do you want to try? The girl froze for a moment, then turned her head and saw two heads on the floor having a conversation. Chapter 63, The one who really saves you is me. A sound like bubbles bursting. The scene before her eyes collapsed bit by bit. The girl opened her eyes, realizing her head was being lifted by someone. Yan Fuyang looked at the wriggling tentacles connected to the head and curiously poked it twice, saying, Xiangu, in another dream, it imagined itself replacing all the women in the world. It seems to have the ability to create avatars. This isn't the main body. Hearing this, Fang Xian asked the girl's head in his hand, where is your real body? Ha! The girl's head sneered, deeply engraving the man's appearance in her mind. Perhaps it's your family, perhaps your friends, perhaps your colleagues.
You can guess which one is me. I guess it's this one.
In a dark underground room, a sloppy, overweight man suddenly jolted, his tentacles nervously wriggling outside his lips. He turned his head stiffly, looking at Fang Xian, who walked out of the shadows.
Fang Xian smiled. Did I guess right? You, how did you find me? Unfortunately, you shouldn't have spoken to me.
Fang Xian shook his head, using his left hand like a gun to break the fat man's attacking tentacle, then removed his eye mask.
Skill open account. By talking to someone, you can access all their information.
Red purple fragments spun, and the fat man's body parts began to move as he tried to struggle. The sound of dripping meat echoed in the dark, empty underground room.
Killed a grade A oddity, 1 out of 10. Xian Gu, didn't you find its real body? Yan Fuyang asked as he watched Fang Xian disappear for a few seconds, then reappear. Handled. Yan Fuyang, ? He hissed, you mean, in those few seconds you disappeared, you found its real body and killed it? Xian Gu, you're too sly. Fang Xian said, not bad.
If it wasn't to scare the grade A oddity, he could have done it faster. Just as the two were talking, a sobbing sound came from the side. Chen Yunqi was kneeling next to the headless body of the girl, her body trembling lightly as she wiped her tears and said, she was my best friend. We used to go out and play together all the time. She was such a good person, always taking care of others.
I never expected that she
sobbed for a long time, but didn't receive the expected comfort from Fang Xian, which made her feel a bit awkward. After a moment of more sobbing, she stood up and choked out, it's fine, Fang.
Fang good, don't worry about me. I'm fine, I'll be okay soon. It's too late. I'll take you back.
Fang Xian grabbed both of their collars with one hand and left with a flash, dropping Chen Yunqi off at the entrance of the Cloudtop Hotel and sending Yan Fuyang back home before returning to his own house. Sitting on the sofa, Fang Xian turned on his phone and immediately saw 99 missed calls.
Really persistent.
He shook his head, blocked each one, and then opened the system task panel.
Emergency task, destroy the Jingshi sect setup in Yun City, 31 out of 100. Fang Xian thought to himself, they're quite efficient. Chen family. Night.
Late at night, the world was silent as thick clouds, which never left Cloud City, blocked all the moonlight. A shadow quickly climbed over the fence, moving through blind spots of the surveillance and patrol personnel, passing by several rooms and buildings, and finally stopped outside a window with light shining through. Looking into a room filled with a youthful atmosphere and many plush toys, Chen Yunqi, dressed in a silk nightgown, her hair pinned up, revealing a full forehead and a long, fair neck, gently knocked on the window.
Knock knock. Ha!
Chen Yunqi, who was sitting in front of her vanity, humming and playing with her phone, was startled. She quietly switched the phone to a security alert screen, hiding it with her chest, cautiously peeking toward the window.
Who is it?
The window, which had been empty, suddenly blew open with the wind, and a figure in a black cloak slowly landed on the windowsill. The fierce wind blew at the tattered hems of his clothes and knocked off his hat.
Chen Xiaoli, with his side facing Chen Yunqi, spoke in a soft voice, do you recognize me? Chen Yunqi asked, who are you? Chen Xiaoli lowered his head.
His side profile, still somewhat handsome, looked slightly melancholic. He spoke in the same soft voice, it's a little sad that you don't recognize me.
Actually, this afternoon, it was I who really saved you. Ha! Chen Yunqi's brain quickly compared the two people. Fang Xian, the youngest A-class extraordinary person in Cloud City, said to have awakened after the rules descended, rapidly growing with an unlimited future. Chen Xiaoli, an unknown nobody, only daring to act under someone else's identity, probably not very strong.
Fang Xian, a super handsome guy.
Chen Xiaoli, barely decent. Indeed, Brother Fang is my true lifesaver.
This black-robed person just saved me, but that doesn't mean he owes me anything. Chen Yunqi covered her mouth, her eyes filling with tears, so, it was you, I'm sorry, I didn't know at the time, sniff. Chen Xiaoli felt a joy in his heart. This way, his plan could continue. He jumped down from the windowsill and said softly, it's okay, I don't blame you. You were just confused by that person.
Put.
A sudden pain in his abdomen, as if something heavy had struck him. He was thrown backward, crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Chen Yunqi, who was hiding behind a large man. Chen Yunqi clung to the large man's arm, crying out, Uncle Zhang, it's this person. He suddenly barged into my room in the middle of the night.
Damn bastard. Chen Xiaoli's face turned ugly. This punch had fully woken him up.
Holding his abdomen, he struggled to rise, rolling and leaping in one swift motion. A loud explosion echoed behind him, and flying debris scratched his face, bringing a burning pain. He couldn't afford to stop. His black robe fluttered in the wind, his body growing lighter. With a powerful jump, he seemed to fly.
dare to bully my young lady? Don't think you can leave here. The large man's eyes were full of killing intent as he struck out repeatedly. Boom. 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 The walls trembled, rubble falling with a rustling sound, spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the wake of Chen Xiaoli. Put. Chen Xiaoli took the hit head-on, using the force to fly out of the window. Blood sprayed like an arrow, hitting the large man who was chasing him in the eyes. Ah! Taking advantage of the large man's temporary blindness, Chen Xiaoli clenched a transparent white stone hidden under his black robe. A whirlwind surrounded him as his body was pulled into the air, flying off into the distance. Who? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A sharp whistle sounded from below at the Chen family residence, countless lights flickering on inside the buildings, and large groups of people began to move.